The next moment, you go from being a lifelong bachelor to reincarnating in the body of a complete scumbag. He is an abusive husband, yet he married a famous pop star known by everyone, who even bore him an adorable daughter. But after getting married, he was unexpectedly fired from his job. It's all because of you. You jinx. You made me lose my job. You cannot help muttering. The former owner of this body was a real bastard. The mother and daughter, who had just been beaten by the original owner, were trembling on the sofa. Shen Youchu held her child, and when she saw you staring at her, she instinctively pulled Wanwan closer into her arms. Tears filled her eyes. It was not as if she had never considered taking Wanwan and leaving, but she was an orphan herself, and all the household money was in your hands, you monster. Seeing their terrified faces, you let out a deep sigh. Since you are here, you might as well make the best of it. Then you slowly rise to your feet, turn on the light, and a warm orange glow comes on, illuminating the whole room. Looking at the mess before you, you scratch your head in speechless disbelief. First, you open the window to air the place out, then silently gather the empty liquor bottles. Shen Youchu still clutches Wanwan and curls up on the sofa, not moving. But a flicker of surprise crosses her eyes. You do not rashly disturb the mother and daughter. Instead, you take a towel from the kitchen and clean the table. You keep going until the house is spotless. By then, you are drenched in sweat. So, you take clean clothes from the bedroom and head into the bathroom. Shen Youchu watches the tightly shut bathroom door. Her top body finally relaxes with relief. She looks at the room you have cleaned, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. Why had this monster suddenly changed? Mom, I'm hungry. Be good, Wanwan. Mommy will make you something to eat soon. Shen Youchu softly says, stroking Wanwan's hair. She can only wait for you to go to sleep, before cooking for herself and her daughter. Then the bathroom door opens. You step out. The mother and daughter on the worn-out little sofa. Both shrink back at once. You shake your head, ignoring them, then open the front door and leave. Shen Youchu is stunned. Despair fills her eyes. Did he go out to buy more alcohol again? Had he not drunk enough tonight? Would Wanwan and she have to go hungry again tonight? Shen Youchu bites her lip. Tears stream down uncontrollably. Don't cry, mommy. Wanwan isn't hungry anymore. Wanwan thinks her hunger is what made mommy cry. She hurriedly reaches out her soft little hand and clumsily wipes Shen Youchu's cheeks. Shen Youchu bites her lip, and her tears fall even harder. After a long while, she finally speaks softly in a trembling voice. Be good, Wanwan. Let mommy put you to sleep. Once you're asleep, you won't feel hungry. Mommy will get up early tomorrow and make you something delicious. Okay. Don't cry, mommy. Shen Youchu softly hums a lullaby, coaxing Wanwan to sleep. Watching Wanwan slowly close her eyes, Shen Youchu thinks of the 2 years since their marriage. Her heart aches beyond words. At last, she makes up her mind. Tomorrow, she will leave this hell. Even if she dies out there, it would be better than being tortured to death by this monster. Suddenly, the lock clicks outside. Shen Youchu, still lost in thought, cannot stop herself from trembling again. She instinctively covers Wanwan's ears and quietly listens to the sounds outside. You push open the front door and instinctively glance at the sofa. Your expression freezes. The two of them have gone back to the bedroom, but it seemed they had not eaten yet. You stare blankly at the food in your hands. After thinking for a moment, you set it on the table and head toward the bedroom. Shen Youchu's body remains tense. She hears your footsteps, slowly drawing closer to the bedroom. She prays you will not come in. But the next moment, I bought food for you too. If you're hungry, come out and eat. I'll sleep in the spare bedroom tonight. At that, Shen Youchu's eyes fly open. Then she hears your footsteps gradually fade away. The room falls silent again. Only Shen Youchu's nervous breathing echoes through the bedroom. At some point, Wanwan opens her eyes. She clearly heard your voice and curiously stares at the closed door. That stinky daddy didn't even come back to sleep in the room tonight. And he even seemed to say he'd bought food for me. At the thought of food, she feels hungry again. She swallows hard. Then she looks hopefully at her mother. Shen Youchu lowers her head, looking into her daughter's hopeful eyes. She finally gathers her courage. She tiptoes quietly to the bedroom door and opens it. The aroma of food on the dining table rushes toward her. Shen Youchu's eyes instantly grow moist. You really did buy food for her and Wanwan. Faced with your sudden kindness, Shen Youchu feels no happiness, only fear from the depths of her heart. Why was he acting like this? What else did he want from her? Barefoot, Wanwan runs over on her short little legs. She peeks through the crack in the door. Then her eyes suddenly light up. Drool trickles from her mouth without her noticing. But she does not act on her own. Instead, she raises her head and looks unblinkingly at her mother with wide eyes. Shen Youchu takes a deep breath. Then she forces a smile. She picks Wanwan up. Be good, Wanwan. Let's eat quietly. Wanwan hurriedly nods her little head. Of course, you hear the sounds outside from your room. You let out a deep sigh. After sighing, you begin to think. After buying the food, you realize this household now has only a little over 1,800 yuan in savings left. You need to make money. A moment later, you suddenly sit upright. How had you failed to realize it sooner? This is a parallel world. Excitement surges through you. You grab your phone and scroll through it nonstop. After a while, a smile spreads across your face, just as you remembered this world's cultural heritage and entertainment industry are completely unlike those of your old world. Even those mind-numbing pop songs can top the hit song charts. You grip your phone tightly. Your mind races as one classic song after another slowly surfaces in your mind. As you keep thinking, you gradually can no longer stay awake. You can only drag your exhausted body into sleep. At exactly 6 o'clock the next morning, you quietly open the door and leave the bedroom. The dining table and kitchen have been cleaned spotless. Shen Youchu must have cleaned up after eating last night. You pause to think for a moment, then quietly go to the bathroom to wash up. You know, Shen Youchu usually does not get up to cook until 8 in the morning, because the old you never got up until after 10. Only after you got up and finished drinking could the mother and daughter eat your leftovers. You instinctively sigh again. Then you quickly wash up. Shen Youchu is actually already awake in the bedroom, but she does not dare go out. The sounds of you washing up outside stop. The front door opens and closes. Shen Youchu presses her lips together, her eyes fixed on the bedroom door. She wonders why you went out again. After waiting a long while, she still hears nothing outside. Shen Youchu glances at Wanwan, still sleeping beside her. After some thought, she gathers her courage and quietly gets out of bed. She opens the bedroom door and walks out. The smell of alcohol in the apartment has become faint. Fresh air blows in through the window, and it smells wonderful. It all feels unreal to Shen Youchu. It has been a very, very long time since she last smelled anything so fresh. Shen Youchu walks to the window and looks out at the world beyond it. Without realizing it, she becomes lost in thought. Only at this moment does she suddenly remember that she is only 24. After an unknown amount of time, the door sounds again. Shen Youchu jolts in alarm. Her whole body instinctively tenses. She turns around mechanically. You, too, freeze awkwardly in place. You did not expect Shen Youchu to already be awake. After washing up, you found there were no groceries at home. So you went out and bought meat, vegetables, and rice. The two of you stand there stunned. Only then do you truly see your wife standing before you. She is stunningly beautiful, far prettier than any online celebrity from your old world. But she is far too thin, and her face is deathly pale. She must be malnourished. Seeing this, you feel heartache, hatred, and shame all at once. What a monster! How could the old you abuse such a beautiful wife? You truly deserve to die. Good morning. I'll go make breakfast. You are the first to break the awkward silence. Carrying the groceries, you quickly head into the kitchen. Shen Youchu can hardly believe her eyes and ears. You actually said good morning to her. And when did you learn how to cook? Silently, Shen Youchu watches your busy figure at work in the kitchen. An overwhelming sense of grievance surges through her. She bites her lip hard. Her eyes gradually fill with tears. What is this supposed to mean? Do you pity me? Has your conscience finally awakened? Mommy. Wanwan wakes up just then, unable to find her mother. She runs out barefoot. The moment she comes out, her little nose catches the scent of food. She turns and stares wide-eyed toward the kitchen. Naturally, you spot the little one from the kitchen. You flash her a broad smile. But Wanwan fearfully shrinks behind Shen Youchu. Helplessly, you rub your nose. Before long, breakfast is ready. You look at the two still standing stiffly in the distance and say, "Wash up and come eat." Wanwan is clearly swallowing her drool, but she still does not move. Shen Youchu, too, watches the scene before her in horror. You had been looking forward to it, but seeing how guarded they are, Your anticipation sinks like a stone. You fall silent for a moment, then sigh and say, "You two eat first." With that, you walk into the spare bedroom. Shen Youchu does not move. She watches the spare bedroom door close, then lowers her gaze to see the longing in her daughter's eyes. She sighs inwardly. Wanwan, let's go eat. On the table is the millet porridge you made, golden and tempting. There are also the side dishes, and a small bowl of steamed egg custard. The instant she sees the steamed egg, Wanwan's eyes light up. Mommy, did Daddy make this for Wanwan? Shen Youchu is at a loss for words. She looks into her daughter's hopeful eyes, and finally nods. Wanwan's eyes light up even more. Eagerly, she scoops up a spoonful of egg custard and puts it in her mouth. This is the first time Daddy has cooked for me. It is so delicious. Shen Youchu simply eats in silence. Her heart is conflicted and lost. Her gaze drifts unconsciously toward the spare bedroom, to its tightly shut door. You sit at the desk in the spare bedroom. You are actually starving. But you know that the mother and daughter outside still cannot bring themselves to eat at the same table as you. You shake your head and push those thoughts aside. Then you take out your phone, open a platform in this world, and delete the old account that still had several thousand followers. You register a new account. Out of habit, you open the platform's trending list. The next moment, your brow furrows. What kind of garbage is this? Since when could a song like Last Minute Cramming dominate the trending list when it is such a shallow pop tune? An idea forms in your mind. You find several long-forgotten sheets of music paper in the desk. Shen Youchu had left them there long ago. You spread the sheets flat across the desk. Your pen swiftly writes guitar tablature across the paper. In your old world, you were already a songwriter and composer. You have simply crossed into another world. Something this simple cannot possibly stump you. In only a few moments, a complete score lies before you. Eagerly, you pull a guitar from the nearby wardrobe. Then, holding the guitar, you sit upright at the desk. You gather your emotions. The next moment, you close your eyes. Your fingers lightly brush the strings, and guitar music flows out from the room. Shen Youchu, quietly eating, suddenly freezes. He can play guitar too. How is that possible? That guitar belongs to her. Shen Youchu knows perfectly well that he cannot play guitar. Or at least, he could not before. So, what is going on now? Along with the guitar, your singing slowly drifts out. Because I dreamed that you left. Shen Youchu is even more stunned. Her eyes fill with disbelief. Even Wanwan, who had been happily eating, is drawn in by the song. She stops her spoon midair and looks toward the shut spare bedroom door. Her big eyes blink and flutter. Wanwan tilts her head toward the door. Wanwan knows it is the daddy who cooked for her for the first time. Daddy's voice is so gentle. Even though Shen Youchu has never heard this song, she can sense how extraordinary it is. Such a beautiful melody. She can scarcely imagine that it is coming from your lips. Then the next line begins, and Shen Youchu begins to break down. She is lost once again. She fears the road ahead, and she fears this change in you. She is afraid this is only a fleeting dream. At that moment, the singing stops. Wanwan notices that her mother is crying. Panicked, she climbs onto Shen Youchu's lap. She reaches out her tiny hands and tries hard to wipe away her mother's tears. Mommy, do not cry. Wanwan will blow it better. Wanwan thinks her mother is hurting again. As she wipes Shen Youchu's tears, she lifts her little face and pulls open Shen Youchu's collar to blow softly inside. Beneath the collar, Shen Youchu's back is crisscrossed with injury marks. Naturally, you have no idea what has happened outside because of your song. At this moment, you open your account and tap record video. You do not show your full face in the video. Only the area below your nose is visible. Holding the guitar, you clear your throat. This time, you are clearly much more formal. You perform the entire song again, playing and singing. When the song ends, you save the recording. Then you trim the unnecessary time from the beginning and end. Extract the audio, add the lyrics and score, and submit it online for copyright registration. Once everything is done, you finally write a title, A Lifetime with You, an original song dedicated to everyone. I hope you all like it. Please like and support it. The video uploads successfully. You let out a long breath. At last, it is finished. Now you just have to wait quietly for the public's response. In this era, the song is guaranteed to be a smash hit. You put the guitar back in the wardrobe. The Then rub your painfully empty stomach. Have those to finish eating yet? I am starving. This is torture. Rubbing your stomach. You finally cannot wait any longer. You gently push open the door, leaving only a narrow crack, and peek outside like a thief. Just then, you see Shen Youchu carrying Wanwan away from the table. Her eyes are red, as if she has just been crying. She clearly sees you two. After freezing in place for a moment, she quickly carries her child back into the master bedroom. You breathe a sigh of relief. You open the door and walk to the dining table. Finally, you can eat. Seeing the food they clearly saved for you on the table, you feel a little happy. Then you pick up the millet porridge and gulp it down in huge mouthfuls. You clean every last dish off the table. After clearing the dishes and chopsticks, with nothing else to do, you walk around the apartment. You take in the layout of this home. It is a 2-bedroom apartment with a living room, only 50 square meters in size. The two of you bought it together when you got married. Everything in the home was furnished back then. Now, it all looks rather worn out. You shake your head and drop heavily onto the sofa. It is hard to imagine how Shen Youchu and her child have lived in such an atmosphere, barely leaving home for 2 years. It must have felt like being in prison. You know you cannot change everything overnight. All you can do is curl up on the small sofa and fiddle with your phone, searching for how to support a family, how to make a child happy, and how to be a good father. The internet offers every kind of answer, leaving you scratching your head. Just then, the master bedroom door suddenly opens again. You look toward the sound and see a little head peeking out. Wanwan tilts her head, her almond-shaped eyes just like her mother's wide open. She studies you curiously. Those sparkling eyes are full of innocent clarity, and they make your heart melt. But Wanwan's little face is far too thin, just like her mother's. If it were a little rounder, she would be even more adorable. That makes sense. Before, the mother and daughter had only one meal of leftovers a day, and the little one could not eat dishes mixed with alcohol. The original owner would not give them any money either. They could only go hungry one meal and eat their fill the next. Seeing Wanwan, you instinctively try to smile, but before your lips can even curve, Wanwan is so frightened that she quickly shuts the door and darts back inside. Shen Youchu's voice soothing her child rises from inside the room. Your smile freezes on your face. You innocently rub your nose. Time quietly passes. By noon, you put down your phone and stand. It is time to make lunch. Just then, the bedroom door opens. Expressionless, Shen Youchu comes out carrying a pile of clothes. She walks out of the bedroom, as though she does not see you standing by the sofa. She heads straight for the bathroom. You clearly see her body stiffen as she comes out. Is she going to do laundry? Then you suddenly remember. The clothes you changed out of yesterday are still in the washing machine untouched. With that thought, you quickly head for the bathroom too. Shen Youchu is very nervous. She never expected you to still be home at this hour. Normally, you would have gone drinking with those shady friends of yours already. She hears your footsteps approaching her. Her nerves tighten at once. Her body trembles slightly. My clothes are still in the washing machine. Can I take them out and hang them up first? Shen Youchu is bent over, opening the washing machine door. When she startles, she even stumbles back, shrinking deeper into the bathroom. Careful. You cannot help adding. Only then does Shen Youchu realize that he is asking her permission. Her eyes dart away, afraid to meet yours. Okay, you go first. Thank you. You clench your fists tightly. Your hands tremble slightly too. Your eyes cannot hide your rage and heartache. Just now, you clearly saw Shen Youchu's neck, streaked with purplish red bruises. You gather the clothes from the washing machine. You do not look at her again, only saying, I will make lunch in a little while. Remember to call Wanwan out to eat. Wanwan is asleep. I will wake her up later. Shen Youchu shrinks farther back. She looks exceptionally flustered. You know your presence will only pressure her. Helplessly, you rub your nose. Taking the clothes from the washer, you quickly go out to the balcony to hang them up. Then you enter the kitchen. In the bathroom, Shen Youchu stands frozen, clutching the clothes. Not until the kitchen stove flares to life does she finally come back to herself. Trembling, she puts the clothes into the washing machine. Yet her gaze keeps drifting toward the kitchen. She wonders, what is wrong with him? Shen Youchu unconsciously rubs her nose. Then she suddenly freezes again. Since when did he have that habit? Shen Youchu remains standing before the washing machine, listening to the drum turn. Her emotions are a tangled mess. Once all the clothes are washed, she takes them out and goes to the balcony to hang them up. Meanwhile, that man has been busily working away in the kitchen. Wanwan does not wait for Shen Youchu to call her. She wakes up on her own. Her tiny hands keep rubbing her big, sleepy eyes. The next moment, when she sees you busy in the kitchen, her beautiful eyes visibly light up. Curiously, she leans against the kitchen doorway, watching your back. After Shen Youchu finishes hanging the laundry, she turns around and sees the scene. Little Wanwan's face is full of anticipation. You are bustling about in the kitchen. Shen Yuchu's composure suddenly breaks. She quickly turns, pressing her back to the wall. Covering her face with both hands, she slowly crouches down. Silent tears fall. Long, long ago, this was a scene that could only appear in her dreams. This time, you still do not eat at the same table as them. After setting the food on the table, you hurry out the door. Hearing the door close, Shen Youchu hastily wipes the tears from her face. She rises, carries Wanwan over, and comes to the table. No one knows how complicated her feelings are now. Not even she knows what she is thinking. The food is as delicious as it was at breakfast. The little girl happily digs into her steamed egg custard, but the mother and daughter's peaceful lunch is soon shattered by the sound of the door opening. They instinctively look up and see you carrying a large bag of things. Pushing open the door and walking in, Wanwan scoots closer to Shen Youchu. The little spoon she used for the steamed egg custard is still in her mouth. Her big eyes follow your every movement. You lower your eyes. You do not dare look at the frightened mother and daughter. You only walk to the sofa and set down the bag. Then you say, I bought you some ointment. Remember to use it. I also bought the child a toy. I do not know whether she will like it. I saw other little girls had one. Shen Youchu does not respond. After saying that, you fall silent for a moment. Then you continue. I know you will not believe me, but I still need to say this. I will not drink again, and I will never hit either of you again. You and Wanwan do not need to be so afraid at home anymore. She is still so young. This kind of atmosphere at home is bad for her. You say it all in one breath. The suffocating weight in your chest eases considerably. You do not wait for Shen Yuchu's response either. Silently, you return to the side bedroom. Shen Youchu watches your figure disappear. When she sees the door shut tight, she has even less idea what to say. In just one day, faced with this man's sudden change, she still cannot let down her guard. In the bedroom, you feel even worse. Your eyes are red-rimmed. You clearly cried while you were out. If you could, you would rather never have transmigrated here. Never learn of everything that happened here, especially after seeing the marks covering Shen Yuchu's body. Your heart feels so oppressed it is close to breaking. You truly cannot understand how anyone could hold such vicious hatred toward their own family. After they finish eating, they leave some food for you. But when you leave the room and see the things you bought for them on the coffee table, the bag is still unopened. You press your lips together and sigh. You can only sit down and eat in silence. But just then, the master bedroom door opens again. Wanwan pokes her little head out. She stares at you curiously. You quickly flash her a broad smile. This time, she finally does not run away in fright. You feel a little relieved. This soft, sweet little girl soothes your burdened heart. So, you set down your chopsticks and call Wanwan softly with all the tenderness you possess. Your voice makes her little body tremble. But she does not retreat. Instead, she turns to glance into the bedroom. Then, as if encouraged, she looks at you again. A soft, innocent little voice comes from her lips. Daddy. Hearing that voice, your whole body jolts. Your eyes instantly fill with tears. It is the most beautiful sound you have heard since transmigrating here. But Wanwan tilts her little head, watching you cry and smile at once in confusion. You nod firmly. Then you stand up. You take the doll from the bag. Holding the doll, you gently shake it at her. Something stirs in Wanwan's big eyes. She looks at the doll, then turns to look into the bedroom. After a long while, she finally inches her way toward you. Your heart instantly pounds like a drum. You are terrified of frightening the little girl who has finally come close. She walks up to you and lifts her little face. She takes a deep sniff. The next second, she breaks into a happy smile. Daddy does not smell stinky anymore. Is the doll pretty? Her little hand twitches. She wants to take it, but does not dare. She only gazes at you with her dark, shining eyes. You immediately understand what she wants. So you slowly crouch down to meet her eyes. You gently place the toy in her hand. Wanwan finally accepts the toy. Her little fingers brush across the doll's dress, and her eyes instantly curve into crescents. Seeing her delight, your heart is filled with conflicting emotions, especially when you see her thin little face up close, and the faded clothes she is wearing, which are clearly far too small for her. Your heart aches as if pierced by needles. She is only 3 years old. You grit your teeth and quickly wipe away your tears, forcing out a smile. You quietly watch her play. At that moment, you see nothing else. Meanwhile, Shen Youchu is in the master bedroom, hearing her daughter's bell-like laughter outside. Her face is already streaked with tears. Not long after, Wanwan grows tired from playing. She hugs the doll tightly, glances at you still grinning foolishly, then turns and runs back to the bedroom. What you do not know is that, in just one night, your song, With You in My Life, has completely gone viral. It has taken the platform by storm. By 10 that night, your video has surged to 5th on the trending list. At the same time, at Doushou headquarters, Operations Director Li Xia's office door is knocked on. A technician holding a tablet rushes into the office, drenched in sweat. Director Li, we have an unusual situation. One video took only 2 hours to reach number 5 on the trending list. Why are you panicking? Which big influencer has been exposed this time? It is not a big influencer. It is a brand new account created today, and the video received no promotional boost at all. It is just a song. The moment she hears that, Li Xia's expression changes instantly. She immediately opens the trending list. The surprise in her eyes deepens. It has already climbed to number 4. Let me hear what kind of song this is. When the song ends, Li Xia falls completely silent. It is the first time she has heard a song this beautiful. She immediately opens your profile. There, she sees your name, Bufan. Right afterward, she orders Liu Yun, promote this video immediately. Make sure it reaches number 1 tomorrow. Liu Yun nods emphatically. He knows he made the right bet. After he leaves, Li Xia listens to your song again. Her fingers lightly tap the desk. A moment later, she picks up her phone and sends you a private message. But you know nothing about it. You get up at 5 in the morning. After washing up, you head out for a morning workout. This body is in even worse shape than you imagined. Before long, you are gasping for breath, running, then stopping. You finally finish 5 kilometers in an hour. It is already 7:30 when you get home. The moment you push open the door, you run right into Shen Youchu, who has just finished washing up. Water droplets cling to the hair at her forehead. She startles when she sees you. You freeze for a moment, then ask awkwardly, "Is Wanwan still asleep?" "Yes. Go keep an eye on Wanwan. After I shower, I will cook." "Is there anything you want to eat?" "And no. Make whatever you like. I will go check on her." With that, she darts into the bedroom as if fleeing. You look at the tightly shut door, and can only shrug helplessly. After your shower, you are desperately hungry. The former owner's alcohol cravings begin to flare up too. You can only drink copious amounts of hot water while cooking to ease them. Just then, Wanwan gets up. She clutches the doll you gave her in her arms. Leaning against the kitchen doorframe, she watches you. When you turn around, you see the little girl. You immediately break into a doting smile and ask, "What does Wanwan want for breakfast?" "Daddy will make it for you." Wanwan tilts her little head and thinks for a long time. "Steamed egg." Wanwan loves steamed egg. "Okay. Then steamed egg it is." You answer indulgently. You reach out to ruffle her little head, but worry you might scare her. So you quietly pull your hand back. "No rush. Take it slow." Wanwan is beginning to accept you. It gives you hope and lifts your spirits. For now, even your alcohol cravings and hunger seem to vanish. You set breakfast on the table, then return to your tiny bedroom as usual, letting mother and daughter eat first. But this time, there is clearly more laughter outside. You lie on the bed, pick up your muted phone, and check how the video performed. But the moment you unlock it, you are completely stunned. Holy crap, how many notifications are these? You swallow hard and open your profile. The next second, the more than 1 million followers on the screen nearly blind you. Thrilled, you open the video. Over 2 million likes, nearly 1 million comments. You cannot stop smiling. You became famous overnight with one song. Every comment is glowing with praise, and everyone is begging for a new song. Then comes the moment to see your earnings. You open the creator dashboard. The number in your wallet makes you grin from ear to ear. A full 320,000 yuan. Without a single advertisement. You earn 320,000 yuan in one day from traffic alone. And that is after taxes. At last, you breathe a sigh of relief. You have money now. Life will not be so tight anymore. Before this, you only had just over 1,000 yuan to your name. You had to watch every penny, even buying groceries. You quickly transfer the earnings to your bank card. After the two outside finish eating, you push open the door and go out. You devour everything left on the table. After washing the dishes, you grab your phone and hurry out. The old apartment complex where you live was bought because it was cheap. You once dreamed of moving into a better home. Unfortunately, the former owner not only squandered all the savings, he even sold Shen Youchu's phone for drinking money. You leave the complex and head straight for the mall you remember. The moment you enter, you spot a major domestic phone brand store. A young saleswoman sees you and approaches with bright eyes. Sir, are you buying a phone? You nod and scan the display counter. Let me see this one. The sky blue one. Excellent choice, sir. This is our newest model. It even supports satellite calls. You sell SIM cards here too, right? Of course. Sir, is it for you? You shake your head. No, it is for my wife. The saleswoman pauses in surprise. An inexplicable disappointment flickers in her eyes. She is probably thinking, the good men always belong to someone else. But she does not hesitate to say, your wife is very lucky, but she must come in person with identification to set up a phone number. All right. You did not expect a SIM card to require real name registration too. Then please just package the phone for me. After paying, you hurry away. There is still plenty to buy, so you cannot waste any more time. Meanwhile, after you leave home, Shen Youchu cleans the house from top to bottom. Sitting on the sofa, she looks out the window. The house no longer reeks of alcohol. The fresh air makes her feel wonderfully at ease. Watching Wanwan play happily, Shen Youchu's lips unconsciously curve into a smile. This kind of life is wonderful. But the next second, the lock suddenly turns. It instantly startles her from her thoughts. Wanwan scrambles up as well. Clutching her doll, she burrows into Shen Youchu's arms. But noisy voices suddenly come from outside, mixed with your familiar voice. Slowly, slowly. Do not scrape it. Stand it upright and carry it inside. Shen Youchu immediately grows flustered. She quickly picks up Wanwan, intending to retreat to the bedroom. Yet her curious gaze cannot help drifting toward the door. The next second, you and an unfamiliar man come into view. You are carrying a cream-colored cloud sofa inside. When you see Shen Youchu, your eyes clearly light up. Your face brightens with joy. Could you pour a few cups of hot water? The movers can have some when they take a break. Having had little contact with outsiders for so long, Shen Youchu is at a loss? Okay, I will get it right away. Your smile deepens. Though drenched in sweat, you are full of energy. Then you and the movers carry the new sofa inside and take the old sofa out. Then come the television and refrigerator, along with some plants. As each new piece of furniture comes in, the home changes in an instant. It looks completely renewed. The discarded old furniture is all sold for 800 yuan. Watching, Shen Youchu feels a pang of regret. Though the furniture is old, it is all still usable. 800 yuan is far too cheap. But what she is more curious about is, where did you get so much money? By her calculations, the family should be nearly out of money by now. After seeing the movers off, you carry a large bag back into the living room. You admire the results of your work with satisfaction. Now this feels like a home. You wipe away your sweat, set the bag on the new coffee table, and drop onto the soft sofa. Mother and daughter are still standing dumbfounded in the kitchen. Wanwan hugs her mother's leg, like a curious little child, looking all around. Seeing the little one like this, your eyes narrow into happy crescents. You suddenly feel deeply accomplished. So you take out a large pink toy and set it on the coffee table. But your eyes remain fixed on Wanwan. Sure enough, Wanwan's gaze is instantly drawn to it. You reach out and beckon to Wanwan, watching her lovingly. Wanwan, come here, quick. Look what daddy bought you. But Wanwan does not run over right away. Instead, she raises her little face and looks at her mother. Only when Shen Youchu's lips move, without saying a word, does she finally come over, one timid step at a time. You immediately unwrap the toy. It is a princess dollhouse. The main room is such a mess. Wanwan, Will you decorate the little princess's home with daddy? Wanwan's eyes instantly sparkle. She edges closer, until she is beside your leg. You smile gently, pick up the little princess from the dollhouse, and sigh in an exaggeratedly cutesy voice. The little princess is not dressed yet. Daddy does not know how to dress the little princess, so I will leave it to Wanwan. As you speak, you hold the little princess out to her. Wanwan blinks her big eyes and cautiously raises a little hand. Only when she touches the little princess in your hand do you keep smiling. As you place it in her hand, your large hand also wraps around her tiny one. The moment you hold her soft little hand, the corners of your lips lift. You pick up a pink gown to dress the little princess. I will leave it to Wanwan. Will Wanwan teach daddy? Feeling the warmth of your palm, Wanwan looks at the little princess, then at your pitiful expression, and suddenly smiles. Daddy is so silly. Wanwan will teach daddy. The little one grins, showing her tiny white teeth. Leaning against your leg, she clumsily slips the gown onto the little princess. You laugh along with her. Humbly, you accept the little one's instruction, learning how to dress the little princess. At that moment, the small room suddenly feels filled with sunshine. Shen Youchu leans against the doorframe, quietly watching this beautiful scene unfold. Her eyes slowly fill with tears. But you and your daughter have barely played for a moment. You look up and see Shen Youchu lost in thought. The pale blue shirt she wears has been washed nearly white, and it suddenly stings your eyes. Your eyes narrow sharply. A thought flashes through your mind. It is part of a matching mother and daughter outfit. For Wanwan's second birthday, Shen Youchu had secretly bought them behind your back. But because of those clothes, she was beaten, and her phone was sold. Remembering this, you fall silent at once. The next second, you stagger to your feet, clap a hand over your mouth, and rush to the bathroom to vomit violently. Only now do you understand what someone with a conscience feels when reliving such actions firsthand. How sickening and enraging it feels. This sudden turn of events badly frightens the mother and daughter outside. Shen Youchu shudders in fright and rushes to the sofa, pulling Wanwan into her arms. Wanwan burrows desperately into her mother's embrace, afraid that once daddy finishes vomiting, he will be like before, bursting out to hit and scold them. After a long while, you emerge from the bathroom in disarray, your eyes bloodshot. Seeing the terrified Shen Youchu and Wanwan, you feel even worse. Your stomach continues to churn, but you force down your discomfort and speak weakly. I am sorry. I scared you. I just do not feel well. Whenever you think of occupying this demon's body, it feels as though countless ants are crawling over you. Seeing the wariness still in their eyes, you let out a heavy sigh and silently walk into the kitchen. Wanwan may not be done playing yet. Play with her a little longer. I will make lunch. Shen Youchu studies your profile carefully. So familiar, yet so strange. In the end, she nods. Holding Wanwan, she sits back down on the sofa. Wanwan secretly peeks out and finds that you are still that gentle daddy. At last, a smile returns to her little face. When lunch is ready, the scent of food fills the living room. But after you set the dishes on the table, Shen Youchu sees you silently return to the spare bedroom. Her lips twitch, but she cannot say a single word. During the meal, Wanwan holds a small spoon in her mouth and suddenly asks with a furrowed brow, Mom, why does daddy not eat with us anymore? Shen Youchu is taking small bites of stir-fried pork. It is her favorite dish. Because you cannot eat spicy food, she has not had it in a long time. Hearing her daughter's question, she instinctively looks toward the spare bedroom, then turns back. She suddenly smiles, like spring blossoms coming into bloom. Maybe daddy and mommy just are not ready yet. The little one does not understand. Her little brow furrows even tighter. Meanwhile, you sit dazed in the bedroom. You keep telling yourself it was not your fault, but it cannot change the fact that he is you. Left with no choice, you take out your phone and scroll through videos to distract yourself. Your video is still high on the trending list. The comments are all urging you to release a new song. Just then, the sound of dishes being washed comes from outside. You put down your phone and walk out. There is still food saved for you on the table. Shen Youchu is washing dishes in the kitchen, while Wanwan plays with her new toy on the sofa. When she sees you come out, Wanwan is not as afraid as before. You smile. You walk over and pat her little head. Then you look toward the kitchen. Shen Youchu has just come out of the kitchen. When she sees you staring at her, She tenses up instantly, helplessly clutching the hem of her clothes. Seeing how meek and submissive she looks, you cannot help frowning. Inwardly, you sigh again. It is precisely because of her gentle, reserved nature that the man who owned this body bullied her so fearlessly. At that thought, your furrowed brow relaxes. So, you take the phone you just bought from the coffee table and set it on the table. Looking at Shen Youchu, you speak gently. I bought you a phone. See if you like it. Also, there are a few things I want to discuss with you. Can you come sit here? Shen Youchu has her head lowered, but at your words, she suddenly looks up at you. The first thing she meets is your clear, unclouded gaze. Then, she sees the brand new phone box on the table. Shen Youchu hesitates. After a moment, she gives a soft hum of agreement. She slowly walks over and sits on the sofa. Is there something you want to discuss? Her voice is very soft. You have to strain to hear her clearly. But you do not answer her. Instead, you pick up the phone box from the table and open it yourself. You take out the sky blue new phone. After setting it up quickly, you hold it out to Shen Youchu. This phone is for you. You will need to get a SIM card yourself. I have already saved my number in it. If I am not home in the future, call me if anything happens. As you speak, you pull a stack of cash from your pocket and place it before her. This is the cash I just withdrew. Take Wanwan out for a walk this afternoon. It is not good to stay home all the time. Buy anything you need, especially clothes. Look, both of you have outgrown your clothes. And get a bank card. Carrying cash is not safe. You keep rambling on, pouring out everything on your mind in one breath. Yet Shen Youchu only raises her head, staring intently at you. As she listens to your rambling, her eyes slowly redden. When she does not take the phone, you can only rub your nose helplessly. Do you not like this phone? I thought the color was nice. It is the latest model too. I just bought it. If you do not like it, we can get one you do like. But Shen Youchu only gives you another long look. No, I like it very much. Thank you. Her voice remains soft, choked with emotion and trembling faintly. Just then, your eyes suddenly meet. Awkwardly, you look away. Yet inwardly, you breathe a sigh of relief. I am glad you like it. No need to thank me. All right, I am going to eat now. With that, you immediately stand up and hurry over to the dining table. You begin eating heartily. Shen Youchu is still wondering where you got so much money, but she does not ask. She simply picks up the new phone from the table. She examines it closely. Wanwan comes over as well, curiously eyeing the new thing in her mother's hands. Shen Youchu gently pats the little one's head. Mother and daughter study the phone together. After eating, you are covered in sweat. You had wanted to take a shower, but the mother and daughter had unexpectedly stayed in the living room all day. It made you feel rather awkward. In the end, frustrated, you could only return to the spare bedroom. Not until 5 in the afternoon did the heat outside finally ease. Shen Youchu hesitated on the sofa for a while, then finally picked up the money from the table. Then she led Wanwan out the door. Wanwan had not been outside in a very, very long time. She loved playing outdoors, but her mother had never taken her out before, and her father would not allow them to leave. The little girl held her doll in one hand, and her mother's hand in the other. She skipped along happily, her big, round eyes looking everywhere. Everything outside, to her, was wonderfully new. Shen Youchu, however, seemed somewhat self-conscious. Her steps unconsciously quickened. Watching pedestrians come and go, she felt inexplicably inferior, especially with the clothes she and Wanwan wore. Clothes that clearly did not fit. They always made her feel as if passers-by kept glancing at her. The mall was not far away. She vaguely remembered it was just 2 streets away. It had changed greatly from what she remembered. In only 2 years, it seemed to have been renovated into something far more refined. As soon as she entered, she spotted a phone store. Inside was a counter for mobile plans. Shen Youchu hesitated, then led her daughter inside. There were quite a few people in the store, and the clerks all seemed busy. Having gone so long without speaking to anyone, Shen Youchu stood there, somewhat lost. Fortunately, a saleswoman noticed her and came over. She first patted Wanwan's head, then said with a smile, "What a good little girl. Are you looking to buy a phone, ma'am?" Hearing someone praise Wanwan, a smile appeared on Shen Youchu's face too. "I'd like to get a SIM card. Can I set one up now?" The saleswoman kept smiling. As she spoke, she guided Shen Youchu to the counter. Of course, this way, please. We have several plans for you to choose from. May I ask what brand your phone is? If it is one of our brand's phones, you can get a discount on the SIM card. At the mention of a discount, Shen Youchu's eyes lit up. She quickly took the phone from her pocket and held it out to the saleswoman. She softly asked, "Will this one work?" "I think it is your brand, and it was bought this morning." The saleswoman froze for a moment. She took another careful look at Shen Youchu. Only a couple of the latest phones had been sold that day, and this customer was here to get a SIM card. Naturally, the saleswoman thought of you from that morning. So this mother and daughter were that handsome man's wife and daughter? But why were they both so thin? And why were their clothes so obviously ill-fitting? He did not look like a man who treated his wife and daughter badly. The saleswoman could not quite understand it, but she did not ask. Still smiling, she exclaimed, "So the handsome man who bought a phone this morning is your husband? You are so lucky. This is our newest model. With this phone, you qualify for this plan. Top up 100 and get 100 free. It includes 600 free calling minutes." Her service was still warm and enthusiastic. Except this time, Shen Youchu was the customer instead of you. Dazed by the saleswoman's rapid explanation, Shen Youchu paid and successfully got her SIM card. Even after leaving the phone store, the saleswoman's enthusiastic voice still echoed in her mind. But she had actually called him a good man. Shen Youchu truly wanted to tell her, "A good man like that, why not take him home yourself?" After getting her SIM card, Shen Youchu also got a bank card and deposited all the cash she had. After paying for the phone plan, she had 4,900 left. This time, you had given her a full 5,000. Walking out of the bank with her phone and bank card, Shen Youchu looked at the towering buildings around her and suddenly felt alive. Now, she could leave with her daughter. With the money in her hand, she could find a job and support herself and her child. She could even chase her dreams again. This sudden freedom left Shen Youchu standing there in a daze for a long time, until a child's sweet voice sounded beside her. "Mommy, can Wanwan have an ice cream?" She instantly came back to herself. Wanwan was still holding her hand. Her big, round eyes were fixed on the ice cream shop nearby. Drool was practically dripping from the corner of her mouth. Shen Youchu smiled, brightly and beautifully. "You can, but only one. Otherwise, your tummy will hurt." Wanwan loves mommy the most. The mother and daughter had finally left. You happily took a shower, completely unaware that Shen Youchu might never come back. After your shower, you began preparing dinner. The usual meal to meat dishes to vegetable dishes and a staple. Tonight, you planned to make noodle soup. But since you did not know when they would return, you did not cook it yet. You put the dishes on the table and left the cut noodles on the cutting board. Then you went back to the living room and sprawled on the sofa. Picking up your phone, you browsed parenting advice. What should I do if my child will not eat? Give them a beating. No, that will not do. Skip that, skip that. Wanwan is such a good girl. How could she possibly refuse to eat? Besides, such an adorable little girl. You could never bear to lay a finger on her. You kept scrolling until you grew sleepy. You yawned and checked the time in the upper corner. It was already 7 in the evening. Why had that mother and daughter not come back yet? You suddenly sat upright. Nothing happened to them, did it? You grew nervous and hurried to your feet, putting on your shoes to go look for them. But just as you opened the door, you ran right into them as they returned. A fragrant breeze drifted in through the doorway. You froze completely. At that moment, Shen Youchu was humming an unfamiliar tune. Her steps light. The curve of her lips showed that she was in a very good mood. She carried several shopping bags. Wanwan clutched her mother's hem in one hand, while in the other, she held the doll you had given her. What stunned you most was that they had both changed into new clothes that fit. Their two pairs of lively, adorable almond-shaped eyes also widened in surprise when they saw you. The next moment, Wanwan sweetly came over to you. "Daddy," she called. Clearly, after going out to have fun today and changing into new clothes, Wanwan was overjoyed. That one word, "Daddy," nearly made your heart soar. Your voice trembled as you answered. Then you crouched down, ruffled Wanwan's hair, scooped up the adorable little girl, and carried her into the house first. "How about Daddy makes you noodles tonight? With 2 eggs. Okay. Wanwan likes eggs. Wanwan loves Daddy the most." Shen Youchu was left standing outside, utterly speechless. The little traitor had just said she loved mommy most, and now she had switched sides in an instant. Wanwan did not have to wait long. The egg noodles were ready in no time. You placed the noodles before her and gently tapped her little nose. Then, out of habit, you turned toward the bedroom. You had barely turned around when, unexpectedly, the little girl suddenly tugged at the hem of your shirt. "Daddy, can you eat with Wanwan?" Her soft, sweet voice sounded again. You turned and met Wanwan's hopeful gaze. You hesitated, sneaking a glance at Shen Youchu beside her. Shen Youchu said nothing, nor did she look at you. It was as though she had not heard Wanwan at all. She simply slurped the noodles in front of her. You were at a loss for words. This situation was really hard to handle. If you want to kill me or torture me, just say it. What was this silence supposed to mean? All you could do was cautiously test the waters. Then I will stay and eat with Wanwan. Daddy, sit beside Wanwan. Wanwan answered for her. Happily, she patted the empty chair beside her. You rubbed your nose, then awkwardly brought another bowl of noodles from the kitchen. You sat beside Wanwan. Mommy sat on her left. Daddy sat on her right. For the first time, Wanwan was lovingly flanked by both Mommy and Daddy. The smile never left her face. She even ate with extra enthusiasm, cleaning out every last noodle in the full bowl. In the end, Shen Youchu worried she would overeat and would not let her have any more. Only then did the little girl stop. But after dinner, Wanwan wanted Mommy and Daddy to play with her princess house, but that wish went unfulfilled. In the end, only you played with Wanwan. After dinner, Shen Youchu returned alone to the master bedroom. You could understand that. Letting you sit at the table with them must have taken an enormous inner struggle for Shen Youchu. You put yourself in Shen Youchu's place. If it were you, after suffering the treatment she once had, you could never peacefully coexist with your enemy. You definitely could not do it. No, if it were you, the old you would not even have a body left to find. You would have chopped him up and fed him to the dogs. You played with Wanwan until 9 that night. Wanwan was so sleepy that her little head kept bobbing, yet she still refused to go to bed. During that time, you noticed a serious problem. Wanwan was already 3 years old, but she still could not take off her own shoes. Most 3-year-olds were old enough for preschool. You knew why. It was caused by the unhealthy home she had grown up in. It could not be rushed. Still, it broke your heart. Just then, Shen Youchu came out of the bedroom. She did not speak. She merely watched you and Wanwan on the sofa. The meaning in her eyes was perfectly clear. You understood at once. You lifted Wanwan from the sofa, kissed her little cheek, and said with a smile, "Wanwan, it is time for bed. Daddy will play with you again tomorrow. Okay." Wanwan's nearly closed eyes opened slightly. She looked at your face, then turned to look at Shen Youchu. Then she suddenly buried her little face in Daddy's neck. Wanwan wants to sleep with Daddy tonight. Her sudden words left you at a loss. They also darkened Shen Yuchu's expression. The sudden silence was deafening. You looked innocently at Shen Youchu. This was the little girl's own idea. You really had not put her up to it. Shen Youchu secretly clenched her fists. That little ungrateful traitor. All those years she had spent raising her for nothing. After just 2 days, she had been won over by the enemy's sweet talk. In the end, the little girl got her way. Shen Youchu quickly washed her up. Delighted, the little girl crawled beneath Daddy's blankets. Like a little koala, Wanwan clung to your neck and would not let go. You let her hold you like that. This was your first time putting a child to sleep. You remembered parenting tips you had seen online. So, you gently told Wanwan a bedtime story. Before long, Wanwan felt completely content and drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, Wanwan was still fast asleep. You got up early as usual. You quietly opened the bedroom door, walked into the living room, and prepared to go for a morning run. The next moment, as if you could not believe it, you rubbed your eyes. The ointment on the coffee table was gone. Your eyes gradually lit up, and a warm, gratified smile spread across your face. You left home that day in high spirits. Running, showering, and making breakfast took you over 2 hours in total. After breakfast was ready, you still had one task left for the day: waking your daughter. Wanwan woke to your gentle voice. She rubbed her sleepy eyes. The instant she saw you, an adorable, innocent smile slowly blossomed across her face. The little girl held out her soft arms, asking Daddy to pick her up. You immediately reached out and gently lifted her up. You dressed her in the new clothes bought yesterday. then carried her out to wash up. You had learned how to care for children from videos. But theory was still only theory. Once you put it into practice, you realized just how difficult it was. The little girl's body was so delicate that you did not dare use too much force. You were clumsy throughout the entire process, especially when you tried to tie her hair. You were completely out of your depth. After struggling with it for ages, you could only tie her hair up in a crooked, lopsided mess. Daddy is such a dummy. When Wanwan saw her crooked hair in the mirror, she pouted and laughed at you. You pinched her little nose, making Wanwan giggle uncontrollably. She reached out to pinch your nose too. Shen Youchu came out of the bedroom and saw this heartwarming scene between father and daughter. She said nothing. She simply went silently into the kitchen and brought out breakfast. Perhaps even she did not notice that the corners of her lips had already turned up slightly. After the family of 3 had a simple breakfast, you did not hand Wanwan back to Shen Youchu. Instead, you took Wanwan back to the sofa to play with her dollhouse. But this time, while playing with Wanwan, you casually slipped some very simple numbers from 1 to 10 into her little mind. After noticing Wanwan's difficulties, you quietly made a plan. During everyday play, you would nurture her ability to learn independently, starting with simple numbers, then basic life skills. You would teach Wanwan little by little. Clearly, this would not happen overnight. Fortunately, Wanwan was very smart. No one had taught her these things before. Now, with your gentle guidance, she quickly remembered some of what you taught her. You also noticed that since Shen Youchu came back yesterday, she seemed like a different person. She had a spark that had been absent before. That was a good sign, and it put your mind much more at ease. As Shen Youchu downloaded the platform maps and other software, she watched the father and daughter interact. She also noticed that you were subtly teaching Wanwan. She watched without showing it, while a hint of sweetness rose in her heart. She had long wanted to teach her daughter, but their home life had been incredibly difficult. Life had already been so hard for them. How could she have had the means to teach Wanwan like an ordinary mother? Shen Youchu withdrew her gaze and looked at her phone screen. It was the latest phone model, after all. The apps downloaded quickly. In just a few seconds, several apps had finished downloading. The moment Shen Youchu logged into her WeChat, an unread message popped up. It was from Shaku, her former assistant of 2 years. She only had a few contacts on WeChat. Other than you, there were only messages from Shaku at her former company. From after Shen Youchu got married until just 2 days ago, Shaku had been sending messages non-stop. Most were asking how she was doing, but Shen Youchu had never been able to reply. Looking at the string of messages, Shen Youchu felt a little warmth in her heart. She replied at once. Sorry, Shaku. I have not been able to reply to you. I am doing quite well now. Do not worry. Less than 2 seconds after she sent it, a reply came back instantly. Miss Shen, you finally replied. I thought that after you got married, you did not want anything to do with me anymore. Ms. Shen, you have no idea. Ever since you disappeared, rumors have been flying around the company, especially that awful Liu Li. She has been unbearably smug these past 2 years. She badmouths you to everyone she meets, saying you got what you deserved. It makes me so mad. Seeing Chuchu's message, Shen Youchu pressed her lips together. Liu Li was not wrong. She truly had gotten what she deserved. Back at the company, she had always outshone Liu Li. After she left the industry, Liu Li's behavior was only to be expected. Chuchu, how have you been lately? Is life treating you well? Shen Youchu did not respond to Chuchu's complaints. Instead, she asked how Chuchu was doing. I am doing well, Miss Shen. Do not worry. I am not so easy to knock down. I just miss you, Miss Shen. Miss Shen, will you ever make a comeback? Shen Youchu froze for a moment. A trace of longing showed in her eyes. Would she ever make a comeback? She turned to look at you, then at Wanwan. A moment later, the longing in her eyes slowly faded. Probably not. But if you miss me, Chuchu, we can find time to meet up. Meanwhile, at Qiaomei Entertainment's building in downtown Jiangsheng, a young woman about 5'3" set down the heavy load on her shoulder. Excitedly, she tapped away at her phone with both hands. But soon, a shrill female voice snapped her out of her happiness. Zhao Chuchu, are you slacking off? Get back to work. Do you still think you are an assistant to some hot young star? If you do not want to work, get out already. The owner of that voice was a woman with a sultry, fox-like face. She lifted her chin. her narrow eyes full of contempt. What are you looking at? Why have you not carried that equipment to the recording studio? If you delay my recording, can you afford to pay for it? Zhao Chuku rolled her eyes at the woman, but still hoisted the equipment from the floor and headed for the recording studio. Okay, Miss Shen. I have Saturday off this week. Call me if you are free. Seeing that message, Shen Youchu finally smiled. She scrolled through her phone again. Finding no other messages, she switched over to Weibo. Her last post on Weibo was still from 2 years ago. It was her statement announcing that she was leaving the industry. Her former hundreds of thousands of followers had dwindled to only a few thousand. Aside from bot accounts, she still had a few longtime fans. One video, 1 million followers overnight. Who is he? Who often left comments asking after her. She casually browsed Weibo's trending topics. They were all recent celebrity gossip, but among them were several posts about a song that had recently gone viral. With You in My Life. One video, 1 million followers overnight. An incredible song. Mysterious singer goes viral across the internet with one video. One video earns 1 million followers overnight. Who is he? An in-depth analysis. A look at this recent hidden gem of a song. Shen Youchu was curious. What was this recently viral song like? So she tapped one of the headlines. Her phone switched to a video screen. A familiar guitar melody began. The living room suddenly fell silent. Only the singing echoed around the three of them. You turned away awkwardly. Wanwan's big eyes fluttered. She leaped into Shen Yuchu's arms and looked at the phone screen. Shen Youchu was completely stunned. That familiar singing voice. Was it not the song that had come from your room 2 days ago? So that day, you had been recording a video. Wanwan was the first to speak. She pointed her tiny hand at the phone screen, then looked up at Shen Youchu. It is Daddy. Daddy is in the phone. MMHMM. It is Daddy. Shen Youchu answered, stroking the little girl's head. Only now did she understand why you had so much money to replace the furniture at home. The video had millions of likes. With millions of likes, how could you not be making money? She turned to look at you, at your sharply defined profile. Her gaze impossibly complex. After getting her mother's answer, Wanwan happily threw herself back into your arms. Her little hands cupped Daddy's face. Her big eyes sparkled. In her sweet little voice, Daddy is so gentle. Wanwan wants to sing too. Her soft little hands pressed against her own cheeks. Your gaze gradually softened. You cupped your daughter's little face in your large hands. Does Wanwan like singing too? I do. Wanwan's big eyes curved with delight. She answered without hesitation, her smile growing even brighter. All right, then Daddy will teach Wanwan to sing. Once Wanwan learns it, you can sing it on the phone. Okay. Wanwan nodded her little head again and again. Then, happily, she faced your cheek and gave it a big kiss. Thrilled by the reward, you grinned from ear to ear. Under the little girl's adoring gaze, you raced back to the spare bedroom and brought out your guitar. Back on the sofa, you held the guitar and tuned its strings. When you turned, Shen Youchu and Wanwan were both staring at you without blinking. Your face flushed, a rare sight. Then you brushed the strings. Today, Daddy is writing a children's song just for Wanwan. Daddy will sing it once for Wanwan first. The next time, Daddy will sing one line. And Wanwan can sing one line after me. Wanwan nodded happily, her little face full of anticipation. This song is called Courage Explosion. Listen carefully, Wanwan. With that, you lightly strummed the strings. A cheerful melody rang through the living room. Wanwan surprisingly had excellent rhythm. She swayed her head and body gently to the tune. You could not help swaying along with her, watching the father and daughter move in perfect sync. Shen Yuchu's gaze slowly softened. A smile quietly appeared on her face. She even joined in with your rhythm. For the first time, the family was completely immersed in a sea of joy. At that moment, even the living room seemed brighter. Following the song, Wanwan clenched her little fists and struck a charging Superman pose. You set down the guitar too and copied the little girl's gesture. Then you gently tapped Wanwan's pert little nose. Wanwan threw herself into your arms, her little arms wrapped tightly around your neck. Daddy. Wanwan likes Daddy like this. Please do not go back to how you used to be, okay? Wanwan's soft, sweet voice rang in your ear. Your lips parted slightly. Your eyes suddenly filled with tears. You held Wanwan tightly in your arms, burying your face deep in her clothes. Daddy will never be like that again. Your voice was hoarse, but resolute. Shen Youchu could not see your expression then. By then, tears were already streaming down her face. Yet she wore a smile. She knew those days would never return. Never again. You were the first to pull yourself together. You set the guitar beside you and lifted Wanwan onto your lap. Wanwan, now let us learn the song. Will you repeat each line after Daddy? Okay. Wanwan agreed at once. For the rest of the time, it became a father-daughter singing lesson. All morning, their singing echoed through the living room. Seeing them absorbed in learning the song, Shen Youchu quietly began making lunch. But she was clearly not as skilled at cooking as you were. So at lunch, Wanwan kept insisting that she wanted Daddy's cooking from now on. Jealous, Shen Youchu rolled her eyes at the little girl. She felt even more indignant inside. It had only been 2 days, and she had already been won over. This family atmosphere made you feel at peace. This was what a real family should feel like. Wanwan learned quickly. In just 3 days, she could sing Courage Explosion from beginning to end. At Wanwan's strong insistence, you filmed the video of her and uploaded it to the platform. In the video, Wanwan wore a pink princess dress, with a bow in her hair. Her tiny body swayed to the music. She was unbelievably adorable. As you filmed, you beamed from ear to ear. Your face practically said, "That is my daughter." Your proud, smug expression made Shen Youchu, who was watching nearby, glance at your face by chance. She nearly choked trying not to laugh. It was the first time she had seen you look like this. Over those 3 days, because of your good behavior, the tension between you and Shen Youchu eased considerably. At least Shen Youchu would now take the initiative to speak to you. No one expected the second video from the Buffon account to be a children's song. It was still an original song, and it was still just as beautiful. At the platform's headquarters, Liu Yun spotted the video immediately. After watching the entire video, he gave it the biggest possible promotion without hesitation. Such an adorable little munchkin, and such a beautiful song. Liu Yun wore a delighted, doting smile. His grin stretched from ear to ear. Soon after, the platform's trending list exploded again. The buzz around Life Has You had not even died down yet. But this video's popularity surged even more fiercely. In just one afternoon, it reached 5 million likes. The number of comments was even more outrageous. That evening, you had to mute your phone again. Holding Wanwan, you sat on the sofa, happily scrolling through the comments without getting tired of it. Every commenter was a comedian. You simply could not stop scrolling. If I had a daughter like this, I would not allow any punk-haired boys within 100 miles of her. This was the most liked comment. The next day was Saturday. You had just finished your morning run. Wiping away sweat, you pushed open the front door and saw Shen Youchu in a newly bought spaghetti strap nightgown, walking out of the bathroom. She had clearly just showered. As she dried her hair, her lovely face was flushed slightly from the warm air. The two of you stood there, wide-eyed, staring at each other. A line of poetry suddenly came to mind. Natural beauty needs no adornment, like a lotus rising from clear water. It described Shen Youchu perfectly at that moment. Seeing you stare at her like a fool, Shen Youchu instinctively covered her chest. Her face slowly flushed red. Even her earlobes began to redden. They had been married for over 2 years. Yet this feeling now was like that of a young couple newly in love. Morning, Shen Youchu tried her best to stay calm. As she greeted you, her steps toward the bedroom quickened involuntarily. You gave a brief reply. Shen Youchu said nothing more and fled back to the bedroom. You smiled helplessly, shaking those wild thoughts from your head. Humming a tune, you walked into the bathroom. Shower, cook, wake Wanwan up. Your daily 3-part routine. When you pushed open the bedroom door, Wanwan was still sound asleep. Her little mouth hung slightly open, and she lay sprawled across your large bed. After several days of regular meals and sleep, Wanwan's complexion looked fresher and rosier. She was still so thin, but visibly far more energetic. You sat by the bed and watched her for a while, then leaned down and gently pinched her little nose. Wanwan, wake up. Time to eat. The little girl puckered her tiny mouth in bed and slowly opened her eyes. When she saw you, the corners of her mouth lifted uncontrollably. Then she slowly stretched out her little arms and wrapped them around your neck. Daddy. Her baby voice was sweet and affectionate. You smiled, then lifted her into your arms and carried her out of the bedroom. You set her on the stool in front of the sink. For the past 2 days, the little girl had washed her own face and brushed her own teeth. You stayed beside her to steady her, squeezing out her toothpaste and handing her a towel. Wanwan was very smart. You had taught her for only 2 days, and she had already learned how to do it. Shen Youchu came out of the bedroom then as well. She had pinned her long hair high behind her head, into a small bun. Seeing Shen Youchu like this made your eyes light up. You nodded to yourself. That was the vitality a woman in her 20s should have. Still, she was too thin. She would be even prettier with a little more weight on her. Shen Youchu was still a little nervous. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. It was the first time she had dressed like this at home. She wondered whether she looked good. She looked up at you as you continued caring for Wanwan, then quietly walked over and sat at the dining table. His eyes seemed to light up just now. So that meant she did look good, right? Wait, why did she care what he thought? Shen Youchu puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. She absent-mindedly stirred the food in her bowl twice with her chopsticks. She was angry at herself for being so weak-willed. Just then, you sat down with the freshly washed Wanwan in your arms. Wanwan sweetly called out, "Mommy." Then she picked up her own little spoon and scooped up the golden millet porridge before her. "Can you come out with us today?" You were enjoying your food with your head lowered when you suddenly heard Shen Youchu speak. You looked up at Shen Youchu, your face full of confusion. Shen Youchu nodded. She did not look at you, but her earlobes had turned bright red. "Sure," you agreed readily. On the way, you hailed a taxi. Today, you were headed to Yida Plaza downtown. Shen Youchu and her former assistant, Doushou, had arranged to meet at a milk tea shop there. The only reason she had brought you and Wanwan along was that Doushou wanted to meet the little girl. And these past 2 days, Wanwan had become your little shadow, never leaving your side. You were only tagging along thanks to the little girl. After 2 years, she could finally see Sister Shen again. Doushou was thrilled. She bought several milk teas in advance and kept watching the shop entrance from her seat. Doushou had worked with Shen Youchu for a year and a half. They were as close as sisters. Shen Youchu had truly treated her well. It was just a shame that Shen Youchu had ended up with you afterward. Doushou could not understand why Sister Shen insisted on being with that worthless man. She had tried to persuade Shen Youchu back then, but Shen Youchu had seemed utterly determined and would not listen to a word of advice. As Doushou's thoughts ran wild, she suddenly spotted that familiar figure, leading a bouncy little girl, walking in through the door. Her eyes lit up. She jumped to her feet and waved. "Sister Shen, over here." Hearing her voice, Shen Youchu looked up and saw Doushou waving. A smile spread across her face. Chuku really had not changed. She was still so bright and lively. When they came together, their eyes held more than joy. They were both glistening with tears, reunited after so long. The two sisters could barely contain their emotions. Doushou carefully looked Shen Youchu over. She grabbed Shen Yuchu's hand, her lips pouting. "Sister Shen, you've gotten so thin. Has that man been treating you badly? Where is he? I'll teach him a lesson for you." Shen Youchu pressed her lips together and sat down with Doushou. She pulled Wanwan close and seated her beside her. Only then did she speak. "Chuku, don't worry. He treats me quite well now. After I left, has work been going well for you?" "I'm doing well too. Sister Shen, you have no idea how much I've missed you." The two caught each other up on their lives. After chatting for a while, Doushou finally turned her attention to Wanwan. The little girl had been quietly sitting beside them. Doushou had been focused on catching up with Shen Youchu to get a good look at her. But now that she looked closely, her eyes immediately lit up. She looked so much like Sister Shen, as though they had been cast from the same mold, especially those lively big eyes. One glance was enough to make anyone adore her. "Sister Shen, is this Wanwan? She looks just like you. She's so adorable." As Doushou spoke, she left her seat, squatted in front of the little girl, and reached out to stroke her little face. Then her brow furrowed slightly. Like Sister Shen, the little girl was far too thin. Doushou was furious. She was certain that that worthless man must be treating Sister Shen and her child badly. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She wished she could confront that man right then. So she looked up at Shen Youchu. "Sister Shen, didn't you say he was coming too?" Shen Youchu could sense Doushou's hostility toward you, but she did not know how to explain it. She could only smile awkwardly. Wanwan wanted ice cream. He went to line up and buy her some. Of course, Doushou noticed Shen Youchu's expression. That only made her angrier. Her sister Shen had always been gentle and quietly aloof. Now, that gentle reserve carried a trace of timidity. Zhao Chuku could feel it. Not wanting to frighten the child, Zhao Chuku could only snort and return to her seat. Inside, though, she gritted her teeth and wanted to kill you. Zhao Chuku was about to speak, when she suddenly stopped. Her gaze sharpened. She stared toward the milk tea shop entrance. Shen Youchu froze. Her expression grew even more awkward. She thought you had arrived, which was why Chuku was glaring so fiercely. Just as she turned to look, a somewhat shrill voice rang out behind her. Zhao Chuku, you have time to drink milk tea. You have time to drink milk tea. Have you finished the work I assigned you? Liu Li, will you give it a rest? It's my day off. Zhao Chuchu's face darkened, like an angry little cat with its fur standing on end. She glared at the woman speaking. Shen Youchu turned around and saw that it was Liu Li, a popular young star from Shen Youchu's former company. Liu Li was also known as a powerhouse singer. Well, if it isn't Sister Shen. Sister Shen, shouldn't you be at home, obediently serving your husband and raising your child? What are you doing out here looking for Chuku? Liu Li's eyes were smiling, but her words dripped with mockery. Before Shen Youchu could say anything, Zhao Chuku exploded first. Liu Li, mind your own business. It's not a work day. Stop making snide remarks. Sister Shen, let's go. There's a rabid dog barking here, and it's ruining our mood. With that, Zhao Chuku picked up Wanwan and took Shen Youchu's hand to leave, but Liu Li stepped in front of them, blocking their way. She looked at Shen Youchu, one brow twitching slightly, then smiled again. Oh, Sister Shen, why have you gotten so thin? Is life treating you badly? If things are tough, just tell me. I might even give you a handout. I'm just so kind-hearted after all. Look at Chuku. She's doing grunt work for me now, and she's doing quite well. Isn't that right, Chuku? Zhao Chuchu's face turned livid. She stared at Liu Li without saying a word. Shen Youchu abruptly turned to Zhao Chuku. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Doing odd jobs meant hard, menial labor. How could the company make Chuku do that? But this was clearly not the time to ask. Shen Youchu turned back, her gaze at Liu Li now laced with anger. But just as she was about to speak, Zhao Chuku spoke first. My contract with the company ends at the end of this month. I'll resign when it does. I only hope certain people don't fall harder the higher they climb. If Sister Shen makes a comeback, certain people will wake up screaming from their dreams. Liu Li was taken aback. Shen Youchu really did cast a shadow over her. After all, Shen Youchu had outshone her for a full year and a half. Back when Shen Youchu was around, who even knew who Liu Li was? But Liu Li quickly began to smile. She looked at Shen Youchu with contempt. A comeback? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. What company would dare sign a washed-up artist with a child? Speaking of children, Shen Youchu, your kid is quite pretty. You could consider raising her to be the next big young star. As Liu Li spoke, she got so carried away that she reached out, wanting to pinch Wanwan's little cheek. Get your filthy hands away from her. If you dare touch her, I'll make you regret it. Your eyes flashed with menace. You strode quickly to Shen Youchu's side and handed the ice creams to the three of them. Then you faced Liu Li, shielding Shen Youchu and Wanwan behind you. Liu Li jumped in fright. Her body instinctively retreated to steps. Apparently, you were quite intimidating when angry, but she quickly steadied herself. When she looked closely at you, she suddenly laughed. So it's this pretty boy. You useless piece of trash. I was wondering who it was. So it's you. What? You want to hit someone in public? You frowned. Then you turned to Shen Youchu. Your eyes held a question, clearly asking where this shrew had come from. She's a singer from my former company. I didn't expect to run into her here either. When you got angry, perhaps others were not afraid, but Shen Youchu was somewhat afraid. When she saw you looking at her, she lowered her head slightly. Seeing Shen Youchu like this, your brow furrowed even deeper. You sighed inwardly. Without asking Shen Youchu anything further, you turned around. You looked down at Liu Li. A singer. Sorry, I've never heard of you, and I don't know you. I only know that a good dog gets out of the way. Move aside. You said it with complete seriousness. At that, Liu Li's voice became even shriller. You should know your place. Do you think I don't know? You've been sucking up to Yi Qian and Chen Shuai from the Huayin boy band every day, buying them drinks day after day, and now you're acting tough in front of me. You thought carefully about those two names, At last, you remembered who they were. They had been members of the original owner's former boy band. After leaving the industry, the original owner had wanted to make a comeback. He really had often bought them drinks to curry favor, but they couldn't care less about him. I'm not familiar with those two either. If you keep harassing us, don't blame me for calling security. Liu Li shot you a vicious glare, but obediently stepped aside. You took Shen Youchu's hand, then signaled Zhao Chuku to follow. You headed straight outside, but as you passed Liu Li, she suddenly spoke to Shen Youchu again. What a shame. Too bad someone will never sing again. Shen Youchu, my new song comes out at the end of this month. With that, Liu Li laughed gleefully. How could Shen Youchu possibly compare to me? Liu Li's snide voice echoed in their ears. Zhao Chuku wanted nothing more than to rush over and slap her. She knew Sister Shen loved singing, yet now she couldn't sing anymore. Those words were cruel, twisting the knife in her heart. Your steps stopped as well. You gave Liu Li a long, deep look. Then, expressionless, you continued walking out. Shen Youchu said nothing. She only pressed her lips together lightly. But then, a young child's voice suddenly rang out. It was crisp and resolute. My mommy sings better than you. You're a bad lady. Everyone was stunned. No one expected the little girl to speak up for her mother now. You froze for only a second. Then you smiled and ruffled the little girl's hair. You secretly thought, impressive. That's my daughter. You had still been a little angry. But the moment Wanwan spoke, all the anger in your heart vanished without a trace. Ignoring Liu Li's reaction, the four of you left that trouble-filled place. The group arrived at a restaurant. Shen Youchu and Zhao Chuku began chatting. They had been walking the whole time, and Shen Youchu had worries she hadn't asked about. Now that they were finally seated, with no outsiders around, she took Zhao Chuchu's hand. She finally asked the question that had been on her mind. Chuku, how did you end up running errands for Liu Li? And what about Sister Yun? What is she doing now? Sister Yun had once been Shen Youchu's manager. She was nearly 40, but she had always been kind to Shen Youchu. At Shen Youchu's questions, Zhao Chuku couldn't hide her dejection. After you left, Sister Yun was fired not long afterward. She searched for work for a long time, but found nothing. Then her mother fell ill and was hospitalized. She had to stay at the hospital to care for her. She could only find work as a nanny. Shen Youchu never expected Sister Yun to have fallen this far. Her vision blurred slightly. She could vaguely see Sister Yun back then, handling everything with swift efficiency. Both women fell silent. Shen Youchu pressed her lips together. She knew it was all her fault. If not for her own recklessness, Sister Yun would not be like this. Sister Yun had defied the company's orders for her so many times. When Shen Youchu still had a promising future, the company naturally said nothing. But she had simply quit and walked away without a second thought. One could imagine how the company treated Sister Yun afterward. The atmosphere turned heavy. After they hurried through their meal, Zhao Chuku spoke with Shen Youchu a while longer, then hurried away. Shen Youchu remained deeply downcast. The three of you had planned to take Wanwan to the amusement park that afternoon. But now, she had no desire to have fun. Naturally, you could sense how she felt. You wanted to say something, but in the end, the words never came out. Truthfully, you did not understand either. Why? Shen Youchu had once seemed utterly bewitched into marrying you. The original owner did not know, and you knew even less. Shen Youchu wanted to go home. She wanted some time alone, but when she saw Wanwan's expectant eyes, she could not bear to disappoint her. So, Wanwan would not be disappointed. The three of you went to the amusement park after all. The little girl was thrilled. It was her first time at an amusement park. She grabbed your hand and tried to rush inside. Shen Youchu also forced herself to perk up. She did not want Wanwan to remember her first trip to the amusement park someday as a day when her mother was sad. The family started with the carousel. Then they enjoyed several more rides. Before they knew it, the sky had grown dark. Rainbow lights came on throughout the park. Their final ride was the Ferris wheel. When you opened the door and climbed into the cabin with Wanwan and Shen Youchu, Wanwan was already fast asleep in your arms. The Ferris wheel slowly rose. The buildings glittering with rainbow lights below gradually shrank. But what you did not know was that this was also Shen Youchu's first visit to an amusement park, and her first time riding a Ferris wheel. Her almond-shaped eyes gazed curiously beyond the cabin. They sparkled brightly. She watched the view outside. You watched her, perhaps sensing your gaze. The tips of her ears slowly reddened. She gave you a coy little eye roll. It was the first time you had seen that look in her eyes, and you could barely handle it. The Ferris wheel's lights fell across her thin face. Suddenly, the sight was almost dazzling. The Ferris wheel continued its slow ascent. The next moment, from all around the castle, almost at once, fireworks soared into the sky together. At the moment the fireworks blossomed, you clearly saw a breathtaking smile bloom across Shen Youchu's face. It was a smile from the bottom of her heart. You could only stare, entranced. The Ferris wheel slowly reached its highest point. The fireworks were even clearer here. Shen Youchu's lovely face was even more captivating. You don't need to be afraid like before anymore. Amid the fireworks, your voice was soft. Shen Youchu did not hear clearly. She turned to look at you, her eyes questioning. You did not look at her. You kept watching the brilliant fireworks overhead, and said softly, "You're too gentle. That isn't good. People will take advantage of you. You don't need to be afraid like you used to be. I know. You want to sing. And I know there are many things you want to do. Go after them without worry. I'll take care of Wanwan." Shen Youchu did not respond. When you turned to her, two glistening trails of tears already ran down her face. She pressed her lips together, staring at you without blinking. The intense hurt and turmoil in her eyes felt as though they would drown you. You immediately grew nervous. You could not understand why. When everything had been fine, she suddenly began to cry. "Who are you?" Shen Youchu kept staring intently at you. Her almond eyes were clouded with tears. Her clear voice was quiet, yet it thundered in your heart. Suddenly, silence settled over the cabin. Even the fireworks seemed to have gone quiet. Only after a long while did you give her a gentle smile. Then you spoke, your voice suddenly a little hoarse. "I'm Lu Fan." Shen Youchu continued looking at you. Your smile sent her heartbeat into disarray, like a startled deer pounding in her chest. Your answer was even more unexpected. She looked into your clear, shining eyes, and her tears suddenly fell faster. She hugged her knees, burying her face. She sobbed softly, then spoke. "That's right. You are Lu Fan. You're not him. Who else could you be? Let me tell you a cliché story. There was once a little girl in an orphanage. She was very timid, but at that orphanage, there was always a boy 1 year older who protected her. One day, a group of boys bullied her. That boy shielded her behind him, but was left bruised and battered. To her, back then, that boy 1 year her senior was her whole world. But after that, he disappeared. Then, after she grew up, she saw him again, and got her wish to marry him. After hearing this, you were left speechless. At last, you understood a few things." Shen Youchu raised her head. Her eyes were blurred with tears, and she looked so lonely and fragile. She had finally revealed the secret buried in her heart. No one understood her stubbornness. Everyone believed he was not worth her devotion. Only she believed it was worth it. But the outcome had been so terrible. She had regretted it countless times. Until the current you appeared. She asked him who he was. He said he was Lu Fan. That was enough. Suddenly, you understood Shen Youchu's feelings. Seeing the tenderness and affection in your eyes, Shen Youchu could not hold back any longer. She threw herself straight into your arms, competing with Wanwan for a place in your embrace. As she sobbed quietly, Wanwan was awakened by the noise, her eyes still bleary with sleep. She looked at her mother in confusion. Her mother had taken her spot. The little girl froze for only a moment, then happily wrapped one arm around Daddy, and the other around Mommy. Smack, smack. She planted a kiss on each of their cheeks. Today was the best day of Wanwan's life. You looked at the big and little beauties in your arms, and could not help laughing. Life was heading in a better direction. That was enough. Though some plans needed changing. The fireworks gradually faded. The Ferris wheel slowly descended to the ground. Shen Youchu carried Wanwan and walked ahead. You followed behind, watching Shen Youchu stride along like the wind. You rubbed your nose. After getting off the Ferris wheel, Shen Youchu left your arms. In an instant, she seemed to return to her usual coldness toward you. Shen Youchu was very nervous. Even the arms cradling Wanwan were stiff with tension. Her earlobes and cheeks felt hot. She had actually stayed in your arms for so long, even nuzzling against you like a young girl. How mortifying. You must be secretly laughing at her. When she had just stepped out of the Ferris wheel, she saw the hidden amusement on your face. At that thought, Shen Youchu quickened her pace even more. She was practically speed walking. You had no idea why this woman suddenly had so much energy. You had to jog just to keep up. Not until you left the amusement park did Shen Youchu show any sign of slowing down. You could only call out to stop her. Hey, are you planning to walk home? Let's get a taxi here. Only then did Shen Youchu stop. She stood by the roadside without looking at you. She was even more certain you were laughing at her behind her back. Damn it, this was even more embarrassing. After waiting a long time, you finally got a taxi. For the first time, you considered buying a car. Once home, you carried Wanwan to her room and tucked her in. Then you hurried to the bedroom. The moment you lay down, you quickly fell asleep. Unlike your peaceful sleep, Shen Youchu tossed and turned. Lying in bed, whenever she closed her eyes, images would involuntarily rise in her mind. Scenes from the amusement park that day. Annoyed, Shen Youchu pulled the blanket over her face. She tried to force herself to sleep, but her constantly fluttering lashes gave away. How unsettled her heart was. 6 in the morning. As usual, you woke on time. You ran, washed up, cooked, and woke Wanwan. With the whole routine done, Shen Youchu still had not come out of her room. Looking at the tightly shut master bedroom door, you scratch your head. Looks like we got home pretty late last night. She was still asleep at this hour. You had no intention of waking her. You would just save her some breakfast. Then you washed and put away the used dishes. When you came out of the kitchen, Shen Youchu was up as well. Her lovely face slightly flushed, she crossed the living room and went to the bathroom to wash up. Do you still want to sing? You asked. At the sound of your voice, Shen Youchu paused slightly. For a long moment, she did not respond. Holding your phone, you leaned against the bathroom doorframe and quietly waited for her answer. A moment later, her soft voice finally sounded beside you. I do. Just one word. There was no further explanation. To Shen Youchu, her life now was already more than she had dared imagine over the past 2 years. Singing was a faraway dream, one she could only bury in her heart. You did not ask more. You simply nodded, then took your phone back to the spare bedroom and searched through your direct messages. Your inbox had long since exploded. Since posting your first video, you had only skimmed through them once and never looked again. Finding anything now was difficult, but you silently scrolled through the screen, patiently sorting through them one by one. Finally, your eyes lit up. You opened one of the messages at random, reading its contents. Your fingers unconsciously tapped the screen. After giving it some thought, your original purpose in posting videos had only been to make money. Once you had earned enough, you would make sure Wanwan and Shen Youchu were settled, then leave once everything was in place. But after what happened yesterday, you changed your mind. The message was simple. Fanxing Entertainment sincerely invites you to join our team. Fanxing Entertainment sincerely invites you to join our team. With your musical talent, we will, as quickly as possible, make you a top-tier superstar. Fanxing Entertainment's contact number was at the end of the message. Fanxing Entertainment was one of Weibo's 3 entertainment giants. You did not hesitate. You entered Fanxing Entertainment's contact number and called. The call was answered after only a few rings. A poised, authoritative woman's voice came through the receiver. Hello. Hello. Who is this? Hello. My account name is Bufon. I received your company's invitation message. Is now a convenient time to talk? At that moment, at the headquarters in distant Modu, Lixia received the call. She froze for a moment. She had not expected the creator called Bufon to actually call her. After all, several days had passed since she sent the invitation. She thought he had no interest in entering show business. Hello, are you still there? When the other end went silent, you asked again. Lixia suddenly came to her senses. A delighted smile spread across her face. Over the past few days, the hottest name online was undoubtedly this mysterious man, Mr. Bufon. I am the Deputy Director of Human Resources and Administration at Fanxing Entertainment. Lixia, would you like to join Fanxing Entertainment? Director Li, I am sorry, but I have no plans to enter show business for now. However, I would like to recommend a singer to you. Would your company be interested? Lixia could not hide her disappointment. She shook her head with a wry smile. Bufon was the one she wanted. Mr. Bufon, here is the situation. I am only a deputy director. If you were joining us, then with your reputation, I could approve it myself. But if it is someone else, it is more complicated. You do not need to worry about that. The singer I am recommending is absolutely first-rate. Besides, I will compose and write songs for her. Mr. Buffon, I understand what you mean. I will discuss it with management. All right, then I will wait for your news. 5 hours later, she called back. Mr. Buffon, we have discussed it. We can allow the person you recommend to join the company. However, management's position is that you only have 2 songs out at present, and one of them is a children's song. Please do not misunderstand. Both songs are excellent, but management would still like to see more of your composing ability. Would that be possible? Just as expected, 2 songs alone were not enough to convince them of your ability. Composing, is it? Sure. Your answer was short and direct. Li Xia had been feeling uneasy, but hearing Buffon agree so readily, she felt a measure of relief. She had spent all day working on this. She believed in Buffon's talent, but management still had doubts. In the end, the company agreed to give Buffon a chance. As it happened, Huayin had recently set several entertainment companies a difficult challenge. Because of this challenge, they recently invited many songwriters and composers, but unfortunately none were good enough. They were all rejected in the end. If Buffon could solve this problem, the company would never doubt him again. Mr. Buffon, could we meet to discuss the details? We will still need you to come here to write lyrics and compose music on the spot. Li Xia spoke with great sincerity. She also wanted to meet this mysterious man and see what he actually looked like. You thought it over. Other than looking after the child at home, you had nothing else to do. So you readily agreed. All right. When and where? Modu. It would be best if you came tomorrow. After all, the sooner you come, the better it will be for you. It will better demonstrate your worth. Then tomorrow afternoon, after the call ended, you booked a 10 o'clock flight for the next morning. Before long, you fell into a deep sleep. When Shen Youchu returned with Wanwan, she found you sound asleep. Wanwan walked over to the sofa and gently nestled into your arms. In your dream, you only felt a little kitten rubbing against your face. You could barely breathe and jolted awake. Wanwan's cheerful laughter rang in your ears. You looked down and realized it was your precious daughter, pinching your nose with her soft little hand. Daddy, it is time to eat. You smiled knowingly. Suddenly, this kind of life felt rather wonderful. The aroma of food drifted in from the dining room, making your stomach growl. Shen Youchu then emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 bowls of rice. She glanced at you and softly said, "You had not woken up, so I made dinner." The dishes looked, smelled, and tasted delicious. Just looking at it made you hungry. Hearing your praise, Shen Youchu grew a little shy. She nodded and returned to the kitchen, then brought another bowl of rice to the table. As the family ate, you placed a piece of crispy pork in Wanwan's bowl. Then you turned to Shen Youchu and said, "I have to go away tomorrow. I do not know how many days it will take to return." Shen Youchu was drinking soup. When she suddenly heard that, she choked at once and could not stop coughing. Concerned, you quickly handed her a tissue. Shen Youchu took it, turning away to wipe her mouth. Hearing that you were suddenly leaving, she truly felt flustered. She did not know whether she should ask where you were going. Just a week ago, she had wanted to run away from you. Yet now that she heard you were leaving, she instinctively did not want you to go. Wanwan was the one who finally asked, "Where are you going, Daddy?" You ruffled her little head. "Daddy is going to find Mommy a job." Then you looked at Shen Youchu. "I am sorry. I did not ask your opinion before making the decision for you. Before, nothing had been finalized, so I did not tell you. Now the company has asked me to go discuss it. If this works out, you will be able to make your comeback openly. Fanxing Entertainment should be a good choice." He was letting her sing again. Shen Youchu instinctively looked at you. You were utterly serious. As your eyes met, mist welled up in Shen Yuchu's almond-shaped eyes. Her eyes reddened slightly. Her beautiful gaze suddenly became as gentle as water. You could not quite handle that. You quickly lowered your head and focused on eating. Shen Youchu had never imagined that one day she would truly be able to sing again. And this man had chosen that path for her of his own accord. "Thank you. I love singing. I love it so much." Shen Youchu spoke softly, her voice growing firmer. She loved singing, and she wanted Chuku and Sister Yun to have better lives, so they would not be bullied anymore. Ever since meeting Zhao Chuku, she had been worrying about them. "No need to thank me. You love it. That is enough for me." You looked up with a gentle smile. The next morning, you two should head back. It will only be a day or two at most. Then I will be back. Do not worry. You hailed a taxi to the airport, then turned to Shen Youchu and said. Shen Youchu nodded. There was unexpected reluctance in her eyes. Not long ago, she had been desperate to escape you. Yet in only a few short days, she had become reluctant to see you leave. You are only leaving for 2 days. Why make it seem like a final farewell? You steeled yourself and did not look at her again. You turned and got into the taxi. The car drove away. The two figures in the rearview mirror slowly grew smaller. You closed your eyes, unable to name what you were feeling. 3 hours later, you stepped off the plane and immediately felt Moda's bustling energy. Compared with Jiangsheng, there were simply too many people here. Amid the surging crowd, you struggled to move forward. Not until you reached exit 5 did you finally breathe a little easier. Standing at the exit, you looked over the crowds outside holding signs, searching for your own name. Before arriving, you had arranged a time with Licia. She would meet you here at the exit. There were too many people holding signs, and many were fans meeting their idols. It took you a long time before you finally spotted a tall woman in a business suit. She was holding a sign with Bufen's name on it. You quickly walked over, waving to her. Hello, are you Director Li? I am Bufan. My real name is Lu Fan. Sorry to keep you waiting. Licia looked at the man before her. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, but she concealed it well. She knew you were young, but never expected you to be this young. You looked like a fresh college graduate, and you had the perfect face to be a star. Licia could not help feeling regretful. If only she could sign you. That would be wonderful. Hello, I am Licia. There are too many people here. My car is in the underground parking garage. It is lunchtime now. Let us find somewhere to eat, then discuss the details. All right. You nodded and walked out beside Licia. Licia was clearly a seasoned professional. As you walked, she kept finding topics to discuss with you. She had assumed someone your age would not be much of a conversationalist. But after speaking with you, she found you could actually keep up with her topics. You spoke with ease and confidence. Nothing like the shy young men she usually met. That made Licia think even more highly of you. Truly capable people can thrive anywhere. Of course, you had no idea that Licia had raised her opinion of you once more. If you had known, you would have been speechless. After all, you had memories from 2 lifetimes. Together, you were already over 50 years old. If you lacked even that much social awareness, you might as well go hang yourself. The two of you got in the car. You gazed at Moda's bustling streets outside. Licia occasionally introduced you to local attractions. Before long, you arrived at a distinctive local restaurant. While waiting for the food, Licia finally brought up business. I will call you Mr. Lu. Who are you recommending this time? An unknown singer or a professional one? Director Li, have you heard of Shen Youchu? She used to be a singer, but she left the industry later on. Now, she is making a comeback. As the conversation turned serious, your expression grew solemn as well. Licia frowned slightly. She had heard Shen Youchu's songs. She had been a hugely popular young star 2 years ago, and her vocal skills were indeed excellent. But the reason for her frown was this. Shen Youchu had been forced out of the industry when her relationship was exposed, and the man she had been dating seemed to be a useless pretty boy. That would be difficult to handle. Licia thought for a moment, tucking a loose lock of hair behind her ear, before fixing her eyes on you. I know of her. What is your relationship with her, Mr. Lu? Do you know why she left the industry? Looking into Licia's eyes, you replied calmly. We are married. She is my wife. Even the seasoned Licia, upon hearing your answer, could not help staring in astonishment. He was the infamous pretty boy. You have got to be kidding. Could Shen Youchu have divorced that man? Seeing Licia's expression, you guessed what she was thinking. With a wry smile, you said, You are right. I am the one whose relationship with her was exposed back then. The one who left the industry with her. Licia suddenly did not know what to say. She had heard of Shen Youchu, but she did not know whom Shen Youchu had been with. Your old idol group lived off its looks. Naturally, she had never paid it any attention. Now she was even beginning to wonder whether you had really written those to songs. You did not give her time to dwell on it. Seeing the conflict on her face, you continued. Is it difficult for her to join your company? If it truly puts you in a difficult position, I will find another way. And my request is not simply for her to join your company. I also want her, at your company, to have the best resources and complete freedom. The contract cannot restrict her either. At the end of the day, it comes down to benefits. I believe that with my help, Fanxing Entertainment will reach even greater heights. I still hope you will consider this carefully. You said it all in one breath, then calmly lifted your glass and took a sip. Licia looked grave, clearly troubled by the request. She said, "At the end of the day, we have never worked together. Based solely on the 2 songs you released. Those 2 songs alone do not justify terms this generous. I recognize Shen Youchu's singing ability, but the entertainment industry demands more than vocal skill. I believe you understand that too. Helping her make a comeback would not be difficult, but the top resources and contractual freedom you want are terms we have practically never offered anyone. Please let us discuss this matter further." This is not a small matter. Licia did not explicitly refuse, but everything she said suggested it was nearly impossible. You can discuss it. Let me make my position clear as well. I can do more than solve the problem you are facing now. Whenever you need songs in the future, or even scripts, no matter the genre, as long as you ask, I can provide them. I sincerely hope we can work together successfully. You invited me here this time because you wanted to see what I can do, did you not? Well, I am here. Why not decide after you have seen my ability? You said calmly, looking completely confident. Licia gave you a long look. She had never met anyone so confident before. This was the legendary pretty boy. People truly were blind. After the meal, Licia hurried away. She needed to discuss it with the company. Before leaving, she gave you a room key card. "Wait for my call." Those were her final words before she left. You returned to your hotel room, washed up quickly, then lay on the bed and thought. If Fanxing did not work out, you would approach other companies, and if none of them worked, you would just earn more money, work a little harder, and start your own company. Then quietly build Shen Youchu's career from the ground up. You did not notice at all that your mindset had changed without you realizing it. At first, you had only wanted to coast through life. Now, you were running around for Shen Youchu. In that short time together, you had begun thinking more and more about what was best for them. Without realizing it, you had become part of this little family. Licia called at 3 that afternoon. She was already downstairs. She said you needed to go with her to Fanxing Tower. You said nothing more, and went straight downstairs to meet Licia. Fanxing Entertainment's headquarters was located in Modu's most prosperous district. The entire tower belonged to Fanxing Entertainment. On the 18th floor of Fanxing Tower, Chairman Li Jian, Human Resources Director Zhang Hao, and several other Fanxing Entertainment managers were present. Zhang Hao looked displeased. I have no doubts about Deputy Director Li's professional ability, but this time, I think she is placing far too much importance on this Lu Fan. He used to be a nobody, an artist with no credits, no reputation, and no backing. Now he is making such outrageous demands. I think we are wasting our time. In response to Zhang Hao's complaints, Li Qian waved a hand, a kindly smile on his face. We should give young people a chance. Let us see his talent first. If he is not up to it, I am sure my daughter will have nothing more to say. Seeing the chairman's kindly expression, Zhang Hao could only swallow his frustration. But inwardly, he grumbled. Is it not only because she is your daughter? You are clearly playing favorites. Seeing Zhang Hao's aggrieved look, Li Qian smiled again. As the company's chairman, he would not simply agree with everything his daughter said. In truth, he had heard those 2 songs as well. The only word for them was perfect. But he had no reason to explain that to Zhang Hao. As for whether those songs had truly been written by Lu Fan himself, they would soon find out what he was really made of. At that moment, Licia brought you into the reception room. From the moment you entered, you saw quite a few celebrities hugely popular in this world. Every one of them stood at the top of their field. It truly was one of the industry's 3 giants. The sheer luxury of the place gave it an undeniably prestigious air. The moment you entered the reception room, you felt every eye in the room turn toward you. Their gazes held all manner of emotions. You casually took a seat for guest. Facing the entire group alone, your expression remained calm. Li Qian could not help feeling a touch of admiration. For such a young man, he remained so poised before such an imposing crowd. That was a good first impression. All right, now that the man in question is here, let us begin. Mr. Lu, correct. We discussed your demands in a meeting. We can sign Shen Youchu. and give her top-tier resources. But we cannot give her complete contractual freedom. That is something we simply cannot do. No company signs contracts that way. You understand what I mean, right? You nodded. Of course, you understood. So, how long would the contract be? Li Qian chuckled and looked directly at you. 5 years. We will train her with the best resources available. And whatever songs she wants to release or events she wants to attend. We will not restrict her. You frowned slightly. You did not fear his gaze in the least, and met his eyes directly. 5 years is too long. I believe in my ability. With your resources and my talent, she will be a top star within a year. Maybe not even that long. So, 2 years is the most I can agree to. In the remaining year, I will bring your company more than enough profit. For those 2 years, you will not need to worry about Shen Youchu's songs, and I can write songs for Fanxing Entertainment for free. Though the number will be limited, anyone can talk big. A top star within a year. Are you dreaming? The moment you finished speaking, a bald man seated beside Li Xia gave a scornful laugh. He looked at you contemptuously as he spoke. You only glanced at him. You ignored him, and kept your eyes on Li Qian. Li Qian narrowed his eyes, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. The smile on his face grew more pronounced. Confidence is a good thing in a young man. 2 years is not impossible, but it all depends on your ability. We invited you here this time, partly to discuss our partnership, but Huayin has recently announced a nationwide event, and every company is required to participate. Only one song can be selected. I want to win it. Do you have what it takes? You nodded slightly, thinking, is this not exactly why I came? Deputy Director Li will brief you on the event details. Then I will await your good news. As long as your song is approved, I can sign the contract immediately. Li Qian smiled softly, making his final decision. With everything settled, you relaxed. You rose and shook Li Qian's hand, then left the reception room with Li Xia. Li Xia felt a little wistful. She had not expected her father to accept such outrageous terms. But this event truly was important. It was an event organized by the authorities. The company whose song was selected would naturally earn official favor. The benefits spoke for themselves. When Li Xia looked at you, her gaze was complicated. She truly hoped you would make a spectacular splash. That would prove her judgment had been right. Then, the gossip around the company would disappear on its own. Take a look. These are the event guidelines. You only have 3 days to write it. I hope you can pull it off. I also hope our partnership succeeds. Li Xia took a document envelope from a drawer, handed it to you, and said, you opened the envelope. A bold heading filled the page. Ordinary heroes. The moment you saw those words, your expression immediately turned solemn. You continued reading. The office was silent. Only the sound of you turning pages remained. It was the most serious you had looked since crossing into this world. You turned another page. Several photographs lay beneath it. The first showed doctors and nurses in protective gear. The second showed 3 firefighters. Behind them was a fire that had been put out. The third showed several soldiers, seen only from behind. Their faces could not be seen. The fourth showed a classroom on the verge of collapse. A teacher held a child in his arms, passing the child to someone outside. Behind him, there was no one left. He was the last one. After reading every document, you carefully arranged them, put them away, and drew a deep breath. At that moment, Li Xia broke the silence in the office. Well, can you do it? You only have 3 days. Huayin will end the selection process in 3 days. You nodded. Do not worry. Leave it to me. Within 3 days, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. With that, you put away the documents and rose to your feet. That settles it. Prepare some manuscript paper for me. I will return to the hotel and work on it. I will see you out. She did not hesitate. She knew writing a great song in 3 days would be difficult. At 9 that evening, after showering, you sat at the desk. You spread the manuscript paper across it, picked up your pen, and thought in silence. After thinking for a long time, you finally made your choice. This is the one. Just be ordinary. The next day, after a simple breakfast, you did not notify Li Xia. You took a taxi alone to Fanxing Entertainment. Li Xia was still busy working in her office. She was stunned when you suddenly appeared. You actually have time to come here. You only have 3 days, man. Should you not be working on the song? What song? It is finished. You smiled at Li Xia's stunned expression and handed her the manuscript. Take a look first. Do you think this song will work? Licia stared at you as though you were a monster. The normally cool, capable woman rarely lost control of her emotions like this. Was this some kind of joke? What good song could anyone write in one night? Was he just trying to fool her with something thrown together? Frowning, Licia took the manuscript paper. Yesterday, she had thought this young man was steady and exceptional. Today, he seemed determined to prove her wrong. She wanted to see what he had produced in a single night. Licia lowered her gaze to the manuscript. When she saw the title, she remained perfectly calm. But then, as she slowly finished reading the lyrics, she was utterly stunned. What incredible lyrics were these? They spoke of ordinary people everywhere, yet revealed greatness in every line. The entire song never once mentions the word hero, yet the lyrics struck straight at the theme. Licia then eagerly turned to the score. A moment later, she suddenly looked up at you. Her eyes shone brightly. Did you really write this in one night? You rubbed your nose. What else? I stayed up all night writing it. So, is this song good enough? Licia's eyes shone even more brightly. She stared at you intently. You are incredible. My choice was right after all. Can you sing it for me? I want to hear how it sounds sung aloud. You nodded and closed your eyes. After gathering your emotions, you began to sing softly. Perhaps one day, we will go far away. Perhaps we will meet again. When you finished, Licia was still lost in the song. Only when you gave to soft coughs did she finally snap back to herself. Flustered, she wiped the tears from her face. Her eyes shone even brighter. They shone so brightly that you could barely meet her gaze. You could only ask, somewhat uncertainly, whether it was good enough. It is more than good enough. Young Lu, I never expected you to give us such an enormous surprise. The office door suddenly opened. Li Qian walked in, applauding as he came. His face showed obvious delight. Behind him came Zhang Hao, the head of human resources. Zhang Hao's face was filled with shock. He could hardly believe it. How long had it even been? Yet you had truly written a song, and such a flawless one at that. Dad, why did you come in without knocking? Seeing who had arrived, Licia looked flustered. She secretly wiped away the tear marks on her face again. She called out to Li Qian in displeasure. But Li Qian showed no remorse at all. He merely kept smiling. Yet the way he looked at his precious daughter was rather strange. How long had it been since he had seen his daughter act so bashful and feminine? If I had not come, how would I have known that young Lu had written such a wonderful song? You were a little speechless. Just like that, you had gone from Mr. Lu to young Lu. You could not help grumbling inwardly. A businessman, indeed. Anyone who could bring him profit was practically family. You flatter me, Chairman Li. I am glad you are satisfied. You said, I am extremely satisfied. Now that you have the song, young Lu, as long as Huayin selects it, we will immediately sign Shen Youchu's contract. For now, let us sign a cooperation agreement first. That will put your mind at ease, will it not? Li Qian nodded with a smile. You finally breathed a sigh of relief. You knew in your heart that this was almost a sure thing. The group signed the cooperation agreement on the spot. As long as the song was selected, the partnership you had discussed with Fanxing Entertainment would begin immediately. After the signing, you bade Li Qian farewell. Chairman Li, now that everything is settled, I will be on my way. All right, I hope we work well together in the future. You nodded slightly, took the agreement, and turned toward the office door. Let me drive you back. Seeing that you were about to leave, Licia suddenly said. You noticed she had barely dared to look at you. She seemed ashamed of acting like a starstruck fan earlier. It embarrassed her somewhat. That was quite embarrassing for a woman like her. But now, you were leaving. From her expression, you seemed to glimpse a trace of inexplicable reluctance. Do you not still have work to finish? Little Lu is not a child. Why do you need to keep seeing him off? You had just turned around, and had not yet spoken. Li Qian, seated across from you, suddenly spoke first. You could only smile gratefully at Licia. Thank you for the offer, Director Li. I can take a taxi back myself. With that, you turned and walked out of the office. You gently closed the door behind you, then strode away. Inside the office, Licia was like an angry little cat. Dad, what was that about? He just brought us the song, and you immediately sent him away. Who does that? Zhang Hao, who was still in the room, saw the scene, and suddenly felt his skin crawl. He swallowed and hurriedly said, I still have some work to handle. I will take my leave first. Before Li Qiang could respond, Zhang Hao darted out in a flash, shutting the door tightly behind him. Only once outside did he wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Li Qiang looked at his daughter. He did not get angry. He merely spoke earnestly. Xiaoya, you are not getting any younger. It is time you found someone. That Lu boy is quite good. But do not forget, he is married, and as far as I know, he has a daughter too. Li Xia suddenly fell silent for a moment, before speaking coldly. Of course I know. I only offered because he came here at your invitation. That is all. The Ice Queen had returned to her usual frosty self. Even her father, Li Qian, was slightly intimidated by that aura. All right, as long as you know. I suddenly remembered. I have work to do too. With that, Li Qiang quickly headed out. He had barely stepped out the door when he suddenly poked his head back in. I mean it. My dear daughter, you are already 26. It really is time you found someone. Get out. Yes, ma'am. I will stop nagging. Your old man is getting out right now. You had just returned to the hotel. Before you had even picked a flight. Li Xia called. Mr. Lu. I am sorry. My father's tone was not very pleasant. I apologize on his behalf. Li Xia apologized over the phone. Her voice was somewhat cold, as though she was still angry with someone. You were a little surprised. You had not taken the matter to heart. Besides, Li Qian had already put it quite tactfully. As a capital mogul, he had already shown you plenty of respect. As for whether he meant to cast you aside once you had served your purpose, having seen all kinds of people in the capital markets, you had long understood such things. It is fine, really. I do not think he did anything wrong. Please do not dwell on it. Hearing that, Li Xia's tone softened slightly. As long as you do not mind. By the way, are you back at the hotel yet? I am already at the hotel. I am planning to pack up, then book a flight back to Jiangshang. The other end of the line fell silent for a moment. Then Li Xia spoke again. Here is the thing. Mr. Lu, you should wait another 2 days. If your song is selected, Huayin will probably need your help. After all, you wrote both the lyrics and music. You understand this song better than anyone. At Li Xia's words, your plans to go home fell through. A hollow feeling filled your heart. All right, I understand. Then I will stay a few more days. Let me know when the time comes. After ending the call with Li Xia, you put down your phone regretfully. You turned to the passing scenery beyond the window. You were missing the little one at home. Thinking of Wanwan, you did not even notice the smile that rose to your face, as though the two of you were connected by heart. Shen Youchu called at that very moment. You answered the call. Wanwan's voice immediately came through the phone. Hello. Is that Daddy? It was the little one. Even though you could not see Wanwan, an indulgent smile still spread across your face. You answered. It is Daddy. Does Wanwan miss Daddy? I miss Daddy. Mom wants to know when you are coming home. Back at home, Wanwan held the phone in both hands, curled up in Shen Youchu's arms, and spoke sweetly. A blush immediately crept across Shen Youchu's pretty face. She shot the little one a helpless glare. Wanwan had clearly been the one begging to call Daddy. Why was she dragging her into it now? She had never asked that. Then tell Mommy that Daddy cannot come home for a few more days. You chuckled to yourself, thinking, the little one must be the one who wanted you home. But she had used Shen Youchu as an excuse. Hearing this, Wanwan was clearly a little unhappy. She whined into the phone. The corner of your lips lifted slightly. You settled comfortably onto the bed and asked, Wanwan, did you eat properly today? Hearing that, Wanwan immediately looked up at her mother. Then, like a little thief, she lowered her head and whispered, I did, but Wanwan wants to eat Daddy's cooking more. The little one sounded utterly serious. So serious that Shen Youchu, secretly eavesdropping, laughed despite herself. Already tattling at such a young age, are you? She was indirectly saying her cooking was terrible. Then Shen Youchu heard, from the other end of the call, your hearty laughter. Shen Youchu's face turned even redder at once. She snatched the phone away. All right, that is enough chatting with Daddy for today. Hey, I did not ask that. I know. Everything all right at home? You smiled at her flustered explanation. Shen Youchu only grew more irritated. Are you holding back a laugh? Fine. You have only been gone 1 day. What could possibly happen? All right, enough. I am hanging up. I need to make lunch. Hey, you cannot do that. I have not talked to the little one enough yet. Bye. But Shen Youchu gave you no such chance. She hung up immediately. Her face was burning hot. If they kept talking, she feared she might want to hit someone. Seeing Wanwan still staring regretfully at the phone, Shen Youchu decided, at lunch today, she would make Wanwan's least favorite leafy greens. That is right, children cannot be picky eaters. You heard the busy tone from the receiver. Though regretful, you still wore a smile. This was the first time you had seen Shen Youchu show such a cute little flash of temper. Before, she had always seemed so repressed. How should you put it? You would have called her someone without a sense of self. But that was slowly changing. She was becoming herself again. And that was good. Waiting was agonizingly slow. In a few days, it would be August. You had already spent 2 days in Modu. During that time, you spoke with Licia several times. The relationship between you was no longer so distant. At least now. Licia no longer called you Mr. Lu every other word, which had always made you feel awkward. You still rose early for your morning runs. Everything seemed calm and peaceful. There was still no news from Huayin. All you could do was wait. On the evening of the 3rd day, you received a call that felt both strange and familiar. Hello, is that old Lu? It is Shen. At that, you quickly searched through the original owner's memories. He had been the original owner's best friend in college. Madman, long time no see. Remembering Shen's character from the original owner's memories, you spoke with a smile. Having a true friend. Seemed rather nice, too. Old Lu. What happened to you after getting married? You do not answer calls. And you do not reply to messages. Have you started looking down on your brother? From the other end of the line, Shen's reproachful voice came through. Yet beneath it was a trace of concern. And it warmed your heart. The original owner was to blame. After getting married, he had always tried to ingratiate himself with Chen Shui and Yiqian. He had not even made time for his best friend. I was wrong before. Be the bigger man and let it go. Forgive me this time. I will treat you to dinner when we meet. To make it up to you, deal? As you spoke, you silently cursed the original owner again. That idiot could not tell a true friend from a fake one. What an embarrassment to me, Lu Fan. Haha, you said it. Then we will talk when we meet next time. With that, Shen hung up. Just as you ended the call, Licia called. Huayin had selected your song. According to Licia, they spotted it at a glance, among thousands of submissions, and chose this song. Licia sounded thrilled. When she called you, she was already downstairs at your hotel. She said Huayin was preparing to film a music video and needed you, the songwriter, there to provide guidance. You went downstairs. When Licia saw you, she brushed aside the loose strands over her forehead. Her eyes shone brightly. You rubbed your nose, deliberately ignoring Licia's gaze. Let's go. It is getting late. If we finish early, we can still make it in time for lunch. Without a word, you climbed into the back seat. Was the spacious front passenger seat not big enough for you? The director in charge of Huayin's music video called me, and he could not stop praising you. So, do you have any ideas about the video or the lead singer? Do not let us down once we get there. Licia was clearly worried. You were young and had never handled anything like this. Relax. I know what I am doing. There was not the slightest sign of nerves on your face. Licia glanced at you through the rearview mirror. Seeing that you truly were not nervous, she dropped the subject. 2 hours later, the car stopped in the parking lot before an office tower. The two of you walked into the building side by side. Licia must have arranged it in advance. The moment you entered the building, a group of people immediately came to greet you. Grandpa Lin, why did you come down yourself? If my dad finds out, he will scold me to death. Licia hurried forward, took the leading elder's hand and spoke sweetly. The gesture startled you. An ice queen acting cute? Not even a god could resist that. A smile blossomed across the elder's face. His face was full of affection. Little Li, do not try that with me. Your father would dare scold you? If I do not beat him, he should count his lucky stars. The usually composed woman actually blushed. She said coyly, all right. Let us talk business. This must be young Lu. A young hero indeed. What a fine-looking young man. Hello, sir. Thank you for the compliment. I am Lu Fan. You politely nodded to the elder. Good. Talented and polite, too. No wonder you wrote a song like this. I am the director overseeing this music video. If you do not mind, you can call me Grandpa Lintu just like Licia does. Grandpa Lin, then I will not stand on ceremony. A faint smile remained on your face. Good lad. Then let us head upstairs. Lin Seeley was delighted. He had even changed how he addressed you. He took your hand and led you straight to the elevator. He had no intention of introducing the others behind him. You could only follow along. Still, you nodded in greeting to the middle-aged men. The elevator went straight to the 20th floor. The moment you stepped out, Lin Seeley pulled you into the recording studio. Little Lu, Xia says you sing very well. Could you sing something for us first? We have not heard this song since receiving it, and we have not chosen a lead singer. All right, you agreed with a nod. A cappella, or piano. This song only needs piano accompaniment. All right, now let's get down to business. Lin Seeley became much more serious. He left you alone in the recording studio and led everyone else outside. As the staff member switched on the microphone, the middle-aged men waited eagerly. You entered the recording booth, sat down, and gathered your emotions. Once you entered work mode, your entire demeanor turned serious. To those outside, inside the recording booth, your expression visibly changed. Lin Seeley nodded at the sight. Now that was a true musician. Inside, you began to play the piano. The intro to Just Be Ordinary began to play. Everyone outside held their breath, listening to the piano. They all stared wide-eyed into the studio. Here, or on the far shore, after long journeys, through reunions and partings, through sorrow and joy, people meet, then drift apart. You took a deep breath, steadying your emotions, before rising to your feet and walking out of the recording studio. The group outside was still staring at you blankly. The next moment, everyone broke into spontaneous applause. Lin Seeley rushed forward excitedly and gripped your hand. His eyes burned with excitement. Lu, that is exactly the feeling. I do not think we need to find another lead singer. You should do it. I have a feeling. This song will create a sensation online. A wave celebrating everyday heroes. That is exactly the impact we want. Those heroes who quietly serve deserve to hear it. With such lavish praise from the old man, even someone as battle-tested as you could not help blushing. Still, you shook your head. With a sincere expression, you said to Lin Seeley, Grandpa Lin, I should not be the lead singer. I have a better idea. Would you like to hear it? Lin Seeley frowned. Could there be a better lead singer than the song's own lyricist and composer? Seeing Lin Seeley was clearly reluctant, you stopped keeping him in suspense and quickly explained your idea. Here is what I am thinking. Grandpa Lin, I think this song would be better sung by children. For one thing, children's voices are clearer and more ethereal. Having children sing about unsung heroes would make the song even more moving. Hearing your explanation, Lin Seeley's eyes widened. Good heavens, was this young man some kind of genius? Why had he not thought of that? Children naturally made people feel warm and close to them. If they sang it, along with the footage he had filmed, it would absolutely move people deeply. Brilliant. No wonder he had taken a liking to this young man. Lin Seeley's gaze grew even more eager. Even the middle-aged men behind him seemed to have suddenly been enlightened. They all stared at you in disbelief. They had selected this footage from countless clips, matching it to the song's length. But they could not settle on a lead singer. Yet you solved it with a single suggestion. Lu, you truly are a rare talent. Would you be interested in working for Huayin? Do not worry. At Huayin, your talent would never go to waste. It was clear. Lin Seeley had taken a liking to your talent. He wanted to bring you onto his team, thinking it was a waste for someone like you to remain outside. No, Grandpa Lin. I am just a layabout. I am already satisfied that I could help you this time. You repeatedly waved your hands in refusal. Lin Seeley was speechless. Were slackers these days all like this? Still, he did not press the matter. After all, you were right here. It was not as if you could run away. He could always come to you next time an opportunity rose. By the time you left the Huayin building, it was somehow already 1 in the afternoon. Your head felt ready to burst. Whenever those people started talking about work, every one of them became incredibly fired up. They were practically workaholics. In the end, Li Xia had to sweetly insist that it was time for lunch. Only then did the two of you escape. Lu Fan, should you not treat me to a meal? Your collaboration with Huayin is going to make you rich. Li Xia was unusually playful. She stuck out her tongue and teased you. This cool, commanding woman was acting less and less like herself. You raised an eyebrow. You are wealthy and influential, and you still want to fleece an ordinary guy like me. Have you no shame? Cheapskate. Licia rolled her eyes at you. Then she got into the car, puffing up with indignation. You smiled and quickly followed her. The better you got to know this cool, poised woman, the more you realized how wonderful her personality was. She had none of the intimidating airs she had when you first met. Cold on the outside, warm at heart. In the end, you still could not get out of buying her a meal. Licia happily mooched a lavish feast off you. After lunch, Licia drove you to Starry Entertainment. This time, you had come to collect the contract. Your original goal, Shen Youchu's signing contract. The two of you took the elevator. For some reason, you suddenly felt that Licia did not seem very cheerful. She seemed listless. That woman had just mooched a lavish meal off you. You truly did not understand how women thought. They were far too hard to figure out. After leaving the elevator, you went straight to Li Qian's office. He had been waiting inside for quite some time. The contract was ready on his desk. With his ever-present smile, he watched you enter and said, "Young Lu, here's to a successful partnership. The contract is here. Take a look and see if anything needs to be added." You nodded, sat down at the desk, and reviewed the contract in front of him. The contract was properly drafted. There were 3 copies. It would take effect as soon as Shen Youchu signed it. Its terms were exactly as discussed before. Starry Entertainment would give Shen Youchu the best resources available, along with the greatest possible freedom. In short, Shen Youchu could do whatever she wanted, and no one could force her to do otherwise. That was exactly what you wanted. The contract term was 2 years. After that, renewing it would be entirely Shen Youchu's choice. After reviewing the entire contract, you put it away. You stood and shook Li Qian's hand. "Thank you, Chairman Li. Here's to a successful partnership." Seeing that he had offered such a contract, your opinion of Li Qian improved considerably. At least he was not like those other ruthless capitalists, whose contracts were full of traps. "No need to thank me. I value your talent, and you value our company's resources. It is simply mutually beneficial. And as for your promise to write songs for our company, I will not draw up a separate contract for that. I trust your character, young Lu." Li Qian rose as well, holding your hand as he spoke. "Of course, I will not refuse," you added, making your position clear. "Do not worry. But let me state my conditions first. I only write title tracks, and who I write for is entirely my decision. Do not send every random nobody to ask me for songs. You have the talent to back up that attitude." Li Qian's opinion of you continued to improve, but when he saw his daughter's expression beside him, he secretly sighed. What a pity. So young, yet already married. Why had he married so young? With your talent, young Lu, if our top singers were not short on songs, I would not have asked you to write for us. After all, you know that once your fame grows, everything you write will be top quality. Ordinary people will not be worthy of it. The partnership was happily finalized. Then Li Qian suddenly changed the subject. Now that you have the contract, when are you planning to head back, young Lu? You did not know why he was asking, but you answered at once. I plan to return to the hotel and pack now. I will book a flight and leave shortly. After all, there is nothing here that needs me anymore. Chairman Li, is there anything else you need from me? No. Then I wish you a safe journey home. Li Qian said with a quick smile. Yet to your eyes, that smile seemed strange. Why did hearing that you were leaving make him so happy? Without dwelling on it, you rose and said goodbye. Li Xia escorted you all the way to the hotel entrance, but did not go inside. Ever since entering Starry Entertainment, she had seemed rather downcast. Lu Fan, I will not see you off at the airport. You can get there yourself. I have something to take care of, so I will leave first. You turned and waved. All right, take care. Then you headed into the hotel. Li Xia watched your retreating figure and felt inexplicably irritated. She hit the gas and drove away. At last, you could go home. You missed your little darling so much. You quickly packed your luggage. You booked a flight, checked out, and hailed a cab in one smooth motion. At 6 that evening, your hands full of gifts, you stepped into the familiar, run-down apartment complex. Your steps became lighter without you even realizing it. When you finally opened the door to the apartment, the living room was silent. Shen Youchu and Wanwan did not seem to be home. Not seeing the people you longed to see right away, you felt a faint pang of disappointment. But the next moment, the bedroom door suddenly opened. Shen Youchu came out, rubbing her sleepy eyes, looking adorably dazed. The instant she saw you, She snapped awake. Her eyes widened as she stared at you. She wore a spaghetti strap nightgown, with one strap fallen down her arm. Her sleep-tousled hair was a mess, and her little lips were slightly parted. She was the very picture of sleeping beauty. You both froze. In the fading evening light, you simply gazed quietly at one another. Then a brilliant smile gradually spread across your face as you said, "I am home." A rosy blush slowly colored Shen Youchu's cheeks. She stood rooted to the spot, unsure what to do. Her heart fluttered nervously, yet a trace of sweetness welled up inside her. She lowered her head and answered softly, while instinctively pulling the fallen strap from her arm back onto her shoulder. "Oh, right? This is for you." You suddenly pulled a bouquet of lavender from behind your back. "I happened to see someone selling it by the roadside. It smelled lovely, so I bought a bouquet." Shen Youchu pressed her lips together. She stepped forward and gently took the lavender from your hand. Her face was already flushed crimson. It was the first bouquet of flowers you had ever given her. Lavender. Its meaning was redemption and hope. She loved it. "Thank you." Shen Youchu gathered her courage, lifted her head, and met your eyes. Her lashes fluttered softly. "Have you eaten?" You suddenly smiled. "Not yet." "You two have not eaten either, have you?" "I will make dinner." "Go wake Wanwan." Shen Youchu had intended to cook herself. You had only just returned from your trip, so you had to be exhausted after such a long day. But seeing the resolve in your eyes, and remembering that your cooking was far better than hers, she finally nodded. "I will wake Wanwan. She will be so happy to know you are back. She has been asking about you for the past 2 days." As she spoke, Shen Youchu turned and went back into the bedroom. This time, she did not close the door. She simply left it open. You looked inside. Wanwan lay sprawled on her back across the bed, sound asleep. Shen Youchu carefully lifted her up, but she did not react at all. Not until Shen Youchu carried the little one before you and kissed her little cheek did she whisper softly in her ear, "Wanwan, wake up. Daddy is home." Wanwan suddenly stirred. She slowly opened her lovely almond-shaped eyes and looked around in confusion. Then her eyes suddenly lit up. She stretched out her chubby little arms toward you, waving them eagerly. "It is Daddy. Daddy, hold me. Wanwan missed you so much." Like a little koala. Once you held her, she wrapped her arms around your neck and refused to let go. She just clung to you. Even when you went to the kitchen to cook, she would not loosen her grip and come down. In the end, Shen Youchu had to put on a stern face, then tempt her with the new toys you had bought. Before Shen Youchu finally coaxed the little girl off you and onto the sofa. As Wanwan played with her toys, her big eyes kept glancing toward the kitchen, as if afraid you would disappear again. After working away for a while, the food was served. The family sat happily around the dining table. Shen Youchu looked down to see Wanwan already clutching her little chopsticks, slurping away in huge mouthfuls. A whole strand of noodles vanished into her mouth in an instant. Her eyes had curved into happy crescents. She ate as though Shen Youchu had starved her for days. It left Shen Youchu both annoyed and helpless. Her cooking could not compare. What else could she say but admit defeat? That made Shen Youchu eat faster as well. Why was it that she and Wanwan never seemed this hungry when they were alone? But the moment he came home, they both inexplicably relaxed completely. Shen Youchu ate while letting her thoughts run wild. The thought was frightening. They had once wanted nothing more than to stay away from this man. Yet in such a short time, you had gradually won them over without them even realizing it. Only the sound of slurping remained at the table, until Shen Youchu finished eating and realized that you and Wanwan had finished long ago. The two of you were watching her in perfect unison. Shen Yuchu's pretty face flushed again. She hurriedly wiped her mouth and stood, trying to hide her embarrassment. Then she gathered the bowls and chopsticks from the table. "I will do the dishes. You spend more time with Wanwan." She stacked your bowl with the others and carried them into the kitchen. Watching Shen Youchu whisk into the kitchen like a gust of wind, you shook your head. This time, you truly had not meant to compete with her. Why was she so flustered? "Daddy, come quickly. Build blocks with Wanwan." Wanwan jumped down from her chair and pulled you by the hand toward the sofa. With your help, Wanwan built a little house from her blocks. While giggling in her sweet childish voice, you deliberately asked about things at home. The little girl answered everything without holding back, especially when it came to Shen Youchu. The little girl completely gave her mother away. "Mommy misses Daddy too. I often see Mommy watching videos of Daddy singing and smiling to herself. You secretly covered your mouth and smiled. You truly had not meant to ask about that. The problem was that Wanwan said it very loudly, without noticing at all, that Shen Youchu had already stormed out of the kitchen. Shen Youchu's pretty face was as red as a ripe apple, but her eyes were filled with icy menace. She glared down at this little traitor who had sold out her mother to please her father. Wanwan noticed that Daddy had suddenly fallen silent. She looked up in confusion and saw Mommy's bright red face. With a yelp, she hid in your arms. She kept muttering, "Mommy cannot see me." Shen Youchu could not help laughing in exasperation. She reached out and patted the little one's bottom sticking out from your arms. Yet she kept her eyes on your secretly amused face as she explained, "Do not listen to Wanwan's nonsense. I did not. You did too. Mommy is lying. Liars are not good children." Wanwan buried her little face deep in your arms and called out in a muffled voice. Shen Youchu looked ready to explode. You immediately raised both hands in surrender and fully exposed the little girl. "No, no. I believe you. A wise man knows when to yield." But poor Wanwan suffered for it. Shen Youchu promptly scooped her up and began teasing her mercilessly. The little girl's big eyes sparkled as she reached toward you, sitting primly at a distance. She never imagined you would turn around and sell her out to Mommy. For the prosperity of this family, my little darling will have to suffer a little. The family played around together for a while. In the end, Wanwan looked utterly aggrieved as she bore it all alone, quietly building blocks by herself. You ruffled her little head. Before standing up, you took a paper document envelope from your suitcase and placed it before Shen Youchu. Mission accomplished. Take a look. This is the contract from Starlight Entertainment. Shen Youchu looked at your serious expression. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, revealing the turmoil in her heart. You had only been away for a few days, yet you had truly brought back a contract for her. Shen Youchu lowered her head, picked up the envelope, and opened it. She looked through the contract inside. When she reached the final page, her hands began to tremble. This contract was beyond anything she had ever dared dream of. A dedicated studio team would handle coordination with top-tier terms. A dedicated studio team would handle coordination while granting her complete freedom. Even if she had never left the music industry and kept singing, she still would not have received a contract like this by now. Shen Youchu did not know how you had done it. In only a few days, what had you gone through? How much had you sacrificed to secure this unimaginable recording contract? Shen Youchu raised her head and stared blankly at you. Her eyes brimmed with tears. Her lips pressed tightly together as she held your gaze. A gentle smile remained on your face, as though it had all been effortless. After a long pause, Shen Youchu finally spoke softly. "Lu Fan, I would be fine even if I did not sing." Her voice was quiet, but there was not a trace of hesitation, only unwavering resolve. You frowned slightly, unable to understand. She clearly loved singing. She wanted to sing. What did this mean now? You could not understand. What on earth was going through this woman's head? Why? Have you not always wanted to sing? Now you have the opportunity. Why are you backing down? Your tone became slightly firmer. Since coming here, this was the first time you had spoken to her this way. Having been single your whole life, naturally you could not understand. Shen Youchu's thoughts were a mess. Suddenly she felt that living like this was not so bad. If she truly went back to singing, she feared things would change afterward. She feared life would never again be like it was now. Shen Youchu gently pressed her lips together again. She looked straight at you, as tears rolled down her cheeks one by one. After a moment, she finally said in a faint voice, "I am scared. I am scared that things will change for the worse." This was the first time Shen Youchu had ever openly told you what she was afraid of. You froze for a moment, then your faintly furrowed brow relaxed, and you smiled. It was a warm smile. You picked up a tissue and gently wiped the tear tracks from Shen Youchu's face. "Shen Youchu, what kind of man do you take me for? I am telling you this seriously. Go pursue your dream without worry. No matter what happens, none of this will change. After all, I am ready to be a full-time dad." Shen Youchu never expected you to say that, or to wipe away her tears yourself. Having gone so long without this kind of intimacy, Shen Youchu immediately lowered her head shyly. Her already flushed face turned bright red. She had no room left to dwell on her earlier tangled thoughts. She was still afraid of all these messy complications. But now, you understood why. Shen Youchu was probably afraid of making a change. After all, someone who had stayed home for too long would naturally feel that way. So, you spoke again. I mean it. Leave Wanwan to me. I will take good care of her. And you have seen your contract. It gives you plenty of freedom. You can come home whenever you want. Do not worry about things at home. Just take care of yourself out there. As you continued, Shen Youchu did not hear a single word. In her mind, she could only see the moment you had gently touched her face. Wanwan, on the sofa, had already begun. Secretly watching Mommy and Daddy interact, she clearly saw that on Mommy's lowered face, the corners of her lips had started to curl upward. But Daddy was still rambling on and on. She was too little to know what was happening. She only knew Mommy must be happy now, while Daddy was still worried about her. So she threw herself onto your lap, tilted up her face, and blinked her big eyes. Then she suddenly said, Daddy, Wanwan wants to sleep with Mommy and Daddy tonight. The moment she said that, you froze solid. Shen Youchu raised her head too, staring at the little girl in stunned disbelief. Her heart pounded as if it might leap out of her chest. Please, Daddy. Daddy. When you did not agree, Wanwan launched into full-on pleading mode, rolling around on your lap. You swallowed hard and turned toward Shen Youchu, whose neck had turned scarlet too. Her gaze darted away. You will have to ask your mommy whether she agrees. How was she supposed to answer that? Shen Youchu was so embarrassed she nearly fell apart. In a panic, she got up and headed for the bathroom. I am tired. I am going to wash up and get ready for bed. Shen Youchu fled in a fluster. Only you and Wanwan remained in the living room, staring at each other. You had no idea what to do. Wanwan, however, bounced up from your lap and wrapped her arms around your neck. Mommy said, we just need to get ready. Did Shen Youchu really say that? You asked, turning toward the tightly shut bathroom door. You could faintly hear washing sounds from inside. Then I suppose that means it is okay. You took a deep breath of the little girl's milky scent, trying to summon your courage. You told yourself, this is entirely for Wanwan, not for any other reason. After quite a while, Shen Youchu finally came out of the bathroom and silently returned to the bedroom. As she passed through the living room, she did not even glance toward the sofa. Only then did you stand holding Wanwan and go into the bathroom. After helping the little girl wash up, you quickly washed up yourself, then carried her back out. Only at that moment did your heart begin racing. From the living room to the master bedroom, that short distance felt like an endless walk. By the time you stepped fully into the bedroom, your mind had gone completely blank. You had never experienced anything like this in either life. Right now, you desperately wanted help. What were you supposed to do? Shen Youchu had already slipped beneath the covers. She looked as though she were asleep, lying on her side, facing inward. You could not make out her expression. Only her glistening, rosy earlobes gave away how she was feeling. You gently closed the door. The sound made Shen Youchu's body, even her belly, tremble. But she still did not get up. By now, you had completely stopped fighting it. Things had already come to this. Being nervous would not help. You just had to lie down and go with it. With that thought, you genuinely felt much more at ease. You placed Wanwan in the middle, then sat on the other side of the bed. You held Wanwan close and began telling her a bedtime story. Tonight, Daddy will tell Wanwan the story of Snow White. Your gentle voice echoed through the room. Shen Youchu's eyelashes fluttered slightly. As the story unfolded, her wildly beating heart slowly calmed down. Before long, she had drifted off without realizing it. Just like her, Wanwan slowly fell asleep to your story as well. The night had grown late. Once their breathing had gradually settled, you finally turned off the light and slipped beneath the covers. The pillow carried that familiar, delicate fragrance. For the first time, you realized that a woman's pillow could smell so lovely. You held Wanwan close beside you, surrounded by that scent. You soon fell fast asleep too. The night passed quietly. The next day, your body clock was still right on time. At 6 in the morning, you woke up. Instinctively, you held the soft, delicate body in your arms tighter, then suddenly froze. Since when had Wanwan become this big? You swallowed hard and looked beneath the covers. Wanwan was nowhere to be found in your arms. It was not the little girl, but Shen Youchu. You were completely dumbfounded. How had she ended up in your arms? A light fragrance lingered at the tip of your nose. The body in your arms was soft and warm. Your self-control shattered in an instant. Without realizing it, you leaned down until you were close to Shen Youchu's lovely face. There, you stopped. A fierce struggle raged in your mind. Then you saw her long eyelashes flutter gently. Startled, you quickly sat upright again. You quietly pulled out the arm pin beneath her neck. Hunched over, you carefully climbed out of bed and darted out of the bedroom. You went to the bathroom to wash up. Your face was full of frustration. This was far too tortuous for so early in the morning. What you did not know was that, just after you left the bedroom, Shen Youchu opened her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. She quietly let out a breath of relief. Covering her burning face, she curled beneath the covers, too embarrassed to face anyone. The moment you sat up, Shen Youchu had woken up. She had no idea when she had ended up in your arms. She had even used your arm as a pillow. It was so embarrassing. Only when she felt your breath against her face did panic begin to rise in her heart. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to secretly kiss her? What should she do? Shen Youchu was terrified. Yet she did not dare wake up, so she could only keep pretending to sleep. Fortunately, you stopped yourself in time. Otherwise, she truly would not have known how to face you. But when you really pulled away and left, she felt a faint sense of disappointment. Shen Youchu did not know whether she was ready. She only knew her heart was a complete mess. After a long while, Shen Youchu, curled beneath the covers, finally let out a deep breath. She would just let things take their course. She stayed curled up until 8 o'clock. When Shen Youchu heard the front door open again, she finally got out of bed. After freshening up, she left the room. You were already in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. When you saw Shen Youchu come out, you greeted her with a slightly awkward expression. Shen Youchu looked a little awkward too. She did not even lift her eyes to look at you, only responding softly. Then she went into the bathroom to wash up. You did not think much of it, and turned back to making breakfast. Unexpectedly, Shen Youchu finished washing up quickly, and came straight to the kitchen. Let me help you. Shen Youchu looked perfectly natural, as she skillfully took the basin from your hands and rinsed the rice. You paused in surprise for a moment, then quickly recovered. You gladly accepted her help, and turned aside to wash the vegetables. The two of you worked in perfect sync, like a married couple who had lived together for years. 20 minutes later, golden millet porridge and 2 small plates of side dishes were ready. You took off your apron, washed your hands, and naturally walked into the master bedroom. You woke Wanwan, who had rolled into the corner of the bed, and scooped her up. After the family happily finished breakfast, you looked at Shen Youchu and said, "By the way, are you reporting to Fanxing Entertainment at the beginning of August?" Hearing that, Shen Youchu sat down on the sofa as well. Her beautiful eyes blinked softly. "Before that, I need to bring Chuku back first, then go see Sister Yen. If they find out I can make a comeback, they will be so happy." As Shen Youchu spoke, a heartfelt smile appeared on her face. When she had abruptly left the entertainment industry, these two were the people she had felt most sorry for. Now, even if not for her own dream, for the sake of those two, she had to work hard. You nodded, ruffling Wanwan's hair, while quietly considering what song you should write for Shen Youchu. This would be her first battle after returning. It had to be a stunning victory. Shen Youchu had a wonderful voice. Whether sweet songs or sad ones, she could handle them all. There were simply too many choices, and you could not make up your mind just yet. After thinking it over without reaching an answer, you thought of something else. "Oh, right. Let's buy a car in a few days. Actually, let's buy 2. In another month, Wanwan will be starting kindergarten. It will make dropping her off and picking her up easier. Besides, although Fanxing Entertainment will provide you with a dedicated artist van, in your free time, when you go out, you will still need a car of your own." Shen Youchu considered it for a moment. She also thought buying a car made sense. Before, she had stayed home and rarely went out, so having a car did not matter. But now she would be going out often, and not having a car would indeed be inconvenient. Still, she worried that you did not have enough money. After all, the earnings from your first videos had gone toward buying a lot of furniture. You had gone out again, and she did not know how much was left. Wanwan would soon be starting kindergarten too, which would be another expense. After some thought, Shen Youchu looked up, a trace of concern showing between her brows. "Let's just buy one for now. It will make it easier for you to take Wanwan places and pick her up. For now, I have a company car when I am out, so I probably will not need one. Once you make more money, we can think about buying another car." Shen Youchu thought to herself. Once she released songs and albums and started earning money, she could think about these things then. But the thought left Shen Youchu worried again. She was not even sure when she would have songs to sing. Although Fanxing Entertainment's contract offered top-tier resources, it also gave her complete freedom to choose her own songs. She did not know how you had negotiated with the company. They were giving her the very best resources. So, why were they not arranging songs for her? She was puzzled. After all, she barely knew any songwriters or composers. Then, thinking of songwriters, Shen Youchu suddenly froze. She looked at you, calm as ever. He seemed to know how to write songs. She did not know when he had learned. But of those 2 songs on Shoudu, you had taught one to Wanwan right there on the spot. Of course, you understood why Shen Youchu hesitated to buy a car. You calmly waved a hand. Don't worry. You do not need to worry about us running out of money. Just give it a little time. We will have money in a few days. Sunday. The music video for Just Be Ordinary premiered right on time at 8 that morning. It was co-created and released through Huayin and Buthan's accounts, with multiple other departments sharing it at the same time. The promotional lineup was unprecedentedly impressive. But no matter how impressive the lineup was, viewers still cared most about quality. Only if the quality held up would people embrace it and care about the story behind the music video. Bufan. Online, people were already saying, lyrics and music by Bufan. Anything Bufan makes is bound to be exceptional. When people saw that both the lyrics and music for this video were by Bufan, their interest was instantly piqued. That mysterious guy either did nothing at all, or made a stunning impact. So, viewers eagerly clicked on the music video, eager to witness the spectacle for themselves. Yet even after the music ended and the final image faded, Bufan never appeared. He remained as mysterious as ever. But everyone was satisfied. Those clips, every figure in the video, were deeply etched into everyone's hearts. Even long after the full video was released. Not a single person had hit like. Not a single person had commented. It was as though everyone had vanished at once. Inside Huayin's conference room, Lin Seely had been watching the live online data. He could not understand it. More than 100 million people were watching at once. Yet not one of them had liked it. Did people not approve of the video? Lin Seely felt a little dejected. He rubbed at his slightly reddened eyes, struggling to accept what he was seeing. But the next moment, the video's numbers suddenly soared. Likes and comments erupted like a flood, becoming impossible to contain. For the first time in history, within such a short span, the numbers surged like a geyser. In only a few breaths, likes shot from 100,000 to 5 million, then 10 million, then 20 million. For the first time ever, the platform froze. Even so, nothing seemed able to stop the flood of likes and comments from netizens. At first, they had been curious about this music video released by Huayin. When they saw Bufan had written both lyrics and music, they became eager. But after watching it through, they were deeply moved. What everyone felt most deeply was empathy. The video shot straight onto the trending charts. It firmly claimed the #1 spot. In Huayin's conference room, a roar of cheers suddenly erupted. Lin Seely clenched his fist in excitement, silently watching the numbers climb at breakneck speed. It was not that people felt nothing. They simply had not had time to process those emotions. Another half hour passed. This wave of attention was not limited to one platform. It even spread to Weibo. Every trending topic on Weibo was about this music video. Countless netizens discussed it nonstop. No one knew which netizen was first to notice Huayin had uploaded a music-only version of As Long As We Are Ordinary and made it free. At once, everyone who had watched the music video flooded Huayin's platform to rate it, download it, and save it. They did all three at once. Within that single day, Weibo's entire entertainment industry was shaken. Every entertainment company and individual quietly shared the video after watching it. They desperately envied that level of buzz. They envied it beyond measure, but knew they could never achieve it themselves. All they could do was follow along quietly, trying to catch a share of the hype. Meanwhile, Shen Youchu curled up in your arms, sobbing softly. She clutched the corner of your shirt, wiping her tears and snot all over it. Her pitiful, aggrieved little face made your heart ache. It was only a video. Fine, you cried. But why did you look so wronged? Shen Youchu finally understood. what you had been so busy with these past few days. You had written a song like this and partnered with Huayin to secure that impossible contract for her. What had you been through? She knew none of it. What hurt her was that you had done so much out there, yet told her nothing when you came home. Had you been wrong because of this? Did anyone give you a hard time? How much energy had you spent creating a song like this? Meanwhile, at Tiame Entertainment's downtown branch, Liu Li's face was so dark it seemed ready to drip water. Her manager, Sister Qin, looked equally grim. The room was stiflingly tense. Only Zhao Chuku was secretly smiling nearby, clearly delighted by their misfortune. Liu Li shot her manager a glance. She was increasingly convinced that this aging woman, long past her prime, was utterly useless. Sister Qin, wasn't my song supposed to launch on Huayin at the end of July? What is going on now? They pulled my song and told me to release it in early August instead. The company's promotion is already out there. I just paid for a trending spot. And those people not only postponed my song without a word, they also took over every trending topic. Sister Qin, you have been in charge of this all along. You owe me an explanation. Sister Qin's expression darkened further. She was already in a terrible mood after this happened. Now, Liu Li was yelling at her as well, which only made her angrier. You want an explanation from me? Then go take it up with Huayin. Why are you taking your temper out on me? Who knew this Fan would come out of nowhere? One song of his forced Huayin to release its music video early. If she did not still depend on Liu Li for a paycheck, Sister Qin would not have bothered with her at all. So, what do we do now? Liu Li's tone remained harsh, and Sister Qin frowned. They were in the same boat now. They could not turn on each other yet. She gave a sinister smile. Here's what we'll do. Hearing that, Liu Li knew they had no other choice. Silently, she cursed Fan in her heart. He had stolen the attention that should have been hers. When Liu Li turned around and saw Zhao Chuku nearby, covering her mouth as she snickered, her fury surged even higher. Zhao Chuku, can't you see what a mess this is? Get over here and clean it up. Her voice was shrill and grating, making Zhao Chuku rub at her ears. Oh, dear. Sorry about that. My contract expires today. I've already filed my resignation. I'm done serving you. Zhao Chuku burst out laughing. She sat back with her legs crossed, leisurely sipping tea. Liu Li shot to her feet. Pointing at Zhao Chuku, her face turned purple then pale. For a long while, she could not say a word. After lunch, your family of 3 happily took a taxi out. That afternoon, you arrived at the dealership on time. Welcome. Sir, ma'am. Do you have a model in mind? The saleswoman's eyes lit up. She had several years of sales experience. Families of 3 shopping for a car had an 80% chance of buying. You nodded. You and Shen Youchu had researched it at home beforehand, and only came after choosing a model. Do you have the H9? The top trim? Yes, we do. Hearing that you had a specific model in mind, the saleswoman's eyes brightened further. Even the cheapest top trim H9 would cost over 300,000 yuan on the road. Sir, we happen to have top trim H9 South in stock. 2 of them, in fact. One is desert gold, and the other is gentian purple. Which would you like to see first? As she spoke, she led the 3 of you into the showroom. The gentian purple one. It has more depth. You had already agreed on that color at home. Gentian purple looked more luxurious, and would make a better impression when you were out. Excellent taste, sir. Gentian purple really suits your wife's elegance. The saleswoman spoke as she led you to the car and introduced it. This is the top trim gentian purple H9. Sir, why not get in and try it? You chuckled. I won't get in. Let me hold Wanwan. You go ahead and try it. When Shen Youchu saw the car, her eyes visibly lit up. Clearly, she liked it. Shen Youchu was a little shy. Her cheeks faintly flushed. Still, she gathered her courage and handed Wanwan to you. Then she got in. She had once dreamed of owning a car of her own. She never thought it would come true today. The car was beautiful, with graceful yet commanding lines. Seeing how reluctant Shen Youchu was to let it go made you even happier. You boldly pulled out your bank card and driver's license and handed them to the saleswoman. We'll take this one. I'll pay in full by card. The saleswoman was grinning from ear to ear. Certainly, sir. I'll get you the best possible deal. Let me prepare the paperwork. You did not wait long. The saleswoman returned with the purchase agreement and the rest of the documents. You all sat at a table in the lounge. For full payment, We can offer you 385,000 yuan. Insurance and registration are included. We will also include a full set of seat covers and a car cover. You can pick it up tomorrow. Without another word, you entered your passcode. Once all the paperwork was complete, you arranged to pick up the car tomorrow morning. Then you happily left the dealership. It was already 5 in the afternoon when you got home. The moment you got home, Li Xia called. You genius. Congratulations. The internet is flooded with news about that music video and you. You've really become famous now. Congratulations to you, too. I never wanted to be this famous. But your company must have gained quite a lot from this, right? You said with a smile. That's all thanks to you, great genius. But down to business. When will Shen Youchu come in to report? On the other end of the line, Li Xia teased you, then asked with a smile. You looked toward the sofa, where Shen Youchu had perked up her ears, secretly listening to your call. You smiled. In a couple of days, no later than the 3rd, there are still a few things to handle at home. Once they're settled, she'll go over. All right, then I'll be waiting to welcome her. Li Xia was very curious. What kind of woman could make you go to such lengths for her? What was she really like? The dealership was highly efficient. At 10 the next morning, the saleswoman called to let you know. The car had been registered. The insurance was finalized, and it was ready for pickup at any time. Shen Youchu was put in charge of picking up the car. You did not go with her. Instead, you stayed home to look after Wanwan. Upon arriving at the dealership, Shen Youchu successfully picked up the car. After taking it for a short drive, she headed into the city. She was going to find Chuku and sister Yun, and bring them both to Starry Entertainment. Shen Youchu had already made up her mind. She would report to Starry Entertainment tomorrow. Though you said she could go later, she did not want to. She had her own private thoughts. Singing was her dream, but beyond that, she did not want to be a mere ornament, dependent on you for everything. At that moment, Shen Youchu did not know that Zhao Chuku had already resigned. She drove to a spot near the Tianmei Entertainment building. Before calling Zhao Chuku, she wanted to surprise her. The call was answered quickly. Shen Youchu wore a smile, and even her voice sounded bright. Guess where I am? Zhao Chuku was in her rented apartment, packing her things. After resigning, she planned to return to her hometown. She had already decided. Just then, she received Shen Yuchu's call. Ms. Shen, if you're not home, where else could you be? Silly. I'm downstairs from your office building. Come down quickly. I need to talk to you. Then, Ms. Shen, wait a moment. I'll be right there. Zhao Chuku suddenly became flustered. Why was Ms. Shen downstairs from her office? For a moment, she did not know how to tell Shen Youchu that she had resigned and was going back home. Fortunately, Zhao Chuchu's apartment was not far from the Tianmei Entertainment building. Before long, she ran downstairs, panting heavily. She looked around. Then she heard someone call. Chuku, I'm here. She turned toward the voice and saw Shen Youchu step out of a brand new car, waving at her. Miss Shen, you bought a car. Zhao Chuchu's eyes curved into lovely crescents. She hurried over to Shen Youchu. As she looked at the brand new car beside Shen Youchu, her face filled with disbelief. That man actually bought Miss Shen a car. Hadn't he treated Miss Shen badly? Shen Youchu smiled and nodded. She took Zhao Chuchu's hand. Yes, we just bought it. I came today because I have something to discuss with you. Do you have time? Only then did Zhao Chuku notice that Shen Youchu this time seemed different from when they had last met. Her skin looked much more radiant. Her cheeks had filled out a little. Her complexion was noticeably healthier too. Most importantly, the confidence she once had seemed to have returned. Seeing her former assistant, Shen Yuchu's eyes shone with hope. She immediately took her hand. Chuku, come back and be my assistant again. Let's bring Sister Yum with us. I'm making a comeback. The moment she finished speaking, Zhao Chuku froze. She could hardly believe her ears. But the next second, she jumped up excitedly. I knew it. There's always a way out. Ms. Shen, what perfect timing. I just resigned. We can fight side by side again. But Shen Youchu stood stunned. Only then did she learn that Chuku had already resigned. Overwhelming guilt and sorrow surged through her. I was too willful before. It was all because of me that I dragged Chuku and Sister Yun down with me. You both need to look ahead. I'm making a comeback now. Then she asked, do you know where Sister Yun is? Let's go find her right now. Zhao Chuku immediately gave her the address. I do. Sister Yun must be at the hospital taking care of her mother. Shen Youchu did not waste a second. She had Chuck get in the car at once. The two rushed to the hospital. But in the car, Zhao Chuck looked at the brand new interior and suddenly asked curiously, Ms. Shen, does he know you're making a comeback? Shen Youchu nodded. The corners of her lips lifted unconsciously. He knows. He even negotiated my comeback contract for me. And he bought me this car, too. Those words left Zhao Chuck staring, her lips slightly parted. He negotiated your contract. How is that possible? Ms. Shen, you're not lying to me, are you? But Shen Youchu shook her head, then dropped an even bigger bombshell. It's true. He negotiated my contract with Fanxing Entertainment, and it's their top-tier contract. Zhao Chuku was completely dumbfounded. She simply could not understand how that man could possibly secure a top-tier contract. Seeing her fall silent, Shen Youchu continued, he really treats me well now. Don't treat him that way anymore. Only then did Zhao Chuku come back to herself. She pouted and teased Miss Shen. So protective of your man, huh? I'm jealous. And I won't be easily comforted. Shen Youchu's pretty face flushed red, but she did not deny it. Soon, they arrived at the hospital. Standing outside room 302 in the inpatient ward, Shen Youchu felt deeply uneasy. But the instant she opened the door and saw Sister Yun, her tears nearly spilled over. Sister Yun, once blessed with a full head of dark hair, had even begun to grow gray hair. Her resilient face was etched with hardship. In that state, she looked exactly like Shen Youchu had in the past. When Sister Yun saw Shen Youchu, she, too, froze completely. She stared blankly at her. For a moment, they could only look at each other in silence. Zhao Chuku was the first to rush inside and break the awkward silence. Sister Yun, Miss Shen and I came to see you. Only then did Sister Yun come to her senses. She nervously rubbed her hands together. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Look at the state I'm in. She forced a smile and said, my mother's doing all right. One more operation and she'll fully recover. But a trace of bitterness hid behind her smile. She had exhausted every option. She still owed over 100,000 yuan. But the money for her neck surgery, how could she possibly pay it? Shen Youchu walked into the room, her head lowered, biting her lip. She looked like a child who had done something wrong. But Sister Yun walked over to her and took her hand. A relieved smile appeared on her face. You came to see me. I'm very happy. And seeing you like this now makes me even happier. It means you're doing well. I only tried to stop you before because I cared about you. Don't take it to heart. At that moment, Shen Youchu could not hold herself together any longer. Sister Yun, I'm sorry. She threw herself into Sister Yun's arms. Tears streamed down her face like rain. Sister Yun gently patted her back, comforting her softly. You don't need to apologize. What mother would blame her own child? I've truly always treated you like my own daughter. Hearing that, Shen Youchu cried even harder. Sister Yun kept holding her, patting her until Shen Youchu cried herself out. She raised her red, swollen eyes and looked at Sister Yun's gentle smile. Shen Youchu pressed her lips together. Sister Yun, I'm making a comeback. Will you be my manager again? Hearing this, Sister Yun was suddenly stunned. Her brow immediately furrowed. What about your child? Don't worry. Can that guy really take care of her? In Sister Yun's eyes, Lu Fan was hardly the nurturing type. But Shen Youchu nodded firmly. Lu Fan is Wanwan's father. He'll take good care of Wanwan. I believe in him. Sister Yun rubbed her temples, pushing down her doubts. Even if he can take care of the child, making a comeback is no easy matter. Do you have a company willing to sign you? And what resources will they give you? Before she finished speaking, Shen Youchu immediately pulled a contract from her bag and handed it over. Sister Yun, look. This is a contract from Fanxing Entertainment. When she saw the name Fanxing Entertainment, Sister Yun froze. It was one of Weibo's 3 entertainment giants. Half believing, half doubting, she took the contract and examined it carefully. But the more she read, the more shocked she became. By the final pages, her hands had begun to tremble. What kind of dream contract is this? Did Shen Youchu kidnap Fanxing Entertainment's boss or something? Top-tier resources. Complete creative freedom. A short, 2-year term. These terms were outrageously favorable. Sister Yun abruptly looked up, her voice trembling. Is this real? Of course it's real. It even has Fanxing Entertainment's official seal. Shen Youchu hurriedly added. Afraid Sister Yun still would not believe her. But Sister Yun was completely stunned. She could only stare blankly at her. The terms in this contract were unlike anything she had seen in her entire career as a manager. This was beyond absurd. Had Fanxing Entertainment gone insane? Sister Yun, I report to work tomorrow. Seeing that she still did not believe her, Shen Youchu could only emphasize it again. This time, Sister Yun finally believed her. But the shock on her face did not fade in the slightest. Youchu, tell me honestly, how did you get this contract? Only then did Shen Youchu breathe a sigh of relief. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Lu Fan went to Modu and got it from me. He wrote a song for Fanxing Entertainment. Those words made Sister Yun question everything she knew. Lu Fan wrote a song and got this incredible contract in return. It was utterly unbelievable. Completely insane. Youchu, don't blame me for doubting him. He can write songs. Even if he can, what kind of song could possibly be worth a contract like this? Don't let him fool you. He really did write a song. Seeing that Sister Yun did not believe her, Shen Youchu immediately took out her phone. She opened the account name Bufan on the platform. Sister Yun took the phone, still skeptical. Zhao Chuku, beside them, leaned in as well. The next second, oh my god, over 100 million likes. Zhao Chuku cried out dramatically, then quickly covered her mouth. They were in a hospital room. Sister Yun was dumbfounded too. What video could get over 100 million likes? Then she saw the account name, Bufan. Huayin was listed after it too. Co-created by Bufan and Huayin. Sister Yun was instantly bewildered. She looked up as an absurd thought surfaced. Bufan is Lu Fan? Zhao Chuku also gasped in a hushed voice. Bufan, the hottest and most mysterious guy on the entire internet right now. Seeing their stunned expressions, Shen Youchu's face reddened even more. That's right. Sister Yun finally came back to her senses. With a complicated look in her eyes, she returned the phone to Shen Youchu. Shen Youchu had a bright future ahead of her. Of course, Sister Yun was happy for her. But the next moment, she sighed. Youchu, with your potential, you can certainly find a better manager. As for me, forget it. Why? Sister Yun, you don't want me anymore. Shen Youchu cried out. Sister Yun looked into the hospital room, her face full of helplessness. You've seen it yourself. My mother needs care. I really cannot leave. You can hire a caregiver. But Sister Yun looked troubled. How could she afford a caregiver? Going with Shen Youchu would only hold Shen Youchu back. Youchu, you don't need to persuade me anymore. Such a wonderful opportunity must be treasured. Do not be so willful again. With that, Sister Yun forced herself to turn away. She would not look at her again. Shen Youchu bit her lip. She could not understand why Sister Yun refused to go with her. She had come full of hope, but left disappointed. Shen Youchu remained silent the entire way. After dropping Zhao Chuku off, she drove home alone. But when the door opened, you saw her and froze. She had been crying. Did it go well? You asked directly. But the moment the words left your mouth, Shen Youchu's lips instantly puckered into a pout. She plopped down on the couch. The sight of you made her feel as though she'd found her only support. Tears began to well up in her eyes again. Sister Yun doesn't want to come with me. You frowned. Wasn't that stern woman the one who doted on Shen Youchu most? Then Shen Youchu told you everything that had happened at the hospital. Her voice full of grievance. You listened quietly. After she finished, you nodded thoughtfully. I understand. You suddenly stood up. You're such a fool. Stay home and look after Wanwan. I'm going out. Where are you going? Shen Youchu looked deeply displeased. Perhaps because you called her a fool. Or because she did not want you to leave. You looked back, a faint smile curving your lips. I'm going to bring back someone very important to you. With that, you walked straight out. First, you found a housekeeping agency. Then drove straight to the hospital. But you did not go straight to Sister Yun. Instead, you first found the attending physician. After learning everything about Sister Yun's mother's condition from the doctor, you headed up to the inpatient floor. Outside room 302. You steadied yourself and replaced your expression with a cold mask. You lightly knocked on the door. The door opened the next second. Sister Yun appeared before you, her eyes slightly red. The moment she saw you, she froze. But you spoke calmly with quiet authority. Sister Yun, aren't you going to let me in first? Sister Yun frowned, but she still stepped aside and let you in. The moment you entered the room, an elderly woman with graying hair and a frail, Bony Frame looked over at you. Is this your friend? Before Sister Young could answer, you quickly walked to the bedside and took the elderly woman's hand. My wife is Sister Yun's friend. She came by before, but you were asleep. At that, the elderly woman immediately smiled warmly. So you're Xiao Yun's friends? That is very thoughtful of you. You immediately replied. Ma'am, we're the lucky ones to have Sister Yun as a friend. My wife sings Sister Yun's praises every day at home. I've heard so much about her. I could repeat it in my sleep. Then you changed the subject and began rambling on. It is just a shame that my wife wants Sister Yun to join her for this job. But Sister Yun is worried about your health, so she refuses to go. You have no idea. My wife went home in tears, utterly heartbroken. Sister Yun's expression changed sharply behind you. In her eyes, you were clearly a lobbyist sent by Shen Youchu. What job? Xiao Yun. Sister Yun's mother did not know exactly what her daughter did for work. The moment she heard that, her graying brows immediately were upon together. Mom, don't listen to his nonsense. There is no job. Sister Yun shot you a glare and hurriedly explained. But the elderly woman was no fool. She immediately clasped your hand in return. Young man, tell me, what job is it exactly? You pretended to hesitate, glancing at Sister Yun, before slowly speaking. Ma'am, this job requires travel. We plan to hire a caregiver for you, but Sister Yun cannot bring herself to leave you, and insist on caring for you herself. Xiao Yun, you silly girl. Hearing this, the elderly woman immediately turned to her daughter. If your work requires travel, then go. Mom. Sister Yun grew anxious. Inside, she hated you for it. You knew she wanted to stay here, because she simply could not leave. Where could she find the money for a caregiver? She had not even found the money for the next surgery. Just then, you spoke calmly. Sister Yun, let's talk outside. After saying that, you smiled at the elderly woman, then turned and walked out of the room. Sister Yun gritted her teeth and followed. In the hallway, Sister Yun looked up and glared at you furiously. What exactly are you trying to do? You looked down at her, as if merely stating a fact. You can think of me as the bad guy. I just do not want Shen Youchu to be upset. If you do not go with her, she'll keep worrying about you. Then she'll be lucky to give the job even half her usual enthusiasm. You paused, then dropped a bombshell. Oh, and I've paid for your mother's next surgery. I've also arranged a caregiver. Here is the number. Pick one yourself. Are you giving me charity? Sister Yun let out an angry laugh. You merely shrugged like a shameless rogue. You're overthinking it. You'll have to pay it back. It'll come out of the salary Shen Youchu pays you. You looked her straight in the eye, speaking each word clearly. You and Chuku were brought in by Shen Youchu. It has nothing to do with the company. I do not care how much she pays you, but this is my money. You have to pay me back. You spread your hands, wearing a look of utter defiance. Either way, I've paid for the surgery and the caregiver. They will not issue a refund. What you do next is none of my concern. Without giving Sister Yun time to react, you turned and left. Lu Fan, don't tell Shen Youchu. Just as you neared the exit, Sister Yun's voice called out behind you. You did not look back. You only waved a hand, then strode away. In the hallway, Sister Yun watched the direction you vanished in. Her gaze complicated. Only after a long while did she return to the room. Xiao Yun, did that young man leave? Seeing her come in alone, her mother patted the edge of the bed, asking her to sit. Do not blame him. He is a good man. I've met plenty of people. I can tell what kind of person he is just by looking into his eyes. The elderly woman took her daughter's hand, her voice earnest. I know you're devoted to me, but there are many paths in life. Choose the wrong one, and you'll regret it someday. Isn't my health doing well? One more surgery, and I'll be fully recovered. Even the doctor said the risk is low. Go. If you regret it someday because of me, that is what would truly break my heart. Sister Yun lowered her head, silent for a long time. Finally, she gave a small nod. Meanwhile, on your end, you had just returned home. When Shen Youchu hurried over, her little face was full of curiosity. But you deliberately ignored her, cheerfully scooping up Wanwan. Wanwan, what would you like for dinner? Shen Yuchu's expression instantly froze. She stared at you in disbelief, as you walked right past her. I love anything Daddy makes. The little girl happily played along. She did not notice her mother's crestfallen expression at all. All right, Then Daddy will start cooking now. You kiss the little girl, then turn toward the kitchen. Lu Fan, I'm angry. Shen Youchu pouted, her face full of grievance. Her expression seemed to accuse you. How could this man ignore her? Did he not know how anxiously she'd waited at home? You turned around, looking completely innocent. What is it? At that question, Shen Youchu grew even angrier. You sweetly called me a dummy before you left, but now you're playing dumb. Fuming, she plopped down on the couch, crossed her arms, and turned away from you. You smiled, deciding to stop teasing her. Remember to bring your loyal bodyguards when you leave tomorrow. With your temperament, if you do not bring them along, people will walk all over you. Shen Yuchu's eyes instantly lit up. Even you were amazed by how quickly her expression changed. Sister Yun agreed. What do you think? All right, I need to make dinner. Do not disturb me. In the end, Shen Youchu never found out how you did it, because every time she asked, you played dumb. But that did not stop her eyes from shining brighter whenever she looked at you. She probably felt that, ever since you changed, there was nothing you could not do. Early the next morning, Shen Youchu got up. For once, you did not go out for a run. The two of you made breakfast together in quiet harmony. Wanwan was still asleep. Shen Youchu feared that if she saw her wake up, she would not be able to leave. Once breakfast was ready, she ate quietly. You sat beside her, giving her one reminder after another. Remember to call often when you get there, or Wanwan will miss you. If anything happens out there, tell me. Do not keep it bottled up like some fool. Shen Youchu sipped her porridge spoonful by spoonful. Listening to you, she suddenly felt a pang of emptiness. She did not really want to leave anymore. She ate this meal painfully slowly, until her bowl was empty. Just then, her phone rang. You reminded her, and only then did she snap out of it. She answered the call. Hello, Sister Shen. I'm ready. Sister Yun is with me. When will you be here? I'll be there soon. Wait for me a little longer. Okay. Then see you downstairs at my place later. The call ended. Shen Youchu looked up at you. The complicated emotion in her almond-shaped eyes made your heart tremble. You had to admit it. Shen Youchu was truly beautiful. You quickly turned to look at the luggage in the living room. It is time to go. Do not keep them waiting too long. I'll take one last look at Wanwan. Then I'll go. Shen Youchu lowered her gaze. Her voice soft. You nodded and went into the bedroom with her. The little girl was fast asleep, sprawled out with all her limbs splayed. She had no idea her mother was about to leave on a long journey. Shen Youchu bent down and kissed her little face again and again. Then she buried her face in her neck and nuzzled her gently. Only then did she reluctantly straighten up. She walked out of the bedroom, looking back every few steps. You silently followed her, helping her load her luggage into the car. After watching her get into the driver's seat, you closed the door and stepped aside. I'm leaving. Shen Youchu turned to look at you. Remember to come home often, or the little one will make a huge fuss. Got it. The car started. Suddenly, Shen Youchu turned back again, her expression utterly serious. Lu Fan, I like you. The words had barely left her lips. Before you could respond, the car roared away. She drove straight to the city center. Zhao Chuku had been waiting anxiously for what felt like forever. Sister Yun, standing beside her, shook her head. That girl is still so impatient. Sister Shen. She's here. When she spotted Shen Yuchu's car, Zhao Chuku hurriedly waved. Chuku. Sister Yun. Have you been waiting long? Shen Youchu took Zhao Chuchu's hand, then looked apologetically at Sister Yun. Not long. This girl was just too impatient. Sister Yun smiled. She never imagined the three of them would be reunited one day. And all of it was actually because of that man who looked like a freeloading pretty boy. Sister Yun, thank you for coming. Without you and Chuku, I would not know what to do. All right. You're already a mother, yet you still act like a child. Sister Yun patted her hand, her expression composed and capable. You should be thanking your man instead. Enough talk. Let's get the luggage. Those words made Shen Youchu blush furiously. Even now, she did not know how you had persuaded Sister Yun. The three women did not have much luggage, so it all fit easily in the car. Once in the car, Zhao Chuku waved her hand and shouted excitedly, Let's go. A bright future awaits us. Here we come. The car raced toward Modu. Meanwhile, at Starry Entertainment Tower in Modu, Licia arrived at her office early. Yet she was restless all day. When noon finally came, she checked the time and immediately went downstairs. At the tower entrance, she wanted to see what kind of woman was so cherished by that guy, that he spoiled her so much. She did not wait long. A car with Jiangsheng plates drove into the parking lot. Li Xia narrowed her eyes slightly. 3 people got out of the car. One was chatty, young and full of energy. Another was older, her face full of affection. Seeing those 2 friends, she knew Shen Youchu must have a good character. Then she turned her gaze to the woman between them. She had an oval face and almond-shaped eyes, with a gentle smile on her lips. Just looking at her made people want to protect her. No wonder Lu Fan was so devoted to her. Li Xia composed herself and walked quickly over. Hello, you must be Shen Youchu. I'm Li Xia, Deputy Director of Human Resources at Starry Entertainment. Welcome aboard. Hello, I'm Shen Youchu. Shen Youchu's voice was soft and sweet. She was also studying this elegant older woman. She had such a refined presence and seemed unexpectedly pure and sincere. But Li Xia was thinking, how had such a wonderful woman ended up being won over by Lu Fan's songwriting? Unusually, she was the first to look away. She looked toward Zhao Chuku and Sister Yun. And you 2 are? Zhao Chuku, my assistant. Sister Yun, my manager. Shen Youchu answered earnestly. Still, she felt this elegant woman was being unusually courteous to her, though her reactions were rather strange. Shen Youchu tilted her head in confusion. Then she seemed to think of something, and her eyes dimmed slightly. You brought your own team. That certainly makes things easier. Li Xia nodded to the 2 of them. Then she turned back around. I'll show you around first. After all, you'll be working here for the next 2 years. Afterward, I'll take you to the apartments. The group followed Li Xia into the building. Along the way, Zhao Chuku was utterly stunned. This place was far more luxurious than Qiamei Entertainment in Jiangsheng. Stars trending online were everywhere. Qiamei's branch office could not compare. Back in Jiangsheng, even a second-rate singer like Liu Li could throw her weight around. Li Xia took them straight up to the 11th floor. She warmly explained that this entire floor was made up of recording studios. They were equipped with top-tier professional gear. Next, we'll go to the 12th floor. That floor has the singers' private lounges. They can write music and handle bookings there. Along the way, people constantly greeted Li Xia. Their smiles carried a strange, ingratiating air. Shen Youchu was even more confused. Whenever these people saw her, why was there envy in their eyes? Shen Youchu could not understand it. Wasn't Li Xia only the Deputy Director of Human Resources? Why did everyone look at her so strangely? Even stranger, she saw a bald man wearing a Human Resources Director badge. He even stopped to greet Li Xia. He even greeted her as well. Shen Youchu responded, flattered and slightly overwhelmed. She thought that this director, Zhang Hao, was far too nice. At Qiamei, after all, which executive did not look down on everyone else? Just then, Li Xia stopped at the end of the corridor. She pointed to the room in front of them. This will be your private lounge from now on. Shen Youchu looked up. The door was shut tight. It had a key padlock. Her name was clearly displayed on the plaque. As Li Xia entered the code, she explained that the initial password was 6 6s. You can change it later. Come take a look. The door opened. They walked inside. Zhao Chuku instantly let out a cry of amazement. This lounge is enormous, and the decor is so luxurious. Even Shen Youchu was stunned. She had never seen such a lavish lounge. Zhao Chuku was so happy she nearly fainted. Thinking of the dump they had at Qiamei, the difference was painfully clear. If there had not been outsiders present, she would have thrown herself onto the sofa and rolled around. Li Xia smiled at their delighted expressions. Not everyone gets this kind of treatment. With top-tier resources, the lounge naturally has to be top-tier too. Hearing that, Zhao Chuku suddenly felt that Lu Fan did not seem quite so awful after all. Even after they came out, Zhao Chuku was still basking in excitement. Then the door beside them suddenly opened. An elegant, regal woman walked out in high heels. A young assistant followed behind her. When the woman saw them, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. Then she greeted Li Xia. Ms. Li, you're personally showing someone their room. Yes, Lena was heading out. She had a fan meeting that afternoon. Ms. Li, carry on. I'll be going now. After saying that, Lena only glanced at Shen Youchu, then gracefully walked away in her heels. Let's go too. Li Xia turned back, her smile returning. The floors above are all meeting rooms. So I will not take you up there. Let's go straight to the apartments. We'll put down your luggage, then go eat. My treat. Shen Youchu only felt that Li Xia was being a little too welcoming. She had a very good impression of the company today, but everything about it felt strange. Once they got into the elevator, Shen Youchu suddenly asked softly, "Director Li, are you close with Lu Fan?" The smile on Li Xia's face froze. So they really were close? Shen Youchu lowered her gaze slightly, an indescribable feeling stirring in her heart. Fairly well. I was the one who received him when he came here. I have handled our partnership all along, so I know him better than most. Li Xia quickly returned to normal. Shen Youchu merely gave a quiet acknowledgement and said no more. The group went downstairs. Li Xia led the way in her gray Mercedes. Shen Youchu followed slowly behind in her car. The moment Zhao Chuku got in the car, she blithely began praising how wonderful the place was. It was not until Sister Young gave her a look that she finally quieted down. "Sister Shen, what's wrong?" Zhao Chuku leaned over the front seat and asked curiously. "I'm fine, Chuku. Go on." "And that is supposed to be fine?" Zhao Chuku was completely baffled. She turned to Sister Yun for help, but Sister Yun only smiled at Shen Youchu. Without saying a word, she could tell at a glance. Someone was clearly jealous. Meanwhile, at home, you had a massive headache. Your wife had only been gone half a day, but your daughter Wanwan was already crying for her mother. You pleaded and coaxed her every way you could, but she only wailed even more miserably. She even cried, "Daddy's a bad guy. He hid mommy." You pulled silly faces while singing Little Tiger, but Wanwan's pearly tears kept falling. Her little feet kicked wildly, as if she would not stop until she saw her mother. You scratched your head. What were you supposed to do? You could not possibly call Shen Youchu back now. She would laugh you to death. Just then, the phone on the table suddenly rang. You glanced at it, and your eyes lit up the next second. Your savior had arrived. It was a WeChat message from Shen Youchu. It contained only 2 words. "Are you there?" You quickly replied, "Of course I am." To your surprise, she replied, "I had lunch with Director Li today. I had lunch with Director Li today." Before you could think any further, you hurriedly started a video call. Shen Yuchu's cool, lovely face appeared on the screen. You immediately grinned ingratiatingly and aimed the phone at Wanwan. "Mommy, Wanwan misses you." But Shen Yuchu's face instantly turned cold. "Lu Fan, is this what you call taking good care of Wanwan?" You pretended not to hear her. When Wanwan saw her mother, she wiped her tears miserably. "Mommy, did Daddy hide you away? Don't you want Wanwan anymore?" Shen Youchu immediately soothed her gently. "Be good, Wanwan. Mommy only went out for work. I'll be home soon." Amazingly, the little girl gradually stopped crying. You felt as if you'd taken a 10,000-ton hit. You had made silly faces and sung songs, yet none of it worked as well as a few words from her. After calming your daughter, you turned the phone toward yourself, your eyes shifting uneasily. But Shen Youchu immediately hit you with a sharp question. "Can you really take care of a child properly?" You immediately became flustered. "Who are you looking down on? Today was just an accident. If I were the one who went out, you would not be able to calm Wanwan either." Yet Shen Youchu only gave you a deep look, her eyes lowering slightly. Then she suddenly asked as if she did not care at all. "You seem pretty close with Director Li. We're fairly familiar." You answered casually, completely unaware you were courting disaster. "Fairly familiar." Shen Youchu repeated it darkly. For no reason, a chill ran down your spine. You pulled your clothes tighter around yourself. But the next second, she rolled her eyes at you and ended the video call. Only then did you belatedly realize it. She was angry. What was that about? You had gotten blamed for nothing. For the next 2 days, Shen Youchu called home once a day. But she only spoke to your daughter each time. And she was never pleasant to you. As if you owed her 8 million. But you had no idea that Shen Youchu's career had hit rock bottom. The company had not arranged a single job for her. Her manager, Sister Yun, contacted every songwriter she knew. But once they heard Shen Youchu was making a comeback, they all politely turned her down. She was a washed-up singer who had been out of the industry for 2 years. Who would write songs for her? The entire industry had abandoned them. Meanwhile, Shen Youchu was still agonizing over composing a song. She had been trying for the past 2 days, but inspiration never came. She could not help thinking of you. If you were here, you could surely write a better song, right? At that thought, She could not help feeling discouraged. It felt as though she was inferior to you in every way. Her assistant, Zhao Chuku, suddenly sat up. Sister Shen, why not ask Lu Fan? Shen Youchu hesitated. She had left because she did not want to rely on you anymore. After thinking for a long time, she finally said, let's wait another 2 days. If it still does not work, then I'll call him. But she did not know that at this very moment, in the conference room of Fanxing Entertainment, a meeting that would decide her fate was underway. An invitation document lay before Chairman Li Qian. Star Song Gala, Weibo's most famous star-making show. We have 2 slots. Let's discuss it. Who should we send? A refined man in gold-rimmed glasses, Yinping, the director of operations, spoke first. I think Shen Jin would be a good choice. She has a sweet look and decent popularity. Most people nodded in agreement. Li Qian made the decision on the spot. Shen Jin gets one of the spots. The moment he finished speaking, Zhang Hao, the human resources director, abruptly stood up. Chairman, I think Shen Youchu would also be a good choice. Shen Youchu. Only then did Li Qian remember. Was she the person you recommended? Before he could say anything, Yinping jumped up to object again. Even an amateur would be better than her. She has no popularity and no notable work to her name. She left the industry because she got married, and the audience has a terrible impression of her. But Zhang Hao argued his case firmly. Precisely because of that, we should choose her. I've heard her old songs. She is an excellent singer. And she is beautiful too. Why can't we choose her? Yinping frowned, his face full of disdain. Director Zhang, you handle human resources. I handle operations. I understand this better than you. What singers need most is popularity. We are not a charity. Why should we give her a stage? But Zhang Hao suddenly smiled smugly, then dropped a bombshell. Director Yin, you want to talk about popularity? Do you know who recommended Shen Youchu? Tell me, Director Yin, how popular is Bufan? What if he writes a song for Shen Youchu? Bufan. Hearing that name, Yinping was instantly speechless. Could he dare say Bufan was not popular? His music videos had over 100 million likes. He was a top star with 50 million fans. Yinping glared darkly at Zhang Hao. Still unwilling to accept it, he asked, are you sure Bufan will write a song for Shen Youchu? Just then, Chairman Li Qian finally spoke. His decision was final. Stop arguing. It will be Chen Jin and Shen Youchu. Send out the notice. The meeting adjourned. Zhang Hao left with a grin. For the first time, he had beaten his arch-rival. He could not have been happier. Meanwhile, the entire entertainment industry was stirred up by the launch of Star Song Gala. At the same time, Liu Li of Tianmei Entertainment also received the news. Her manager, Sister Qin, rushed in and shouted excitedly, Liu Li. Great news. The company picked you for Star Song Gala. They even hired a renowned songwriter for you. Liu Li froze. The nail polish in her hand smeared across her nail. She whipped around, her eyes wide with disbelief. The Star Song Gala that can make me a first-tier star. After getting confirmation, she jumped straight out of her chair. I am going to be famous. When she heard who would write her song, she became even more overjoyed. The godfather of music, Huayin. Then it is a sure thing. Huayin and I are an unbeatable team. Sister Qin watched her smug display and could only sigh helplessly. While Liu Li was riding high, your wife, Shen Youchu, also received a call from the company. The message was identical, a 10-star song gala in 3 days. After hanging up, she was completely stunned. Her assistant, Zhao Chuku, was beside herself with excitement. She grabbed Shen Youchu's shoulders and shook her hard. Sister Shen, really? Star Song Gala. But after the excitement faded, a massive problem stood before them. They had no song. Sister Yun's face was grave. Making a comeback on Star Song Gala's stage is a good thing. But we need a great song. They immediately divided the work. Sister Yun frantically contacted every songwriter she had known. Shen Youchu could only bury herself in writing. They hoped for a miracle. You knew nothing of this. You were still at home, teaching your daughter Wanwan nursery rhymes. Wearing a big bad wolf headpiece, you had her giggling nonstop. After putting Wanwan to bed at 7 that evening, you could finally have some peace. You kept thinking about what song to prepare for Shen Youchu. But there were too many hit songs in your mind, and you had no idea which to choose. Frustrated, you picked up your phone. As you scrolled, all you saw were your songs. Fans had even turned Wanwan's expressions into memes. Looking at your phone, you could not help but smile bitterly. Honey, how are things over there? When will you ever reach out to me first? As you scrolled through videos, you found that, apart from your songs, Star Song Gala was the biggest thing online. The competition was reportedly held once a year. Anyone who appeared on it became famous. Its format was brutally simple. Head-to-head battles. Lose, and you are out. You had no interest in it. You were even annoyed by the algorithm pushing it at you. After a few swipes, you turned off your phone and went to sleep. But early the next morning, a call jolted you awake. It was Shen Youchu's assistant, Zhao Chuku. Her voice was extremely low on the other end, as if she were plotting something secret. Please, talk some sense into Sister Shen. She's worked herself into a frenzy. You frowned, instantly wide awake. What happened? Sister Shen is joining Star Song Gala, but we do not have a song to write one. She has been up all night. You were instantly overwhelmed. Only then did you remember. The contract clearly said you would write her songs. You had been agonizing over it here, while they were in desperate straits over there. Got it. I'll call her. After hanging up, you immediately called Shen Youchu. She answered, her voice exhausted. Does Wanwan miss me? Your heart ached. You deliberately said Wanwan did not miss her. Could you not call me yourself? I am your husband, after all. It was the first time you had called yourself her husband. A deathly silence fell on the other end. You sighed and broke the silence. Why didn't you tell me you were joining Star Song Gala? It was something easily solved. Why exhaust yourself like this? To you, it only took a word. But as soon as you finished speaking, muffled sobs suddenly came through the phone. She was crying. You were completely bewildered. What did I say? Relationships are so hard. Just as you did not know what to do. From the other end of the call, a furious cry, thick with tears, suddenly erupted. Lu Fan. Her voice was full of hurt, and it made your heart clench. You froze. It was the first time you had heard her call you by your full name. Do you think I'm completely useless? That I only know how to rely on you? You immediately understood. This was what she had been thinking. You had overlooked her feelings. You hurriedly cut her off, forcing an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. I wasn't blaming you. I was only worried about your health. But the moment you said it, Shen Youchu actually laughed on the other end. Her laugh held both hurt and a trace of stubbornness. Then, your voice became utterly resolute. You and Wanwan are heaven's greatest gifts to me. You are my wife. One of a kind. No one can ever replace you. Those words were like a bomb, exploding in her heart. Shen Youchu's entire face instantly turned red. She gave a soft hum. Her mood clearly improved. Zhao Chuku, peeking nearby, nearly had her eyes pop out. You pressed your advantage. No more overthinking from now on. I'll send you the song tonight. Hearing your bold declaration, Shen Youchu burst out laughing. Fine. Then let's see. What kind of song Mr. Lu can write? She finally let it all go. She stopped worrying about it. Once that tightly wound string relaxed, sleepiness immediately swept over her. After hanging up, you finally breathed a sigh of relief. Soothing a wife was harder than soothing a child. Then you took out paper and pen, only to face another dilemma. There were too many hit songs in your head. Which one should you choose? As you impatiently opened the window, a young couple downstairs was saying goodbye. The young man pulled a suitcase, while the young woman's eyes glistened with tears. Love rose with the wind. When the wind died, the longing remained. A flash of inspiration struck you. You instantly had your answer. You hurried to the desk, picked up your pen, and wrote 3 words. The wind rises. Notes flowed from your pen. You became completely absorbed. Not until your daughter Wanwan called out, Daddy, I'm hungry. Were you pulled back to reality? A smile instantly spread across your face. My little darling is hungry. Daddy will cook right away. Your daughter's word was law. You did not dare waste a second. Turning straight into the kitchen. 2 hours later, the well-fed father and daughter collapsed onto the sofa. Just then, Shen Youchu video called. Dark circles ringed her eyes, and exhaustion covered her face. Seeing the two of you lounging around, she immediately put on a pitiful expression. Her watery almond eyes silently accused you, as if saying, I'm out here working myself to the bone, while you two are living the good life at home. How could you possibly resist that look? You immediately raised your hands in surrender. I haven't been slacking off. The song is already written. Wanwan studied too. She raised her little hand and said in her sweet childish voice, Wanwan hasn't been slacking either. I watched a fewer episodes of cartoons and learned 5 more numbers. Shen Youchu could no longer keep a straight face. She admitted she was no match for this little charmer. All right, our Wanwan has worked the hardest. Come let mommy kiss you. The little girl immediately blew her a kiss. Seeing your chance, you shamelessly leaned closer. Haha, don't I get a reward too? The little girl egged you on from the side. Shen Youchu's face instantly flushed crimson. Unable to withstand your enthusiasm any longer, she gave you a token kiss. You were instantly overjoyed. You rushed into the bedroom and brought out the sheet music. See, I wasn't lying. The song really is finished. Shen Youchu gave you an alluring eye roll. Yet a tempest raged in her heart. It had only been a few hours, and he had already written a song. This man was an absolute monster. The family of 3 chatted a while longer. Then you photographed the full score and sent it to her. You put down your phone, ready to take Wanwan out. When Shen Youchu video called again, the instant you answered, she stared straight at you with burning eyes. What is it? Your voice even stuttered. Mimicking your tone, she shot back. Can I video call you for no reason? Good grief. She was not only beautiful, but held a grudge too. You gave an awkward laugh, but then she suddenly asked, what exactly have you been hiding from me? You scratched your head. Looking innocent, Shen Youchu's pretty face reddened. Her voice rose a little. I mean these songs of yours. You could only rub your nose and try to bluff your way through. What if I said it suddenly clicked from me? Would you believe me? Shen Youchu looked deeply into your eyes, but did not press further. She lowered her gaze to the lyrics for a long while, before she finally said in a soft, sweet voice, thank you. Then she looked up with a smile, her gaze utterly determined. I won't let this song go unnoticed. The video call ended. Shen Youchu knocked on Zhao Chuchu's door. Zhao Chuchu looked delighted. Sister Shen, we have a song. Did Lu Fang give it to you? Well, damn. The girl had let it slip. So she was the one who had blabbed about Shen Youchu's predicament. Soon after, Sister Yun was called back by phone. The moment she heard they had a song, she was thrilled. They had hit walls everywhere these past few days. Now, they finally did not have to bow and scrape anymore. The 3 rushed to Fanxing Entertainment. They headed straight for the recording studio on the 11th floor. Shen Youchu decided she would practically weld herself to the place. Time flew by. Zhao Chuchu handled the backing track and copyright. Only then did Shen Youchu emerge from the recording studio. But just as they were about to eat, the door across from them opened too. A young woman stepped out. She paused when she saw Shen Youchu, then gave her a friendly nod. Shen Youchu returned her smile, but the man behind her looked down his nose at everyone. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, his face full of arrogance. Shen Youchu did not know him, so she turned to leave. But the man snorted. No tact at all. You don't even greet management when you see them. The girl named Chen Jin hurriedly explained. Uncle, she just got here. How could she know you? It turned out the man was Yin Ping, a company executive, and Chen Jin was going to compete alongside Shen Youchu as a singer at the Star Song Gala. What no one expected was that Chen Jin was thinking to herself, she got a song from Mufan. It should be good, right? She was actually your fan too. Over the next few days, Shen Youchu left early and returned late, practicing desperately each day. Sister Yum posted Shen Youchu's comeback announcement online, but most of her few thousand followers were inactive accounts. Once the announcement went out, it vanished without a trace, creating no buzz at all. Only a few longtime fans and sharp-eyed little marketing accounts noticed. The moment they saw the words Star Song Gala, they knew the traffic would come rolling in. Soon, news of Shen Youchu's comeback spread across the internet. But most people did not care about this fated starlet until August 7th, when the Star Song Gala officially began at Modu Stadium. Still, Renshao, the director of this Star Song Gala, was deeply troubled. A song by Bufan had dominated the trending charts, so the Star Song Gala's online buzz was nowhere near what it had been before. But the annual Star Song Gala could not be postponed because of one person. He could only grit his teeth and begin this year's gala. Unfortunately, Bufan could not be reached. If they could get him to serve as a mentor at the Star Song Gala, the ratings would explode. But he never imagined that the great figure he could not invite was currently acting like a thief, quietly seated in the audience with a child in his arms. Yes, you had kept it from your wife. Shen Youchu, and secretly brought your daughter Wanwan to Modu, just to cheer her on in person. The little imp in your arms was beside herself with excitement, because she was about to see mommy. You looked at the glow sticks waving throughout the venue, yet not one was raised for your wife. You quietly opened the live stream. Comments flooded the screen. Still, not one person supported Shen Youchu for the title. There were for popular favorites, and one of them was Liu Li, the woman who had dared to lay her claws on your daughter. Meanwhile, tension simmered backstage. Liu Li's face was livid. She glared fiercely at Shen Youchu. What are you doing here? Her best friend Zhao Chuck rolled her eyes at her. Then she snapped back on the spot, leaving Liu Li utterly humiliated. Looking at the radiant Shen Youchu, Liu Li remembered the fear of being crushed beneath her for years. It felt as though a queen had returned. Before the battle even began, she was already afraid. Just then, one remark from her manager snapped her out of it. She's just Shen Youchu. She has nothing now. Liu Li instantly regained her composure. That's right. What does Shen Youchu have to compete with me now? Besides, I have a song from the godfather of music. At that thought, she shot Shen Youchu a disdainful glance. Then the stage lights outside suddenly blazed to life. The host came on stage. For veteran music mentors took their seats. The competition officially began. The rules were brutally simple. 16 contestants. Audience members randomly called stop to determine the matchups. Now no one could rig the results. As the big screen spun rapidly, 8 matchups appeared in an instant. You smiled at the match list. The host's voice rang through the arena the next second. Please welcome the contestants for our first match. Shen Youchu versus Liu Li. As soon as the words fell, the spotlights came down. Your wife, Shen Youchu, and her sworn rival, Liu Li, slowly walked onto the stage. A fated showdown was about to begin, but you saw Shen Yuchu's hand trembling slightly. Sure enough, Shen Youchu was nervous too. Liu Li's face was even darker. She had not expected it either. That in the very first match, she would be facing Shen Youchu. The audience immediately erupted. They all wondered who this stunning, unfamiliar beauty was. You saw Shen Yuchu's anxiety at once. You suddenly raised your daughter Wanwan high into the air. At that moment, Wanwan became a living cheer sign. Her little face curved into crescent moons. She shouted with all her strength, "Go, mommy." Shen Youchu suddenly spotted that familiar figure from the stage. She instantly covered her mouth. It was him, and their daughter. The tension in her heart vanished at once. Her eyes shone brighter than ever before. Her eyes curved into a smile too, mirroring her daughter's crescent moon grin. That tender moment melted every heart in the audience. Then the host announced that Shen Youchu would sing first. The stage went dark. Only one beam of light remained, shining on her. The intro began. The arena fell silent. Just then, the song title appeared on the big screen. The Wind Rises. And both lyricist and composer were credited to Bufan. The whole arena gasped. This unknown singer had actually gotten the mysterious Bufan to write her a song. Backstage, Liu Li was utterly stunned. Her hands shook uncontrollably. The next second, Shen Yuchu's ethereal voice rose. I once found it hard to break free from the vastness of this world, and was intoxicated by love. I drowned in its whispered dreams, unable to tell truth from lies, making no struggle. I feared no ridicule. The venue was quiet enough to hear a pin drop. Everyone was swept into it. It was as if they could see their lost youth. Shen Youchu gave herself completely to the song. Her gaze crossed the sea of people and settled below the stage. Her two most important people were there. In the end, I will return my youth to her, along with the glorious summer that once danced from my fingertips. What stirred my heart drifted away with the wind. In the name of love, would you still be willing? It was an absolute masterpiece. Everyone, in the venue and on the live stream, was completely moved. Countless familiar, yet distant faces flashed through their minds. At last, it settled on the person they could never forget from their youth. So this was The Wind Rises. The wind now rising was the youth buried deep in their hearts. Just then, a heavy thud sounded from behind the stage. Liu Li slumped to the floor. Her face was ashen. Her lips trembled. She no longer had the courage to go on stage and sing. With flawless vocals, Shen Youchu, backed by that unbeatable song, had utterly torn Liu Li's pride to shreds. Sisterkin, her manager, gave a bitter smile. Outclassed is outclassed. Even the mentors at the judges' table wore envious expressions. The music ended. The entire venue fell deathly silent. Shen Youchu looked down at the crowd, somewhat at a loss. You slowly opened your eyes. Seeing how nervous she was, you smiled. Just then, Wanwan held out her little hands and clapped hard for her mother. The next second, applause surged like a tidal wave. Thunderous applause filled the arena. Tears filled the audience's eyes as they gave Shen Youchu their most passionate support. Meanwhile, the livestream comments for Star Song Gala went completely wild. Just as expected, Weibo fan production is always top quality. I am crying. This is no ordinary wind. This is a full-blown tornado. At that moment, no one remembered looking down on Shen Youchu before. They had thought she was only there to make up the numbers. Instead, she opened with an absolute knockout. Shen Youchu then gave a deep bow. Reluctantly, she gave you and her daughter one last look before returning backstage. But the competition continued. Liu Li was next. At some point, she had gotten back on her feet. Watching Shen Youchu pass by her, she felt nothing but profound helplessness. She did not know how she made it onto the stage. Not until the music began did she suddenly snap out of it. But unfortunately, she was already half a beat late. Boos instantly rose from the audience. That only made her panic more. She went badly off key. When the song ended, the scattered applause made her want to cover her face and flee. But backstage, director Ren Chao did not care at all. As long as the ratings soared, that was enough. The final vote was no surprise. A crushing 5-0 victory. Just then, a message from Shen Youchu arrived. She asked to meet you at the backstage exit. When you saw it, you immediately left early, carrying Wanwan in your arms. The moment Shen Youchu appeared backstage, Zhao Chuku pulled her into a big hug. There, do not cry. Things will only get better from here. Shen Youchu took her hand, her eyes filled with determination. Let's go. Lu Fan is waiting for you at the entrance. Right now, she only wanted to see you at once and hold Wanwan in her arms. Outside the exit, night had already fallen. The moment Shen Youchu came out, she saw you in the distance, holding Wanwan. You stood straight beneath the street lamp. In that instant, a wave of happiness flooded her heart. It was simple, yet incredibly warm. Mommy. Wanwan wriggled free from your arms and scampered toward Shen Youchu. Shen Youchu immediately crouched down and pulled her daughter tightly into her arms. You walked over, smiling at her. So, was the surprise good enough? Shen Yuchu's cheeks flushed, but she looked straight at you, her almond-shaped eyes curving into a smile. It was a wonderful surprise, but none of you knew that this tender scene had fallen entirely into Liu Li's sight. She held her phone and watched your retreating figures. A vicious gleam rose in her eyes. A brilliant plan to ruin Shen Youchu instantly took shape in her mind. What she could not have, Shen Youchu would not have either. Meanwhile, the internet had already exploded. Everyone was wondering how Bu Fan had found such a hidden gem of a singer as Shen Youchu. But when they opened Shen Youchu's Weibo page, they found only a statement announcing her return. It turned out she had been a popular young star 2 years ago, but left the industry after her relationship was exposed. The moment that story broke, unscrupulous media outlets smelled blood. They began hyping it relentlessly. The internet quickly split into two camps. Some thought that since she had left the industry, she should not have returned. Others believed that as long as her songs were good, her private life was nobody else's business. The two camps argued fiercely until one crushing remark appeared. Just ask yourself, is the song good or not? Every critic fell silent at once. All they could mutter was, if someone else sang it, it would sound just as good. Just then, Starlight Entertainment finally stepped in. One announcement set the entire internet ablaze. It not only congratulated Shen Youchu on advancing, but also dropped a bombshell. In the next round, Shen Youchu would again sing a song by Bu Fan. After appearing on Star Song Gala, she would release a full album written by Bu Fan. What? More than one song? The whole internet erupted. The topic of Shen Youchu and Bu Fan instantly shot to #1 on the trending list. However, an even more vicious post was quietly climbing the rankings. Early the next morning, it appeared at #10 on the trending list. Its headline was shocking. Shen Youchu cheats on her husband with mysterious singer Bu Fan. The post swore that to make her comeback, she had seduced Bu Fan with her looks. Countless gossip accounts were posted it like mad. The comments were overwhelmingly one-sided. So she slept her way back into the spotlight. Bu Fan is no better. They are in cahoots. Although some fans believed in Bu Fan's character, their voices were soon drowned out. in barely an hour. That post and Shen Youchu's Weibo page were pushed to first and second on the trending list. Meanwhile, you had just finished your morning run, completely unaware of it all. Elsewhere, Shen Youchu emerged with dark circles under her eyes, listlessly walking out of her room. She had not slept the night before. Her mind was filled with the memory of you holding her hand at the hotel. When Sister Yun and Zhao Chuku saw her, they assumed the trending scandal had kept her awake all night. Zhao Chuku rushed up to her, her eyes full of worry. Sister Shen, what did Lu Fan say? Is he not going to come out and clear this up? For something like this, it is best for Lu Fan to clarify it himself. If Shen Youchu makes a statement, it will only backfire. But Shen Yuchu's mind was in complete chaos. She stared at Zhao Chuku in confusion. Clarify what? What happened to Lu Fan now? Zhao Chuku was instantly speechless. Only then did she realize Shen Youchu knew nothing about it. She stamped her foot in frustration. Sister Shen, you are still thinking about him? He is fine, but you are the one in trouble. Hurry and check your Weibo. Only then did Shen Youchu realize something was wrong. She took out her phone and opened Weibo. A flood of direct messages and comments filled her screen. When she opened the malicious messages, her hand trembled involuntarily. She took a deep breath and kept scrolling. 9 out of every 10 messages were insults. After leaving her direct messages, she finally saw the post, and the countless gossip accounts amplifying it. A moment later, Shen Youchu put down her phone and continued eating breakfast. Her expression was frighteningly calm, as if nothing had happened. But seeing her like this only made Zhao Chuku more worried. Sister Shen, are you not going to do anything? Shen Youchu patted her hand instead and comforted her. Chuku, the innocent need no defense, but public opinion never cares whether you live or die. Shen Youchu's lashes trembled slightly. Inside, she was in turmoil. But she knew, since you released songs anonymously, you did not want your identity exposed. So she could not reveal who you were. The entire internet was waiting for an explanation. After waiting for ages, Shen Youchu's Weibo finally updated. Everyone eagerly clicked on it, then froze. There was no lengthy public relations statement, only for simple words. The innocent need no defense. That only made the online backlash more vicious. Meanwhile, at Tianmei Entertainment headquarters, Liu Li was grinning with delight. Though the company had chewed her up, seeing Shen Youchu dragged down with her made her ecstatic. The comments online all said the same thing. They all came from paid trolls and gossip accounts she had hired. But as long as she could bring Shen Youchu down, she thought it was worth it. But Sister Qin beside her looked grim. She thought Liu Li had gone mad. Liu Li, this is slander. If Bu Fan decides to pursue this, you are finished. Liu Li scoffed. How am I slandering anyone? If there is nothing between them, why would Bu Fan write songs for Shen Youchu? Look, they have not even explained it. And she says the innocent need no defense. Watching the unhinged Liu Li, Sister Qin was already considering cutting her loose. Meanwhile, you were leisurely showering at the hotel. Outside, your phone rang non-stop like a death knell. You had no choice but to finish quickly. Wrap a towel around yourself and come out. When you saw the caller ID, you were a little surprised. Hello, Director Li. What brings you to call a layabout like me today? Li Xia's irritated voice came through the phone. A layabout? You have the nerve to call yourself idol? You are practically monopolizing the trending list. You scratch your head. That did seem true. Get to the point. What is going on? Li Xia gritted her teeth, her tone turning even sharper. It is about your wife, of course. Shen Youchu is being viciously smeared. And you can still sit there. Shen Youchu is being smeared. You immediately turn serious. Your voice, more grave than ever. What happened to Shen Youchu? At that moment, Li Xia suddenly felt a pang of jealousy. Whenever it involved Shen Youchu, this man became utterly serious. She gave a cold snort. The trending list. Go look for yourself. Then she hung up. You frowned. You did not understand what had gotten into her again. But you had no time to dwell on it. You quickly opened Weibo. The first thing you saw was the top trending post. The instant you saw the headline, your face darkened. After reading every post and the comments beneath Shen Youchu's Weibo, your face darkened with fury. You laughed in fury. Do they really think my woman is so easy to bully? And that foolish woman, how could she keep something this huge from me? Carrying it all alone. You wanted to confront that fool face to face. and ask whether she even saw you as her husband. But before that, you had something to do. If someone wanted to play games, then you would play them to the end. Liu Li never imagined her comeuppance would arrive so fast and hit with such force. She had barely celebrated before panic seized her. She never could have imagined that the mysterious Bufan was the pretty boy she had looked down on. At 10 that morning, the entire internet was still gleefully discussing Shen Youchu's scandal. Then Bufan's short video suddenly exploded online as the other central figure in the scandal. The mysterious influencer with tens of millions of followers. The moment he posted a video, he did not need the platform to promote it. His fans pushed it to the top on their own. Bufan had actually shown his face to clear the air. No one expected him to step forward without hesitation at such a critical moment. But when everyone opened the video, they were instantly stunned. This was hardly a video clearing his name. It was a public declaration of love and a scathing denunciation. In the video, you look grave. Hello, everyone. I am Bufan. I just woke up and saw some vile comments online. Many people are questioning why I write songs for Shen Youchu, even spreading rumors that she was having an extramarital affair. You face the camera, your voice suddenly rising. I only have one question for you all. I write songs for my own damn wife. What is wrong with that? My wife cannot be bothered with you, but I will not go easy on you. This nonsense about the innocent needing no defense? Not happening. You gave a cold laugh. Your gaze razor sharp. I only wanted to get along with you as an ordinary man, but all I got was your cold shoulder. Sorry, but I am done pretending. I am coming clean. My name is Lu Fan. Shen Youchu and I both left the entertainment industry when we fell in love. We later got married, and we are still together today. As for why I call myself Bufan, now you know. Happy now. And to the person who made that post, as well as those gossip accounts, I am sorry, but I have gathered the evidence. Not one of you will get away with this. Oh, and those paid trolls too. Every last one of you. Expect a letter from my lawyers. The moment the video came out, the entire internet was stunned beyond belief. After arguing for so long, it turned out they were freaking married all along. No one expected the mysterious Bufan to be Lu Fan. It was completely unbelievable. The video spread like wildfire. Your fans went wild, sharing the video all over Weibo. Ha 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 ha. I am right here. Let us see who still dares spread lies. They were a match made in heaven. Where are those haters from this morning? Open your damn eyes and look. While everyone was still discussing the video, Fanxing Entertainment's Weibo account immediately followed with a notice from its legal department, acting under Lu Fan's authorization. The company would pursue the false claims and rumors online. We will continue pursuing the matter. The original poster and the companies behind the gossip accounts have now been served legal notices. All related accounts would be banned. As soon as the notice was released, Weibo erupted. Netizens soon noticed that every post previously on the trending list had been removed. The original poster had even deleted their account. Not long afterward, Weibo's official team stepped in. After verification, 1,500 accounts that posted false information had been banned. The internet is not beyond the reach of the law. Following Weibo's official announcement, your video shot straight to #1 on the trending list, while Shen Youchu's Weibo instantly took second place. In no time, devoted husband and truth will out became trending phrases one after another. Countless onlookers kept reposting your iconic words. My wife cannot be bothered with you, but I will not go easy on you. But at the apartment in Shanghai, Shen Youchu was completely unaware of it all. She was leisurely watching cartoons with her daughter, Wanwan, in her arms. Just then, Zhao Chuku rushed in like a whirlwind. Her face glowed with excitement. She shoved her phone right in front of Shen Youchu's face. Shen, hurry. Look. He posted a video. Shen Youchu looked up in confusion. Zhao Chuku stomped her foot in exasperation. Shen, you are far too gentle. What will you do in the future? You should really learn from Lu Fan. Just look at him. He confronted them head-on. That was so satisfying. Shen Youchu took the phone and opened the video. That familiar, commanding voice instantly came through the speaker. When she finished watching, her lips parted slightly, her face full of surprise. Zhao Chuku kept chattering beside her. Shen, do you know what people online are calling him now? The ultimate devoted husband. Ha ha, it is so funny. Hearing those words, Shen Youchu's cheeks quietly flushed. A trace of sweetness rose in her heart. Who would not want to be cherished? At that thought, she left her daughter behind and hurried back to her room. Only Zhao Chuku and Wanwan remained in the living room, staring at each other. Yet once Shen Youchu returned to her room, she hesitated at the call screen. What should she say if she called him? Tell him his words were too embarrassing? Would that not mean admitting she was embarrassed? Or should she praise him for putting them in their place? Would he think she was petty? Frustrated, she threw herself onto the bed, burying her face in the covers and kicking her legs like a little girl. In the end, she gathered her courage and started a voice call. He answered instantly. Your pleasant voice came through. Hello? Shen Youchu kept her little face buried in the covers, flushed bright red. In a muffled voice, she asked, What are you doing now? But instead of an answer, she heard you laugh. Heh, what are you doing? Trying to smother yourself with that blanket. Shen Youchu gasped, jerking up her crimson face. Her expression panicked. How did he know what I was doing? Then she looked at her phone screen and suddenly realized she had accidentally started a video call. Utter humiliation was written all over her face. Shen Youchu's lips parted slightly. She froze on the spot, blankly staring at you on the other end of the call. You rubbed your nose, thinking she was unexpectedly adorable like this. The next second, Shen Youchu gave a soft whimper and buried her face in the covers again, like an ostrich. She refused to come back out. This is so humiliating. Her muffled voice came from beneath the covers. You are not allowed to laugh. You finally had the sense to stop laughing. All right, I will not laugh. I was just about to head to the apartment. Are you coming to pick me up? Then wait there for me. Only then did Shen Youchu lift her head, her watery almond-shaped eyes fixed on the screen. Her pretty face was still flushed. She did not ask why you had posted that video. Some things no longer needed to be asked. But, although she did not ask, you brought it up yourself. Your tone instantly turned serious. But, there are still things I need to say. Shen Youchu, look how badly they have smeared you. Why did you not tell me? What exactly am I to you? Shen Youchu fell silent. You had asked what she saw you as. To her surprise, she was not entirely sure herself. But the next second, she found her answer. She had fallen for you. She liked the man you had become. She liked how carefully you cared for her and her daughter. But her past experiences made her afraid to open her heart so easily. Yet all you received was a long silence. Then your disappointed voice came again. It is okay if you do not want to say it. I am downstairs. Come get me. The video call abruptly ended. Only then did Shen Youchu snap out of it. Remembering your tone just now, her heart suddenly ached as if pierced by needles. Had she disappointed you? She sprang from the bed. All she wanted was to see you as soon as possible. She rushed toward the door at full speed. You got into the car, but showed little emotion. You merely gazed quietly out the window. But Shen Youchu did not start the car. Instead, she turned toward you, staring intently at your profile. After taking several deep breaths, she finally spoke. Lu Fan, I am sorry. Only then did you turn to her, seeing the slight redness around her eyes. You gave a bitter inward smile. How could you lose what you never had? So, you spoke softly. You do not need to apologize. Actually, I am not the Lu Fan you think I am. You do not need to feel guilty. But Shen Youchu stared hard at you. Then, are you Lu Fan? You froze. You remembered the amusement park, when she had asked you the very same question. You scratched your head, only able to answer, I am Lu Fan. Then you are the Lu Fan I believe you are. Her resolute answer left you completely stunned. You clenched your trembling fist. At last, you voiced the fear buried in your heart. But I am afraid. I am afraid that one day, neither of you will need me anymore. Lu Fan. Shen Youchu suddenly cut you off. Her eyes were full of heartache. She firmly took your trembling hand. Then she gently leaned against you. Word by word, she declared, You are Wanwan's father, and my husband. No matter what happens, we will never leave you. Most importantly, you are here with us. Her soft body was in your arms, and her words were gentle and tender. In that instant, you received the answer you wanted. Holding her, you suddenly smiled. From then on, nothing could shake your resolve. A moment later, Shen Youchu shyly slipped out of your embrace. You only stood there with a foolish grin. She gave you a flirtatious glance. Then she burst out laughing too. This fool is so sweet. The car slowly pulled away, carrying them in quiet contentment. Both their hearts had changed completely. Meanwhile, inside the Qianmei entertainment apartment, how could Bufan be Lu Fan? That pretty boy? Liu Li went berserk, sweeping every cosmetic off the table. Amid the piercing sounds of shattering, she still was not satisfied. She stepped forward and viciously crushed them underfoot, and ruined alongside the cosmetics was a lawyer's letter from Fanxing Entertainment. She had been exposed. When the person who made the post realized things had gone wrong, they immediately named her as the mastermind. Now, the company had forced her onto hiatus. She knew she was finished. Sister Qin watched from nearby, gloating. Just as expected, Lu Fan was Bufan. He had hidden it incredibly well. She could not help sighing inwardly. Who would have thought that the pretty boy everyone looked down on 2 years ago would bare his fangs now? Shen Youchu really knew how to choose a man. I will not accept this. Sister Qin, give me your phone. Liu Li panted heavily, her eyes bloodshot. Sister Qin merely gave her a cold glance, then spoke irritably. What is there for you to object to? Can you sing better than her? You are not as beautiful as she is. You cannot even pick a man as well as she can. So what exactly are you refusing to accept? Sister Qin's words cut into Liu Li's heart like knives. Liu Li suddenly whipped her head around, glaring at her fiercely. But Sister Qin was not afraid at all. Was I wrong? Once you are locked up, your contract will naturally end. The company abandoned you long ago. Why? Liu Li gritted her teeth. The company needs a cash cow. You have no value anymore. Sister Qin looked at her, and even offered some heartfelt advice. When you get out, find an honest man and marry him. Stop making trouble for yourself. Heh, then should I thank you for your kindness? Liu Li smiled. At last, all pretense between them was gone. Then she suddenly revealed an eerie smile. Sister Qin, lend me your phone. I should see this through to the end. Sister Qin frowned. What else are you planning to do? If I go down, I am taking everyone with me. Liu Li's smile turned chilling. Why does Shen Youchu always get to one-up me? What gives an orphan like her the right? Now that I know Bufan is Lu Fan, I still have one trump card left. If I cannot touch Shen Youchu, then I will make Lu Fan utterly disgraced. No one gets to come out of this unscathed. Sister Qin looked at the nearly hysterical Liu Li, and knew she had lost her mind. She wanted to say that Shen Youchu had never competed with her, and was 10,000 times the better person. But she could not say it. Any provocation now would make Liu Li completely lose control. So Sister Qin handed over her phone. Here is the phone. But none of this has anything to do with me. I know you are scared. Liu Li took the phone. Under Sister Qin's watchful gaze, she dialed a number. Chen Shui. This is Liu Li. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the apartment dining room was somewhat unusual. Wanwan was eating with great delight. Sister Yun wore a fond, knowing smile the entire time. Meanwhile, Zhao Chuku kept her head down, shoveling rice into her mouth, occasionally sneaking a glance at you and Shen Youchu. Shen Yuchu's pretty face was red all the way down to her neck. She wished she could bury her head in her bowl. Meanwhile, you grinned foolishly as you peeled crawfish for her by hand, then held it to her lips with your chopsticks. Shen Youchu felt like she was about to boil alive. Ever since getting out of the car, this man had been acting strange. But to you, it seemed perfectly natural. She had admitted you were her husband already. What was wrong with feeding her? Can you please not do this? I can do it myself. Unable to bear it any longer, Shen Youchu raised her head. She shot you an embarrassed glare. The coy reproach in her eyes left you stunned. So this was what it felt like to be looked at by a girl like that. It felt amazing. Being in love was wonderful. Only then did you stop feeding your wife and turn to feed Wanwan instead. After dinner, you finally returned to normal. Sitting on the couch, you began considering a song for the next round. The round of 16 had been an easy win, but reaching the final 4 would not be. The remaining contestants were no less skilled than Shen Youchu. It would come down to original songs and performance on the day. Writing a good song in 3 days was not easy for anyone. Even you began to worry. What song could guarantee a win? Shen Youchu was not idle either. She sat beside you, refining the song she had been working on. But it was always missing one crucial melody. Shen Yuchu's brow was tightly furrowed. That melody was like a cat she could not catch. And in her frustration, she scratched her hair into a tangled mess. Even late into the silent night, she could not grasp that spark of inspiration. But early the next morning, Shen Youchu had just woken up. when a major story about you exploded across the trending searches again. At first, she did not think much of it. After all, your name had dominated the trends for days. But when she saw the post title clearly, her eyes suddenly narrowed. Her heart fell into complete panic. Meanwhile, countless online spectators saw the trending topic too. They were already used to seeing Bu Fan's name every day, so they clicked on it without a second thought. But this time, when they saw what the post said, everyone was stunned. Some even rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Bu Fan is a domestic abuser. The headline was enough to shatter everyone's worldview. Netizens froze at first, then burst into laughter. What kind of joke was this? Yesterday, he was a devoted husband, and today, he was a domestic abuser. They eagerly opened the video's post, wanting to see who was spreading such nonsense. But when the video appeared, two men wore grave expressions. They were Chen Shui and Yi Qian, members of your former boy band. Then Chen Shui spoke. Hello, everyone. I am Chen Shui, a former friend of Lu Fan's. Why former? Because I am ashamed to associate with someone like him. I know you will not believe me, but he is a domestic abuser. I have a recorded phone call as proof. Back then, he begged me to let him make a comeback, and I happened to record it. I never imagined it would become proof that he is a hypocrite. Chen Shui, am showing my face here, so I am not afraid to confront him. The moment he said that, netizens fell silent. He sounded so certain, and he was making the accusation under his real name. For a moment, they began to waver. Then, Yi Qian raised his phone and waved it. I can testify. Everything Chen Shui said is true. Now, let everyone hear the recording from back then. With that, he pressed play. Netizens immediately listened intently. Your voice came through the phone. Brother Chen, do you think I can return to the company? Chen Shui's calm voice came through. You've already married a rising star. Why are you still thinking about all that? The next second, your voice came through again, with a slightly flippant tone. Women are like clothes. My career matters more. If you want to make a comeback, will Shen Youchu let you? You gave a laugh in the recording, then said something that stunned the entire internet. To be honest with you, what I say goes in this house. If she dares refuse, just beat her up. You cannot spoil women. The recording ended there, but the internet's rage erupted completely. Disgusting. Can you even call him a man? All he does is bully his own wife. Female netizens went into warrior mode and tore into him, and even the men were outraged. Then Chen Shui, furious in the video, twisted the knife further. You all heard that, right? This is the wife-spoiling maniac you all praised. Chen Shui will never stand with a domestic abuser like him. But the comment section had already exploded. I must have been blind to ever like someone like him. That recording makes me sick. How filthy is Lu Fan behind closed doors? My heart has been shattered. Countless people demanded that you get out here and explain yourself. Meanwhile, you stared silently at your phone. Listening to that recording, a familiar wave of nausea rose in you again. You rushed into the bathroom, then began vomiting. As if in an instant, you were that tormented Lu Fan from before again. Those things were all true. They had truly happened. You could not deny it. Shen Youchu had suffered far more. Your phone rang nonstop, but you did not even look at it. For the first time, you chose to run away, burying yourself tightly beneath the covers, as though that could make you feel a little better. What hurt was not the abuse people hurled at you, but the memories flooding back. All the pain Shen Youchu and Wanwan had endured appeared vividly before your eyes. Only then did you realize you had never forgiven yourself. Even though you were constantly trying to make amends, you could not change what had happened. Meanwhile, at the apartment, Shen Youchu anxiously called you over and over. After seeing the post, she was beside herself with worry. No one understood the person you were now better than she did. She had watched you change. She had watched you atone. Little by little, she understood it all. She had long stopped dwelling on the past. But she knew that you could never forgive yourself now. Sister Yun and Zhao Chuku stood beside her, looking heartbroken. They were furious and helpless. Your phone still would not connect. It was as if you had vanished into thin air. Shen Yuchu's heart twisted with conflict. Wanwan looked up from her arms. Mommy, are you calling Daddy? Mommy, why don't you go find Daddy? Wanwan's words snapped Shen Youchu out of it. She could not sit still any longer. She sprang to her feet in panic, then stumbled as she ran outside. She was coming to find you. Soon, Shen Youchu ran breathlessly to your door. Biting her lip, she knocked softly. There was no answer. She did not hesitate. She knocked again and again. Today, she was determined to get you to answer. Beneath the covers, you were finally stirred by the relentless knocking. You dragged your heavy body to open the door. Shen Youchu's reddened eyes were the first thing you saw. After only one day. When you saw her again, you did not even dare meet her eyes. You stood stiffly in the doorway, at a loss. She must have seen that pose too. Had it made her remember everything from before? You silently closed the door. You were like a prisoner about to face execution. What was she thinking? Your voice was hoarse, and terror filled your heart. Now everyone knew. What would she do? Divorce you? But just then, Shen Youchu saw the look in your eyes, and instantly grew furious. She yanked you onto the bed, grabbed your arm, and bit down hard. Blinding pain shot through you. You snapped awake at once. Instinctively, you tried to pull your arm back, but forced yourself to endure it. Let her vent. It would make her feel better. Only when Shen Youchu finally let go, and looked up into your gentle eyes, could she no longer hold back her tears. Are you stupid? She cried hoarsely. Then she pulled back your sleeve. A row of deep bite marks, tinged with blood, covered your arm. The sight was horrifying. There. Now we're even. With a sob in her voice, Shen Youchu threw herself into your arms. You've been domestically abused too. We're even. You're not allowed to be sad anymore. You were completely stunned. The fiery warmth of her soft body in your arms felt unreal. Hardly believing it, you stroked her head. It was real. Your heart soared from hell to heaven in an instant. You broke into a wide smile. Shen Youchu said you were even. Since you had transmigrated here, you had always been so careful, always feeling indebted. Now, at last, someone had told you. We're even. It felt so good. Tears streamed down your face uncontrollably. You were not only redeeming them, you were redeeming yourself, too. The two of you held each other and sobbed like fools. After a long while, Shen Youchu murmured into your arms. Don't ever do this again. Wanwan and I will worry about you. You nodded firmly, your voice hoarse. I won't. All you ever do is say that. Shen Youchu lifted her head. Her cheeks and the rims of her eyes were red, her glistening eyes fixed on you. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. Uncontainable excitement lit up her eyes. Right. I think I've figured out that melody. What melody? You could not resist ruffling her little head. You're rubbing my head like I'm a puppy. The song I've been working on. I suddenly have inspiration. The moment she finished speaking, she slipped free of your embrace. She wanted to strike while the iron was hot. You scratched your head, slightly disappointed. You took a sheet of music manuscript paper from your backpack and handed it to her. I was going to write a song tonight. You do it. Shen Youchu nodded, blushing. She sat cross-legged on the bed and quickly began composing. She hummed a tune, her pen flying across the page. In just moments, a complete song took shape on the page. She looked up in delight, staring straight at you. We finally did it. Do you want to see it? You gently shook your head. I'd rather hear you sing it from me. Shen Youchu blushed even harder. Quietly, she said, there aren't any lyrics yet. Humming is fine too. You urged her on with a smile. At last, she nodded shyly. There was no accompaniment, only her soft humming filling the room. Yet the instant the melody reached your ears, you froze where you sat. Your eyes filled with shock. You had heard this melody before. In your original world. You could not believe it. You kept listening closely, until she finished humming the passage. Wait, you suddenly interrupted her. You hurriedly grabbed paper and pen, and quickly began writing. Shen Youchu was completely confused. But when she leaned over to see what you were writing, her eyes suddenly shone with dazzling light. Written boldly on the page were the words, courage. They were lyrics. You had only heard her hum it once, yet you had written the lyrics. Shen Youchu leaned closer to look, and was instantly overjoyed. These were exactly the lyrics she had dreamed of. They were even better than she had imagined. Blushing, her gaze shifted from the lyrics to your focused profile. In that moment, as if possessed, she could not stop herself from kissing your cheek. Your hand suddenly trembled. The ink instantly smeared. You felt as though lightning had struck you. That soft, moist touch on your right cheek was as vivid as a brand. You looked down at the lyrics on the page. Your heart was already bursting with joy. This was the courage Shen Youchu wanted. After Shen Youchu heard it all, She instantly panicked. She lowered her head, wishing the ground would swallow her whole. Thankfully, you showed no reaction. Otherwise, she would have fled in embarrassment. Of course, you knew how easily embarrassed she was. So, you suppressed the wild pounding in your chest and continued finishing the lyrics. Finally, you handed her the lyrics as if nothing had happened. Let's see if you can sing it all for me this time. When she finished the song, you smiled and nodded. It sounds wonderful. You've got the next competition in the bag. Your lyrics are what make it good. Without my wife's melody, I could never have come up with a song like this. The two of you began praising each other. But the moment you called her, my dear wife, Shen Youchu instantly melted. Like an ostrich, she buried her face in her arms. Her heart was both shy and sweet. But before you could enjoy the sight any longer, a shrill phone ring suddenly shattered the intimate mood in the room. You picked up the phone. The screen displayed the contact name, Director Li. You raised a brow. It seemed Li Xia had seen the post too. The instant you answered, you spoke gently as always. Hello. What is it? Li Xia clearly froze on the other end. Cautiously, she said, there are some nasty comments online. Aren't you going to clear things up? You instinctively looked at Shen Youchu. She was pretending to study the sheet music intently, but her unfocused gaze gave her away. You gave her a playful wink. Her little face turned crimson at once. Flustered, she looked away. Then, you calmly dropped a bombshell into the phone. No need to clarify anything. It's all true. The other end of the line fell completely silent. After a long pause, Li Xia's disbelieving voice came through. Why? I don't believe it. The you I know. But you cut her off. Director Li, how well do you really know me? What is online is true. If you do wrong, you must face the consequences. As for those comments, let them say what they want. Your gaze never left Shen Youchu, and it was endlessly tender. As long as the people I care about understand me, that's enough. Silence fell over the call again. Li Xia's voice carried unmistakable disappointment. All right, I understand. I'll hang up, then. You had just put down the phone. When Shen Yuchu's gentle voice drifted over, you were too cold to her. That isn't good. You were completely baffled. Was I being cold? Then Shen Youchu added, her eyes dimming slightly. That elegant woman probably likes you. What? Li Xia likes me. You scratched your head, suddenly feeling a headache coming on. I only see her as an ordinary friend. But how do you know? Shen Youchu abruptly looked up and stared straight at you. Her tone was utterly certain. A feeling. I trust my feelings. You scratch your head, looking completely sincere. Your feeling is wrong. I have a wife and child. It would be disrespectful to have feelings for anyone else. Love should be serious and devoted. Looking into your earnest eyes, Shen Youchu nodded softly, yet a sense of urgency rose in her heart. Just because you don't like someone else doesn't mean they don't like you. That woman was far more accomplished than she was. You looked at her in confusion, thinking carefully about what she had just said. You suddenly understood. Amusement filled your eyes as you nudged her arm. You're jealous. Shen Youchu instantly panicked. Her face turned scarlet. No. Her voice was loud, but her reaction was even louder. Case closed. She was jealous. The smile at your lips deepened. You quietly watched her try to play it off. But the more Shen Youchu tried to hide it, the more flustered she became. She was embarrassed and irritated. Finally, she could no longer withstand your gaze. In surrender, she tossed the sheet music onto the bed. Yes, I am jealous. How can I not be, when such a beautiful woman likes you? Your smile grew wider. The next second, you suddenly leaned down close to her. Your voice was utterly seductive. Then how about I leave my mark on you? Would that stop you from being jealous? Your face was inches from hers, your breath brushing against her face. Shen Youchu's heart instantly thundered in her chest. It beat faster and faster, as if it might leap out of her throat. Then, beneath your gaze, she slowly closed her eyes. Her lips puckered slightly. Delight surged through you. You closed your eyes and slowly moved closer. Later, Shen Youchu was about to compete in Star Song Gala's quarterfinals. She was rehearsing at Fanxing Entertainment. You returned to the apartment. Only the nanny, Yun, was home with your daughter, Wanwan. Yun had complicated feelings toward you. She was grateful for your recent changes and help. But she also remembered how you had hurt Shen Youchu before. Still, seeing how much you now cared for your wife and daughter made her feel relieved. She told you Shen Youchu was at the company. Hearing that, You decided to take Wanwan to visit her. You wanted to surprise your wife. Meanwhile, the online backlash against you continued. Netizens had even formed groups to condemn you, hoping Shen Youchu would use this chance to divorce you. However, Shen Youchu suddenly updated her pin Weibo post. To have met the right man in this life. How fortunate I am. When a gentleman corrects his faults, he earns everyone's admiration. I feel the same. Those words instantly set the internet ablaze. Everyone began wondering whether Shen Youchu was being controlled. You took Wanwan to Fanxing Entertainment. There, you ran into Chen Jin, another contestant. Chen Jin was Shen Youchu's fan. After meeting you in person, she found you warm and approachable. She even asked you for an autograph. Then you went to the recording studio. Through the glass, you watched Shen Youchu sing intently. Your eyes were full of tenderness. When the song ended, Shen Youchu was overjoyed to see you and Wanwan. Shyly and sweetly, she called, "Honey." The second round of Star Song Gala arrived as scheduled. Its popularity was unprecedented. You and Wanwan arrived quietly, both wearing masks. Shen Youchu's opponent was Xiao Faibai from Shangxi Entertainment. Before the competition began, the audience loudly questioned Shen Youchu. Had she posted that Weibo message herself? Or had she been coerced? Shen Youchu's gaze was unwavering. Looking at you below the stage, she declared loudly, "I love him. I love Lu Fan. He's a wonderful man. Some love is simply destined." Then the title Courage appeared on the big screen. Composed by Shen Youchu. The intro began. Shen Youchu sang with deep emotion. The lyrics struck straight at the heart. This unabashed confession left the audience and viewers online utterly stunned. This was not a public shaming after all. It was a full-blown display of affection. When the performance ended, public opinion took a dramatic turn. Everyone offered blessings to this couple who loved each other wholeheartedly. In the end, Shen Youchu advanced to the Final Four by a landslide. After the competition, Fanxing Entertainment promptly clarified that you had not committed domestic violence. The two of you were in love with each other. That night, you held Shen Youchu's hand as you strolled down the street. Like a couple in the first flush of love, you explored the food street and watched a movie. In the theater, you could not resist stealing a kiss from Shen Youchu. It left her adorably bashful. Though small misunderstandings and tensions remained between you, your feelings for each other were rapidly deepening. After your brief time together, you took Wanwan back to Jiangsheng. Shen Youchu stayed in Modu to prepare for the next round. Back in Jiangsheng, you busied yourself finding a preschool for Wanwan. Although enrollment had already closed, the popularity of Bu Fan's Little Princess still got her successfully enrolled at Jianghua Preschool. Meanwhile, a conspiracy was brewing in Modu. Yinping, a former executive at Fanxing Entertainment, sought revenge. He joined forces with Star Song Gala mentors Wang Bin and Ran Xiaoxiao, planning to rig the next competition, so Shen Youchu would lose to Chen Jin. He also brought in the so-called godfather of music, Huayin, to write a song for Chen Jin. In the third episode of Star Song Gala, the semifinals, Shen Youchu faced Chen Jin. Host Chen Zur deliberately stirred things up. She asked Shen Youchu whether you had written her new song as well. Shen Youchu handled it with composure. For the competition, Shen Youchu performed a song called Sea of Flowers. Its beautiful introduction instantly drew the audience into its world. Shen Youchu sang with heartfelt tenderness. It felt like her own solo concert. Thunderous applause swept through the venue. By comparison, Chen Qian's sweet pop song was not bad either, but it paled beside Sea of Flowers. But an unexpected twist came during the voting. Gao Yu voted for Shen Youchu, while Ziyu cast a friendship vote for Chen Jin. But Wang Bin and Ran Xiaoxiao both voted for Chen Jin. That put Chen Jin in the lead. The entire venue erupted in uproar. Cries of a rigged result rose everywhere. But at that crucial moment, Ziyu stepped forward. "Excuse me. Host, may I interrupt? There is a problem with these votes. I want to apologize here to Shen Youchu and the audience. I'm sorry. Earlier, I received a message from Yinping, Fanxing Entertainment's head of operations. He told me Chen Jin and Shen Youchu were both with Fanxing Entertainment. If the difference between them was too great, he asked me to cast a friendship vote for Chen Jin, so she would not lose to badly. But instead, it allowed Chen Jin to advance. I believe I bear responsibility. Because of me, Shen Youchu was eliminated today. I resigned from my position as a Star Song Gala mentor." Chen Jin immediately announced that she was withdrawing. She said Shen Youchu's Sea of Flowers was far superior to her own song. The truth came to light. The show's director, Ren Xiao rushed to contain the situation. He announced a new vote and removed the mentors involved. In the end, Shen Youchu advanced. Afterward, Yinping was fired by Fanxing Entertainment. The mentors involved were disgraced as well. Huayin's song had lost 2 years, and resentment took root in his heart. He openly challenged you on Weibo, throwing down the gauntlet for the final, where you would settle it once and for all. Huayin's challenge set the internet ablaze. The media hyped up the showdown between old and new. You refused to back down either. Your response was simple: if you want to fight, then fight. Shangxi Entertainment seized the chance to invite Huayin to write a song for finalist Maonian. The first round of the final was themed around tragedy and horror. For Huayin, who excelled at this style, it was a heaven-sent opportunity. For you, it was an entirely new challenge. Shen Youchu was deeply worried about it, but you appeared completely confident. To find inspiration, Shen Youchu even watched horror movies with you. She ended up terrified herself, but it unexpectedly led to an intimate moment between you. The next day, you unveiled a new song. On the night of the final, all eyes were on the stage. Mao Enian performed first. She sang Huayin's composition, Cancer Mutation. The first half depicted a cancer patient's suffering. The second was oppressive instrumental music. Though somewhat obscure, it was highly artistic. Huayin was brimming with confidence. Then Shen Youchu took the stage. She wore a vivid red bridal gown, with a phoenix crown on her head. Yet her makeup was mournful and hauntingly beautiful, and her eyes were hollow. The title cocoon slowly appeared. The music began. The erhu and pipa intertwined in a desolate melody. Shen Youchu began to sing, and her operatic vocals stunned the entire audience. The lyrics told of a ghost wedding. Not a single word mentioned sorrow. Yet every line carried a chilling dread. As the song built, the Swana suddenly blared, driving the atmosphere to its peak. That bone-deep desolation and terror made the entire audience's skin crawl. Shen Youchu never blinked throughout her performance, and online viewers hailed her as the most beautiful ghost bride. Cocoon crushed Cancer Mutation by an overwhelming margin. Shen Youchu won all from mentor votes, along with 88% of the audience vote. Huayin was utterly defeated. He kept his promise, gave up his Godfather of Music title, and apologized. After the competition, you waited outside for Shen Youchu. Shen Youchu told you Zhao Chuku had already left. She had not brought her apartment key. With an unspoken understanding, you both went to a hotel. The hotel room was filled with a tense, intimate atmosphere. After your shower, you found Shen Youchu crying. She opened her heart to you. She felt she was not good enough for you. The closer she came to you, the more afraid she was of losing you. You gently cupped her face. You told her that you had once lacked confidence too. She was the one who made your heart race. This was the best fate could have arranged. What heaven has arranged matters most. Your words made Shen Youchu smile through her tears. You held each other tightly. At last, in that moment, you fully understood each other's hearts. Your hearts pressed together, with nothing held back. On the road ahead, you would walk it hand in hand. Whether through storms or glory, you would face it together.